Cilatu dan Langkawi. Oh, Cilatu dan Langkawi.
Good morning.
Selamat pagi. Are you always exhausted, tired? All of that can change with Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. With a high dissolved oxygen content, Bubbles O2 is no ordinary mineral water. Stop, sip, and smile. Fuel your passion for a powerful performance. Find us at PETRONAS Victor de Langkawi, Malaysia 2024.
setiap sudut Kedah, menyapa kita dengan hangat, nikmati waktu bersama. Rasailah budaya Kedah terasli warisannya, pemandangan indah untuk dinikmati, mempesonakan. Cuti-cuti Kedah, kita bersama menikmati keindahan alam Kedah, destinasi terbaik untuk semua. Bersamalah cuti-cuti Kedah. Cuti-cuti Kedah, kita bersama. Sawahnya hijau, gunung sangat indah, destinasi terbaik untuk semua. Bersamalah cuti-cuti Kedah. Bersama-sama kita merasa keajaiban Kedah yang abadi, riang-riang di setiap perjalanan di bumi Kedah yang tercinta. Cuti-cuti Kedah, kita bersama menikmati keindahan alam Kedah, destinasi terbaik untuk semua. Bersamalah cuti-cuti Kedah. Cuti-cuti Kedah, kita bersama. Sawahnya hijau, gunung sangat indah, destinasi terbaik untuk semua. Bersamalah cuti-cuti Kedah. Bersamalah cuti-cuti Kedah. Bersamalah cuti-cuti Kedah.
Kumpulan besar dijangka tiba. Ayo Langkawi, mereka menghampiri 100 meter yang terakhir. Siapa yang akan tiba terlebih dahulu?
Destinasi hari ini, di peringkat kedua kita beralih kepada tanah besar. Kita berada di Arau, salah sebuah bandar dari negeri Perlis yang mana bandar diraja dikenali juga sebagai oleh bandar Arau ini yang mana lebih kurang sejauh 14 kilometer dari bandar utama Kanga. Jadi itu antara yang akan kita berikan tumpuan. Terlebih dahulu, Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Hari ini anda bersama dengan saya Zabubin untuk kehangatan saingan akan diteruskan untuk PETRONAS Letup di Langkawi 2024. Setelah semalam kita tertumpu di Pulau Langkawi. Jadi hari ini sebagaimana saya kongsikan bahawa kita akan berada di Tanah Besar di Semenanjung untuk meneruskan perjalanan 7 lagi peringkat yang mana hari ini akan bermula di Arau, berakhir di Butterworth. Sebelum kita nak berbincang dan melihat perlumbaan yang lebih sengit untuk hari ini, saya bersama dengan tetamu saya semalam juga bermula di peringkat pertama M. Kumarisan. Banyak info, banyak perlumbaan yang kita saksikan begitu sengit M. Sebelum kita beralih cerita yang lebih menarik untuk pusingan ataupun peringkat yang kedua, semalam di Langkawi branch sprint itu yang kita jangkakan kerana terarah kepada pelumba pecut. Mungkin sekali lagi highlight sedikit semalam saya ringkas M.
Okey, seperti apa yang kita jangkakan semalam tu, memang jarak dia pendek kan 90 lebih kilometer. Jadi memang kita anggarkan will be bunch sprint lah. Seperti apa yang kita jangkakan, benda tu berlaku yang seperti apa yang kita expect. Hari ni pun mungkin macam tu juga kita tengok. More to flat road, 154 km. Jadi mungkin juga bunch sprint.
Itu pastinya kerana laluan sejauh 154.5 km itu yang kita bincangkan. Namun ini kedudukan keseluruhan setakat ini kita kongsikan untuk pendahulu keseluruhan. Ia terarah kepada Gleb Siritsa. Semalam dia memenangi perlumbaan di peringkat pertama. Dia juga mengungguli jersey orange KBS yang mana inilah selaku Raja Pecut untuk mengumpul 17 mata buat dia. Tapi hari ini dia akan bermula dengan jersey hijau selaku overall, dan pemakai jersey orange ialah pesaing rapat di kedudukan kedua iaitu Van Uden. Manakala Pokarat untuk jersey Raja Bukit bukanlah antara keutamaan pada awal ini, tetapi yang memakainya ialah Tomkinson dan beralih. Ini juga yang menarik untuk kita perkatakan mengenai terbaik Asia iaitu Aiman Rosli semalam. Dalam 2 zon pecutan semalam pun Aiman dalam kedudukan baik di tempat yang kedua. Itu antara yang boleh kita kongsikan, dan pasti kedudukan pemakai jersey ini kemungkinan akan berubah hari ini. Tetapi lebih menarik, perubahan yang akan kita nantikan adalah jersey Raja Pecut untuk kita melihat persaingan, kerana pastinya di penghujung nanti kita akan menyaksikan bunch sprint sekali lagi, kelompok besar untuk menamatkan perlumbaan, dan seterusnya kita akan melihat secara keseluruhannya apa akan berlaku sejauh 154.5 km. Dari Arau mereka bermula, mereka akan mengarungi hari ini 3 zon pecutan M. 3 zon pecutan.
Yalah, mungkin kita tahu yang jersey Pakodat tak akan berubah sebab hari ini kita tidak ada sembarang climbing points ini hari ini. Cuma pada sprint sajalah yang akan jersey orange tu mungkin akan berubah.
Itu yang kita jangkakan. Kerana hari ini 3 zon pecutan di Jitra yang pertama, kemudian di sekitar Menara Alostar, dan pecutan yang ketiga di 119.9 km di Sungai Petani. Untuk penting kepada pelumba-pelumba, dan kita mengharapkan juga antaranya Aiman Rosli semalam dia cemerlang. Hari ini juga mungkin antara tumpuan yang akan kita berikan perhatian kepada pelumba negara untuk cuba mendapatkan tambahan mata untuk mengukuhkan kedudukan keseluruhannya. Lalu landai speed ataupun kelajuan yang bakal kita saksikan perlumbaan, pace yang tinggi. Namun seketika kita nak dapatkan gambaran juga update dari venue, terutamanya sebelum perlumbaan dilepaskan di Arau. Kita nak bersama dengan Haizah Hamzah aka Lily di sana.
Baik, terima kasih Azlan Mubin. Selamat pagi dari Arau menuju ke garisan permulaan hari kedua sebentar sahaja lagi. Lily kini berada di sekitar Jalan Tuanku Said Sirajuddin. Sebelum itu kita recap terlebih dahulu keputusan di peringkat pertama, di mana pelumba menghabiskan perlumbaan di tempat pertama adalah Gleb Siritsa daripada Astana, Kazakhstan. Diikuti Casper Van Uden, tim Verminage, dan juga Lorenzo Converti, tim VF Group Bardiani. Dan dengan pelumba tempatan kita sendiri, Aiman Rosli turut mencuri tumpuan menerusi aksinya yang wajar diberikan pujian. Okey, moving on untuk peringkat kedua, di mana jarak sejauh 154.4 km menaruhkan 3 zon pecutan yang bermula di kilometer ke-23.3 di Jitra, pecutan kedua di Menara Alostar di KM ke-41.3, diikuti zon pecutan ketiga di Sungai Petani di kilometer 119.9 menuju ke garisan penamat. Dengan nama-nama pelumba favourite yang boleh dikatakan akan menduduki tempat terbaik hari ini adalah seperti RB Decline dari pasukan Tudor Team, Gleb Surista sendiri, Yaakob Maresco dan juga Izzat Hilmi bagi pelumba tempatan. Mewakili pasukan MPC dijangka untuk berada dalam kelompok 5 terbaik. Selepas Izzat juga menjadi salah seorang pelumba Asia terbaik di peringkat pertama semalam. Okey, kalau boleh dikongsikan environment ketika ini, walaupun hari ini hari Isnin, boleh dikatakan havoc dengan kedatangan orang ramai di sekitar kawasan ini, dan juga kalau boleh dikongsikan juga berbanding dengan cuaca pada hari semalam, hari ini lebih baik di mana panas terik. Kalau Azlan boleh saksikan ketika ini, Lily dah berpeluh-peluh dah. Tapi tak apa. Kita nak seru juga kepada semua yang tak dapat hadir secara fizikal untuk menyaksikan perlumbaan ini di saluran Astro Arena 802 selain Facebook dan YouTube Majlis Sukan Negara dan Petronas LTDL, dan tunjukkan semangat ataupun sokongan anda kepada pelumba tempatan khasnya dengan hashtag Kita Timas dan juga hashtag Beat the Hit.
Alright, terima kasih Lily. Terperinci Lily dah kongsi sekali lagi. Yang mana nak posting segala-galanya berkaitan dengan LTDL, jangan lupa hashtag Beat the Hit, hashtag Kita Semua Timas, sempena untuk memberikan kehangatan lagi saingan bagi Petronas Seletu di Langkawi 2024. Berbalik bersama dengan MM. Hari ini jelas ya, Lily pun dah kongsikan, kita pun dah tahu laluan apa yang akan berlaku untuk mereka sejauh 154.5 km, 3 zon pecutan. Selepas mereka mengarungi lebih kurang 20 km zon pecutan pertama, dan kebiasaannya kita akan lihat bahawa ya, untuk pendahulu keseluruhan bukan itu sasaran mereka tapi di penghujung, tapi untuk setiap zon pecutan itu penting juga, terutama pelumba tempatan mungkin.
Apa yang saya boleh lihat hari ini adalah merupakan, saya rasa seperti apa bila race tu start, mesti ada 4-5 orang tu akan breakaway ataupun 2 orang akan breakaway, dan grup yang besar peloton dia akan biarkan dulu seperti mungkin 2 minit ataupun 3 minit. Biasanya mereka tidak akan melepaskan pelumba-pelumba yang cabaran dia pada overall. Hanya cabaran dia mungkin mereka tahulah dia ni rider dia yang boleh menang stage saja, kan, dan tidak akan menggugat kedudukan untuk overall. Tapi siapa kalau berlepas tu yang ada kebolehan untuk menggugatkan keseluruhan tu, mereka tidak akan lepaskan. Jadi grup yang 4-5 orang ni dah akan breakaway dan juga sampai ke 50-60 km dan sebagainya, dan mungkin juga ada lagi selepas tangkap balik mereka akan ada lagi breakaway. Dan terakhir tu di terakhir 20 hingga 30 km, pasukan-pasukan tim-tim yang mereka mempunyai pelumba yang boleh sprint untuk menang staging tu akan mula membuat kerjasama dan akan menangkap balik semua rider. Jadi kita jangkakan tu memang hari ini adalah bunch sprint lah.
Bunch sprint itu pasti akan berlaku jika selain kita memberikan tu kepada Gleb Series Casper White Wooden
dan juga saya pasti hari ini Astana akan buat lebih kerja kerana dia memakai jersey hijau sebagai overall. So dia akan cuba akan maintainkan jersey tersebut.
Dan ini kemungkinan antara pencabar-pencabar untuk penamat nanti, antaranya ialah Javier Canellas Sanchez, yang mana semalam dia kedudukan yang ke-94 semalam dalam perlumbaan di zon pecutan. Ada 2 semalam dia mendahului, 2 zon pecutan, pertama dan juga kedua. Dan saya itu pelumba tempatan iaitu mewakili TSG Aiman Rosli umpamanya, Izzat Hilmi semalam jadi perhatian menamatkan perlumbaan tempat yang ke-7. Jadi hari ini perancangan yang akan kita lihat untuk Izzat, Thomas Pasenti kedudukan ke-59 semalam. Jadi hari ini pasti dia akan bangkit. Dan setelah itu Tyler Tompkinson semalam. Saya
juga boleh pastikan juga hari ini tim Tondo dan juga DSM akan cuba mendapatkan stage win hari ini.
Baik, okey. Bunch sprint, tapi yang menariknya ialah kita nak melihat bagaimana semalam kita lihat 5 km pasukan-pasukan yang dalam kelompok besar selepas mereka menangkap breakaway yang membuat kita nak lihat bagaimana mereka nak menyusun untuk menarik, nak menutup, membantu pecut pakai pecut di penghujung, dan itu juga akan menjadi perhatian di penghujung nanti.
Selalunya mereka akan membuat satu line, katakan 6 rider daripada pasukan tim tersebut, dia akan satu dipanggil kita train, the EAF punya train ke DSM punya train ke sebagainya, itu kan dia akan bersama-sama. Dia tidak akan membenarkan orang lain mengganggu dia masuk dia punya line tersebut, kerana dia akan bertarik sprinter tu sampai ke finishing line last 200 meter tu, baru dia akan bukakan untuk rider sprinter tu keluar.
Di situ juga kita akan lihat bagaimana kebijaksanaan pelumba-pelumba untuk mereka keluar the right time, masa yang tepat. Dan untuk dia selain untuk dalam kedudukan yang baik, biasanya pakar-pakar pecut ni nak melihat siapa yang akan membuat gerakan terlebih dahulu.
Betul.
Itu juga antara taktikal yang akan kita lihat di penghujung nanti.
Ya, selalunya memang rancangan apa semua tu memang macam tu, plan dia macam tu. Meeting dia, orang semua akan team managers akan bagi tahu macam tu. Tapi kadang tu semasa kejadian di dalam perlombaan tu macam-macam boleh terjadi. Boleh rider tu tak sampai time yang betul. Pacer tu tak betul dekat placing yang tempat betul, terhimpit sedikit dan sebagainya. Kadang-kadang ni sprinter ni dia kena pakai knowledge dia juga sebab dia ada experience yang luas kan. Jadi dia akan tahulah di mana nak keluar, di mana nak duduk, di mana ruang dan sebagainya. Bila dia nampak satu rider tu keluar dengan begitu laju, dia tahu ini adalah peluang saya nak keluar. Walaupun pacer dia ada masa depan, tapi dia akan ikut rider yang kuat tu untuk bersama.
Okey itu antara gambaran yang M kongsikan. Jadi adakah hari ini Gleb Serisa akan meneruskan kemaraannya sebagaimana musim lalu dia menang 2 stage untuk memenangi perlumbaan yang kedua dan juga ke-8. Jadi hari ini adalah tumpuan kita nak berikan penamat tadi nanti akan berlaku di Butterworth. Jadi jom kita saksikan peringkat kedua Petronas Letup di Langkawi.
Penyertaan paling ramai untuk Malaysia edisi ke-8 ini. Terima kasih Petronas. Habis masih kosong, banyak boleh kosong. Camp 2-0.
Alright, good morning everyone. Selamat pagi and selamat datang. I should let you pronounce that, Danny. Selamat pagi and selamat datang.
Selamat pagi.
Okay, so welcome again to the Tour de Langkawi. Today's will be stage 2 after a amazing and beautiful stage 1, which we have raced across the island of Langkawi, a beautiful island of Langkawi, a tourism spot, a hot tourism spot for Malaysia. If you come to Malaysia and you haven't gone to Langkawi, that's, you know, basically you haven't ticked the box of actually visiting Malaysia. So, but today they have managed all the logistics nightmare of transferring everyone. We had a chat with some of the organizers, the committee members of the team that actually organized the Tour of Langkawi this year will be the National Sports Council, which basically run by it was basically now under the wing of Ministry of Sports and Youth, which is organized and run by the National Sports Council. So they've done a great job of transferring everyone from the island of Langkawi back to the main peninsula, Malaysia. As we can see here on screen, they're flagging off. How many kilometers are we doing for the neutral zone today, Danny?
So today is a 4.3 kilometer.
4.3 kilometers.
And the race distance is going to be 154.5 kilometer all the way to Butterworth and up near Penang. Island of Penang. That's another tourist spot.
Another tourist spot.
So Malaysia is full of tourist spots.
That's right. That's the whole idea of Tour of Langkawi. We're just going to go and see all these tourist spots. But unfortunately for the riders, they can't actually go out and enjoy all these. For example, in Penang, nasi kandar. Nasi kandar.
Yeah, it's probably not a good racing food, but they get to come back and visit it when they're off the bike.
That's right.
Yeah. So
all
today,
right.
Today's just want to run through today's stage.
That's right, yeah, for sure. Let's run through today's stage. So today, Arau to Butterworth, as Danny mentioned earlier, pretty much judging from the course profile and by theory, it's going to be a flat stage which will end in a bunch sprint. Theoretically, right? So what do you think, Danny, how the stage is gonna play out today?
Yeah, today, today is a pancake flat stage. And we're looking at, there's no KOM, so yesterday's KOM winner Tompkinson is going to wear the jersey for today. So there's only three intermediate sprints along the way. One at a 23.3 kilometer, another one at 41.3, and the last one at 119.9. So almost 120 kilometer at Sungai Batani.
Yep.
So basically. Yeah, so let's go look at the roadmap. It's going to come up really soon, so we can see the course.
How good is that? The kids by the roadside cheering for the riders.
This is wonderful. You know, I mean, here's the roadmap coming up right now. Starting point.
Yep, so from Arau in Perlis. So we will be riding south to Jitra. Okay,
First
so
sprint.
for the first sprint at 23.13 kilometer into the race, and then the second sprint point, Menara Alostar, or the Kedah people would say Alostar. Okay, and then we head out by the beach across to Yan, where we will be riding across Gunung Jerai, heading towards Bidong, and then down to Sungai Petani at 119 kilometer for the third sprint point, and then from there we will head down south towards Butterworth, which we both are expecting a very fast bunch sprint at the end.
Yep, and that's the race profile, race course. Now we just checked the weather in the morning. There seems to be a bit of a tailwind.
Yep.
From the wind from the south, or well, from the north down to south. So it should be. If these guys are not going fast enough, like yesterday was a 46.5 kilometer an hour.
We just had a look.
So
it's insane.
Today is going to be potentially even faster. But now, obviously, today is a longer stage. So I think, you know, this is today the. Let's recap from yesterday's race.
Yep. So let's see. So Danny, so where are we standing today?
Yeah. So yesterday we had the finishing the Astana team. Sarissa taking the sprint finish and in a dominant fashion, and followed by the DSM sprinter. Casper Van Wooden, and so I think today the pressure is going to be on Team Astana. Yesterday, Team Tudor and the DSM did the majority of the work.
Yep.
Controlling the pace. There were some few other teams came in and helped, but I think the majority, 90% of the work was done by DSM and Tudor, and Astana did a really smart job by coming up. They had a full team, and they literally showed themselves in the last 20 kilometers.
That's right. Yeah, they were nowhere to be seen throughout the stage.
They were very smart, hiding themselves and conserving their energies. And today, I think now, since Team Astana have the leader jersey, and so I think all the work he's obviously showing that he is the best sprinter on stage one. So all the pressure and all the work is going to be landing on lap of Team Astana. Now, obviously, Team Astana is the DS is a very experienced rider himself, Mark Rishaw. So I'm sure they have a smart plan on how to control the peloton, and but while preserving their lead-out man and also obviously their leading the race leader. So trying to save his energy for another bunch sprint finish at the end of today. So. It should be exciting, and there will be two intermediate sprint come up fairly early, so that kind of could be a potential springboard for attacks. And, but also it will be interesting to see whether or not in the points classification. So Sarista is leading the points classification by just 2 points. So it'd be interesting if these guys contest for the intermediate sprints. We just look at the course profile we just talked about earlier. It's pretty much pancake flat.
Yeah. And on screen as well, that's the Menara Alostar. It's like the northern version of Kuala Lumpur Tower.
Right.
All right. So
we're gonna be passing through Gunung Jerai.
It'll be on their left.
Yeah,
as they're passing through.
But the good thing is that they're not climbing over.
No. I mean, we both have been up it. It's a tough climb, right?
Yeah,
like we're seeing on screen, like here, the Tudor Pro Cycling guys are running one by chainring. I can see in front here. They're not going to be happy if they have to climb Mount Jerai on that setup.
No. That's whether it is one way up, one way down. So obviously it's not possible to have a part of the race unless it's a mountaintop finish. But although someday maybe.
Next time when they come in again, they want to have a...
Yeah, a couple years ago when they organized a tour of Malaysia.
Yeah,
or,
Peninsula, was it?
Peninsula.
Yeah.
They did go up that finishing as a part of finishing. So it's possible. But for now, for this race, we're just going to go down and along the coast and get down to the Butterworth.
It's an interesting scene because like it's pancake flat, and then all of a sudden this big mountain of Mount Jirai, like in the middle of flat land. Right? It's quite an interesting view.
Yeah. So anyway, hopefully we get to pass in and we get some photo shoot.
Yeah, some footage of it.
Footage of it. But for the race concern, it's gonna be well, it should be a sprint finish. But although I'm sure there will be other teams who are not contesting on the sprint, they will have other ideas of trying to get away, sending their rider in the break. So. It will be interesting to see which team is going to launch the attack. Yesterday was literally from kilometer zero.
From kilometer zero, that's right.
The guys were attacking.
Yeah, for those of you that's not with us, that are not with us yesterday. So yesterday was a fairly short stage because it's 2 hours and 4 minutes that took them to finish that 96.5 kilometer course. It was pretty aggressive. Obviously, the live from yesterday is being saved in the official PETRONAS Tour of Langkawi's YouTube channel. You can always go back. But yesterday's was pretty aggressive. There were attacks and another attack, and then the bunch was pretty much very responsive, very aggressive still. So whenever there's an attack, there's always an attempt to chase from the main peloton. And it took about after I believe like 30-40 kilometers into the race when everything sort of settled down. Breakaways has established, and then now as you've mentioned just now, Danny, the DSM and also Two-Door Pro Cycling was controlling the race. And we've just approached 0 kilometer and the race starts. Stage 2 from Arau to Butterworth.
And you can see the attack starts immediately with it looks like the Malaysian national team, or
maybe Afiq Husni again, redemption from yesterday.
Yesterday in the breakaway, Afiq Usman was in the breakaway, but unfortunately he had a puncture, and also because the time gap was less than 1 minute at the beginning, so the team car couldn't get up to him, and I think and that cost him the opportunity to get in the breakaway. So maybe today I think he wants to try that again. And that would be a good move.
So there's just they just from Arau, so they just passed by a town called Koh Diang. So that's Koh Diang. So as you can see, so there's a few riders in the break, quite a number of people. Just trying to figure out which rider exactly. As we were.
Philippine and Afiq Usman. On the attack.
Afiq was in front. There's a Philippine rider behind. We still need to.
And Leading Star also, I can see there's the red and white jersey of Leading Star, Thailand, and
full Asian squad.
And Hanshan, and followed by Kyo, and I think there's probably one more. And so we're just looking at the back of the peloton from yesterday. Ayman Rosli, the white jersey.
That's right.
Holder. So Ayman Rosli is from the Terengganu cycling team. He is wearing the best Asian classification white jersey.
There you go, Koh Diang. There's a particular way of pronouncing it. You know, Denny?
Oh.
It's not Koh Diang, it's Koh Diang.
Okay. All right. Good thing you're saying it and not me.
No, because my wife is from North.
Okay.
So she warned me today to make sure I pronounce it as how it should be pronounced.
Excellent.
It's like don't embarrass me.
Otherwise you would not have dinner on the table tonight.
No, don't embarrass me. So I was like, okay, I'm practicing here.
Good. Excellent. So I see the front of the racing is very active, but the peloton is chasing. They're not letting these guys go just easily yet. Sometimes, typically, it takes about 45 minutes to an hour of really fast racing at the beginning for the breakaway to really go. So you know, a lot of people are, you know, say looking at a bike race and they turn it on like halfway through the race and they see the breakaway already went and they look at it, it's quite boring because the breakaway is staying like a couple minutes ahead of Peloton. They're just keeping a steady pace. But actually, the action really happened at the beginning of the race, where the guy is trying to break away, and then near the end of the race, obviously. That will be another, you know, action-packed. But although yesterday we were just talking about World Championship.
That's right. Yeah. Congratulations to Tadej Pogacar.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Go figure.
Yeah, you have the world best rider and taking the triple crown of the Tour de France, the Giro, and the World Championship in a 100K breakaway.
Yeah,
so
that's insane.
And almost 50, well, more than 50K solo. So yeah, that was not a typical bike racing. But again, you know, Tadej Pogacar is not a typical rider either.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
So get back to Tour de Langkawi here, stage 2.
We got another race to win.
Yeah, and the race goes on. You know, so it looks like more riders joining, trying to get into the break. So now Uskatel.
That's right. Yep.
And they are. Yeah, it's a solo rider trying to. It's only about a 10 meter gap, and but the guys are actively chasing on the back.
So another rider from Malaysian national cycling team is bridging across to this rider from Euskaltel.
Yeah.
Just need to figure out who is the Euskaltel rider and who is the Malaysian rider.
Yeah, it's a little too early, too difficult to see it right now, but. I think the action is going to continue for the next 30 plus minutes, and look like everybody sort of want to get in the breakaway because tomorrow is the Queen stage of the Tour de Langkawi.
Oh yeah, that'd be exciting to see.
So what happened is a lot of the GC contender, a lot of the guys at the team has GC ambitions, want to really save their riders and save their legs for tomorrow. So. That's why there are some riders think that maybe today will be a good chance for breakaway.
Yeah.
And we're just looking at the client, having a chat, like a.
It's a complete opposite. Like everyone's chaos in front here, just chit chatting at the back.
It's these professional bike riders certainly have ability to do multitasking, you know, and be able to chat about the weather and chat about the kids, maybe.
That's right.
And but you know, bike racing, you know, there's many hours on the bike, you know, so it's you know, half of the time, that's what the guys do. They you know, different teams and different riders. They actually, you know, trying to chit chat with each other, trying to take their mind off the actual racing and trying to pass some time. But until the start, you know, until the racing, the attacking really starts, and then everybody's all business. So it is nice to see that nice camaraderie and friendship among them. Even they are different teams, they are fairly friendly with each other. A lot of them train together, even on different teams. So it's a very nice structure where they. This is again back on the Peloton. Guys are going steady pace, and I think we can't see the exact speed, but I figure they're probably going at excess of 45, probably to 48 kilometers an hour. Because guys in the front are really pushing. And but everybody back together in one big group. And
I think another rider from Malaysia Pro Cycling actually went again to establish another break. See if this one actually happens.
Oh, that's MPC.
Yeah, Malaysia Pro Cycling. MPC.
Yep.
There's MPC, Malaysia Pro Cycling, and Malaysia National Team.
Yeah. There's three Malaysian teams here, and Terengganu cycling team.
Just trying to figure out who is that Malaysian rider. That same Euskaltel rider is going again. I wish we can have some footage of what the race number is so we can figure out who is who.
Yeah, it's sometimes at the beginning chaos. It's hard to see who is doing what, but yeah, it's good that the Peloton is staying really active, and also be interesting to see that when the Team Astana is going to come to the front and controlling the pace. So right now they're doing a really smart job, just letting the Peloton chase each other. And once the gap established, once the breakaway does establish, and the gap established, then I think they will come to the front and controlling the pace. And
so there's Malaysia, Malaysia national team in front here, in front of the screen.
Yep. Followed by Leading Star and
So I'm guessing that's probably Yusri Shari just now.
Yeah.
In front of the screen. So I'm just having a look at our live on YouTube. So feel free. Thanks for tuning in on YouTube. PETRONAS Tour of Langkawi YouTube, and if you have any questions, we want to encourage people to watch, right? So if you have any questions about professional cycling, feel free to ask the questions. We can. It's going to be a longer stage today, so we got many time. We got some ample time to answer some of these questions. Actually, yesterday, so while we are watching this chaos of never-ending attacks, so someone actually asked. I can't remember on which. Channel. I think it's one of those lives, whether it's in the PETRONAS Tour of Langkawi's official ones or the National Sports Council YouTube. I assume it's a genuine question because he was asking, why is Azizo is not doing Tour of Langkawi? So do you care to answer that, Danny?
Yeah. Well,
I assume it's a genuine question.
Yeah.
Like for us, we understand there's different disciplines of cycling.
Sure.
But I guess for public people, cycling is cycling.
Sure. Well, let me try to answer that question. So Azizu Awang is obviously he's a cyclist, but he's in a different discipline. He's a track cyclist and specialized in sprints and Kirian.
That's right.
And that type of cycling happens in the indoor velodrome, but it's a very short distance.
Yeah.
So
they probably race for 2 minutes or something. 2-3 minutes.
Yeah. And they go around the lap. Each lap of the velodrome is 200 meters to 250 meters, depending on indoor, outdoor. But they're only going few laps before they get into the final sprints lap, right? So, and also one-on-one sprints that's even shorter. So, but it is still cycling, but it is indoor track cycling, specialized in super short distance. It's like comparing marathon runner to a 100-meter dash.
That's right.
runner.
Yeah, that's
so,
a good example.
And that's why you don't see Usain Bolt running a marathon,
That's
even though
right.
he was the fastest man in the world. But his specialty is 100 meter to 200 meter.
That's right.
And meanwhile, the runners for marathon, they're pacing themselves at 42.2 kilometer distance.
That's right.
So that's what the main the main difference is. So they're specialized in short distance, and now although shorter distance, they're Azizu Awang's power, because they're doing shorter, so their power output is massive.
Yeah.
From what I understand, it's a well over 2,000 watts sprint.
For
And
sure.
meanwhile, on the road, you're riding like you have to ride 150k, 200k, and then you do the sprint. So their power output and the training is lower.
Yeah.
About 1,600, 1,500 watts. So completely different kind of. It is cycling, but it's a different kind of cycling.
That's right. Okay. Thanks for explaining, and hope whoever was asking yesterday got his or her questions answered.
Yeah, that's a good one. I guess. Getting back to the
That's
race,
right.
front of the race.
We are yet to establish any breakaway. How long is this going to take? So yes, obviously yesterday's was there's a different. I guess motive or goals for breakaway to happen. For something like today, where we have sort of decided who's wearing the GC jersey, we already know who's wearing the points classification KOM jersey and also the white jersey. So what would be the motive or a goal for people to actually go on a breakaway for a stage like today?
Oh, I think the main goal. I mean, the goal to getting the breakaway always is trying to win the stage, right? So that's the ultimate goal for today. And obviously, it would be depending on how the Peloton react to the breakaway attempt. And then also, especially if your team doesn't have a outstanding sprinter, because you just finished yesterday's stage 1, so you know whether or not your sprinters are competitive. So if you don't have enough sprinter that can contest for the stage win, then it's better that you have your rider go in the breakaway trying to win the stage. Now, although 150k, 155k is going to be a hard task for any breakaway to survive all the way to the end, but this is bike racing. Things happen, so you never know. And if you have legs like Tadia Pogacar, you can go 100K and then still win the stage by yourself.
right.
So,
Yeah.
you know, but of course the courses doesn't necessarily suit really a breakaway to succeed. But you never know. You get 7, 8 guys, strong guys working well together, and sometimes the peloton can get it wrong. You know, and this is how breakaway. And that always the cases there are breakaways succeeded and win the stage from a small group. But look like today the peloton is very actively chasing. But yeah, the chances of breakaway succeed all the way to the end is low, but doesn't deter the fact that the team's got to try. You know, and also even if the breakaway doesn't succeed all the way to the end, the idea also getting your team out to the front of the race, in front of the TV, in front of the YouTube channel, that really to showcase your sponsor, right?
That's
so it
right.
gets to now we see Kamfama, we see Uskatel, Uskati, Malaysian national team. So you're getting their sponsors, you know, known to the audience. So this is how you stand out to the rest of the peloton.
That's right. Yeah, so it's only 10 Ks into the race, so it's 144 kilometers to go. No breakaways yet to be succeeded.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the back of the race. The camera is showing Harus Saleh. Is that Harus Saleh? Jersey number 102. Yes, that is Harus Saleh.
Yep. He's always like to hang on the back.
Hanging in the back.
Yeah. Chilling.
Yeah,
on the
chilling.
back.
Yeah.
So obviously he's a sprinter. Yesterday, yeah, there must be something happened. He didn't do particularly well in the sprint. You know, in the first day sprint, we talked about it's always very chaotic. And it's difficult to find who has the good legs, who doesn't have the good legs. So, but it was a very safe sprint. So consider the fact they were, you know, it was very well managed. The route was very well designed, so there was no sharp corners into the last 3K, as you've seen in some other races where you have a lot of turning and sharp turns, sharp corners. So that really makes the racing really dangerous for stage 1. But looks like, there looks like the break finally established.
Yeah, that's right. We have, for us local people that are listening, Malaysian, we have one rider in the breakaway.
We have, I think it's the Malaysian national champion.
That's right.
Arau Mazuki, representing Terengganu cycling team.
All right.
Along with, it looks like 5 to 6 other riders.
Looks like this rider from Polti Cometa is having some
puncture.
issue.
Yeah. Looks like he's having a rear wheel puncture.
Fernando Tercero having a bit of an issue with his bike, probably a puncture.
Yeah, he was pointing on the back wheel on the back wheels.
And judging from how the peloton is looking, it's sort of settled down a little bit, and looks like this is a break, Danny.
Yeah, it looks like there's a 6 rider with 1 rider trying to come across right now. A 7 rider, apologize.
Yep. So we have Philippines. So at the moment in front here, Abdul Azim from Malaysia in the breakaway.
And Philippine rider.
And also
Arau Mazuki, the Malaysian national champion.
That's right.
And leading star rider from China should be, and then one. Oh, is it Ayman Rosli again in the breakaway?
The white jersey, yeah.
Wow, he is. He's look like
pretty aggressive.
Peloton's reacting.
Yep.
Burgos,
rider from
BH,
Burgos, Burgos BH, and people Confama. Tudor Pro Cycling right behind him.
Yeah.
And another rider from EF
Education. But it looked like they're telling them, they just get to the wheels and they're not pulling through. That kind of tells them like they're not keen to they felt the breakaway is enough and nobody else should go. So this is kind of establishing the hierarchy in the peloton. When, you know, the guys, the other teams are come up and just said, basically kind of hinting that enough is enough. This is they're happy with the breakaway. They happy to let them go, and that's they don't want any more rider joining in the break. So. Yeah, it looks like we have 2 riders from Terengganu cycling team, 1 Hong Kong.
On screen, on screen now.
Yep, Hong Kong, Philippines, and Malaysia. we have that's the breakaway, and the peloton is sitting up, and this is when you see all the riders in the back of the peloton start calling their team cars. So basically, that tells you that feeding starts for the peloton, and then they want waters and then drinks, and because they want the pace to be eased off, and they want to get some refreshment, and so there's no more chasing. So only these group of 7 riders with 2 Malaysian national team, 2 Malaysian Terengganu rider, and 1 leading Chinese rider, Hong Kong riders, and 1 Philippine rider. Thanks. So looking at the wheel change, quick wheel change for Uskatel rider.
So this rider number 133, which is Pak Hang Ng from Hong Kong Pro Cycling Team. And then we have obviously Abdul Azim from Malaysian national team. We have Aiman Rosli from Terengganu, Amirul Fakhruddin from Terengganu, and then the other Malaysian rider is, I believe, is Yusri Shari, because he was the rider that was bridging across from the peloton just now.
Okay. And the peloton, you can see all the guys, all the big teams are lining up on the front and sort of establish a wall. It was a wall. It's basically a wall of
So what would actually happen if someone actually just, I'm like, screw this, I'm just going to attack and try and bridge?
They will probably throw a bottle at them. No, I'm just joking.
Okay.
But no, I think if that does somebody trying to do that, then the group just react. They would just chase to the back of the wheel. And nobody will pull through, then the rider will pretty much give up from there. Although, we have seen stranger things happen, but yeah, generally this is a breakaway that's let go to the front. And the guys, you can see the pace are easing off a bit. And I think today, starting at relatively later in the day, 11 o'clock in a.m., so the weather is extremely hot. Should be pretty hot and humid, so the guys probably happy that it didn't take an hour for the breakaway to establish fairly quickly. And then they already established the 31-second gap after 100. With a 138k to go. So after about 20, less than 20k of racing, fairly quick.
Like if I was racing, this is the moment, like, finally, I get to rest.
Really?
Although I'm at the back most of the time, I was like, why are we not slowing down? So now the break is gone. So judging from the dynamics of the riders that we have in the breakaway, so how do you think this is going to pan out?
Well, I think if you have 4 Malaysian riders, I think they all know each other very well. They should have a good cohesion between them to work together. There's a benefit on that. So that should be good. And then you add in the Hong Kong and China rider and Philippines. So it should be a good. They're all pretty much similar levels, so they should work together. Nobody is too strong, so that should provide them the good teamwork. And 7 is almost perfect. It's like a team time trial right there.
Let's Hugh Cardi checking his radio if it's working or not. Hopefully that's no issues there.
Yeah, looks like seems like there's a race radio issue. So in the Pro Series and the World Tour races, and as well as Category 1, so the riders are allowed to use, teams are allowed to use radio. So this is how team directors communicate with riders, and vice versa. So it's a two-way radio. So the rider can talk to the teams and ask for information like time gap and who are in the break, and also if they need feedings, they have a mechanical problem. And same director can talk to the riders to tell them to either go to the front to work, control the pace. So, but in the 2.2 level race, which is the lower level race, that the radios are not allowed. So in that situation, it's harder for the rider to know the time gap, and it will be. It's actually there was a debate about whether or not the race radio should be allowed. So I think in a few years they did try to do the World Tour race without radio, but then there was a lot of concern for safety and communication. Certainly, I mean, as a team DS, it is certainly a lot easier to have the radio to talk to the rider, because imagine sometimes the breakaway happens and you have one team car for smaller races, and you have riders probably scattered, especially on the hard stage, scattered into like 2 to 3 different groups. And then the only way to talk to riders is literally trying to drive the team car and bridge between group to group, and it's a lot of work, and it's also dangerous and taxing. So so it is good. I'm a fan of race radio. Yeah. Although in the World Championship
they didn't have the radio.
There's not radio allowed. So you can see yesterday in the World Championship, the rider was having a hard time finding out the time gap, and they were communicating with the race motorbikes and neutral service, trying to figure out. And so it's a big debate and about that, but it certainly makes the racing interesting, because without the radio, without the information, it is much harder, and for the rider to know the gap and to communicate with the team director, but it does make the racing more dynamic, so unpredictable. So debate is out there.
That's right. Yeah. Okay, so the breakaway looks like they're working together very well.
And the time gap is already
growing almost 2 minutes.
2 minutes, yeah. So, but that's the idea. I think the best case scenario is you let for fairly long stage like 155K, you can easily let 5 minutes gap, and then just keep the gap to the 5 minutes, and so you keep your rider and the peloton fairly fresh, but not chasing too hard.
Yeah.
And then the rider on the front also have a relatively easy ride, although it's never easy being the breakaway, but you always have to work, and but it's not like killing themselves and
That's
then
right.
blow up at with 80, 90K to go, So let's look at the riders who are in the breakaway.
Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 riders. So as you see, this rider in red, number 126 is from Leading Star, is Wen Tao Sun. And then just coming into this rider number 133 is from Hong Kong, is Pak Hang Ng. And then rider 202, Malaysia, is Abdul Azim Alias. Right, so
101
rider 101 is Amirul Fakhruddin, is the current national champ, I believe so.
Yes,
that's
national
right.
champion of Malaysia.
And then we have rider number 214, Navarra. He was in the break briefly earlier in yesterday's stage.
Yep.
And then we also have Aiman Rosli from Terengganu, and Yusri Shari from Malaysian national cycling team.
And the group working well together, so group of 7, so that's a perfect situation. Also a good situation for Team Astana.
That's right.
Now
they look like they're going really slow in the peloton when we see the footage just now. So are they like purposely slowing down to let the break go? So what's the whole idea here? Like, obviously people at home are looking at it like, why are we not chasing? Like people who don't understand cycling, I suppose.
Yeah. So yes, indeed, they are purposely. They purposely let if they felt that they are comfortable with the mixture of the breakaway, they're comfortable with the rider on the breakaway. They're confident they can control the gap and manage to bring them back for the bunch sprint. So absolutely, it's ideal case where they slow down and let the gap grow, and then everybody. Well, where you grow a big enough gap that nobody else want to try to attempt to go through. And then if everybody else in the peloton also happy with the situation, then it is actually a better case for them. So
it's like
we are coming for the intermediate sprint.
That's
the
right.
First intermediate sprint to
someone unclipped the pedal. Who was that? That's Abdul Azim. There's a little bit of a mechanical issue. So rider from Leading Star, Wen Tao Sun, going all the way. So let's see who's getting the first sprint. Looks like it's the rider
Hong Kong
from Hong Kong, which is Park Hang.
Well, yeah, let's double check.
Right, yeah,
Could
we'll
be
wait for
Hong
the
Kong or
official
Philippines,
results.
Yeah.
We'll wait for the official results. So most likely these riders are fighting for the best Asian rider classification.
Yeah, and intermediate sprint. So every intermediate sprint, so there's 3. So every intermediate sprint, there are 3, 2, 1 second time bonuses. So if you were to manage to collect all 3 sprint point, and then you have a 9-second advantage.
Yep.
So technically, you actually taking the
that's a
white
replay
jersey.
here on screen at the moment. Yep, you see, that's the Malaysian rider.
And
making
he
that
clipped
first
out.
move.
Yeah, then he clipped out just as
Yes,
he sprint.
Abdulhazim clipped out of the pedal. That's unfortunate.
And then leading star
then,
take
yep.
over, and
yeah, the leading star sort of giving a lead out to that Hong Kong rider. And
Hong Kong or Philippines. So I can't. Yeah, both of them wearing white jersey.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, another guy clipped out. There's a lot of. There's yeah, it looks like it's a Hong Kong rider. Yeah.
Yep. Hong Kong rider came through and got the maximum point.
And then Ameru, Rosley, Ayman Rosley also clipped out as well, but had a little bit of a.
Looks like there's some.
A little bit of contact with the another rider, so that caused him to clip out. Looked like contact with the leaning star rider.
That's right. Yeah. I wonder what it was. Hopefully there was like a clear replay, but hopefully it wasn't too serious.
And yep, that's. But looked like now there's only 6 guys, so
it's amazing how you were just attacking each other a few seconds ago, and now suddenly you are.
Here we go. Yeah, so it is taken by Hong Kong rider.
Oh, it's Ayman Rosley, yeah. Okay, second ones. So it was Ayman Rosley just
Ayman
behind
Rosley
him.
taking the second.
Yep.
And then Sung Won Dao taking the third sprint.
All right, so yeah, so looks like Ayman's in good spot for maintaining his white jersey at the moment. As of now, as of the first sprint, yeah.
I think today, he has a good chance for maintaining the white jersey, and because obviously tomorrow he will know it's probably not suited for him because it's going to be a long climb up to Cameron Highland. So today it's the best chance for him to maintain that jersey, and so he certainly is active and trying to take as much.
Speaking of Cameron Highland, how would rider like Ayman Rosley actually go on that sort of climb? Would that sort of climb suits his rider profile, or what do you think?
Yeah, he's a time trialist, so obviously he does have a good sustainable power. But however, typically for climber, you need to be fairly lightweight, and I'm not saying he's heavyweight, but like some of the sprinters. But yeah, it's not designed for him, and he probably will be. He's probably going to be gonna focus on working for the team leaders.
Yep.
So his job tomorrow will be on a domestic role, probably likely to hand over the white jersey. Although the argument is tomorrow's climb is not as steep, so it is possible that he will try to keep the jerseys, but fairly unlikely.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
All right.
Fairly unlikely.
So the back of the
Peloton just gone through the intermediate sprints,
Yep.
and with the team Astana leading on the front.
Yeah, as we would have expected, considering that now the leader's jersey is held by Gleb Syriza.
Look like the leading star Sung either have a puncture or he's looking for water. Feeding. So it looked like he probably just only want to contest it for the first intermediate sprint and decide to pull off the peloton, pull off the breakaway. The feeding for the national team, Malaysian national team for the breakaway group guys, 202. It's a hot day for the rider.
I mean, if you're familiar with the weather up north in Malaysia, it's scorching hot. It's always close to like almost 40 degrees at this time of the day, and then like it's kind of like very dry heat, like very like the sun is almost like piercing through your skin kind of kind of heat.
Yeah.
I mean, Kedah people, northern people that lives up north can vouch for this. If you're on the live, if you think I'm correct, let me know. But yeah, that's always the case whenever I visit my wife's hometown, bring my bike over. It's scorching hot. Beautiful place to ride, but it's the heat.
Yeah, especially this time of day.
That's right.
As we're looking at the Peloton, look like Tudor decided to send Simo Pino to the front to also help controlling. Though that's interesting to see. So they obviously Alvin Declan didn't. I think he did sort of either clipped out or had some kind of mechanical slip. That's why yesterday he only managed number 5 on the sprint, and there. Obviously, he still feels confident that he can win the stage, and he really wants to win the stage. So he decided to send the team rider, his teammate, to go to the front and keep the gap constant. So for the breakaway, for the sprint finish later, so he's just sending. So they're just about, I think, look like 2 riders on the front working, one from Astana, one from Tudor, and
this is rider from Hong Kong, rider number 133, Park Hang.
Yep. Oh, so he's okay.
So 6 riders left. So we just saw just now
the leading rider decided to either he had a mechanical or he decided that his job was done. We'll just get to the first sprint and then decide to pull off.
Yep.
We shall see. If whether or not he decided to try to come back or chase back the group after, if there is a mechanical issue. Peloton is keeping the gap at 2 minutes, so which is pretty good pace.
Yep.
You can see the rider open up with their jersey open. Obviously, like you mentioned, about the heat.
It's hot. It's hot. Like if you're coming from Europe at the moment, it's about to cool down the temperature, and then suddenly you come back to Langkawi. I'm pretty sure some of these guys actually have done some sort of heat adaptation back in their home country where they were previously.
Yep.
But it's nothing like the real deal most of the case.
Well, now Tour Langkawi is held in October, right?
Yeah.
In the past, it's always held in February, early part of the year. So I think that's actually even harder because you have basically most European riders are in the winter state, right? And then with the exception of the Australian rider, and then it's in the middle of there, but it's in summertime for them, so they're okay with the heat adaptation. But for European rider, it's pretty much middle of the winter, and then coming out from almost 0 degrees weather and coming out to 30 degrees, 35 degrees heat. So I remember Team Mape used to participate in this race, and Andre Tuffy is a fan of Tour Langkawi as well.
All right.
And it's and they will come, and it's pretty much like a summer training camp, for them, early season training camp. But but that's really hard for them to adapt to the temperature.
It's always that reality check when they came out of the airplane, right? And then they pick up the baggage. I'm like, oh right, okay, now we're talking.
But it's funny that a lot of European loves the hot weather. So,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they actually. I mean, if you have lived in a 4-season country, I remember in the middle of winter, I just wish I just talk to myself and say, when is summer coming? I can't wait for the summer. Then in the middle of summer, you go, oh, this is horrible. This is too hot. I wish the winter is coming soon. So it's individual. It's very interesting, right? Individual riders. Some rider tends to do really well in the heat.
Yep.
Some rider can do really well in the cold and the rainy conditions. So. It's the element, and that's part of the racing element, and is always their ability to adapt to different environments.
That's true.
Which is not easy, not same for everybody. Even like Tadej Pogačar, he tends to do really well in the colder. He
Yeah,
likes the
he
colder.
didn't mention that. There was like I was watching an interview early this morning. He had a podcast with Dr. Peter Attia. He didn't mention he struggles in the heat a little bit.
Yep.
So he had to do some sort of even like heading towards like Tour de France and stuff. He had to do besides the altitude adaptation that he has to do. He's like seriously doing some sort of heat adaptation to make sure he performs well in the heat.
Yeah, and that's you saw he lost Tour de France due to it was bunking in the heat because he was pushing too hard. He didn't drink enough. Then he just it was a famous video clip of him saying that he's dead and finished. So so that's it's funny that you can be the strongest rider in the world, but suddenly if you're not hydrating enough, and that's a very important thing for new cyclists or any cyclist, even experienced rider. You need to constantly drink and hydrate while you're riding. Especially in heat, hydration is more important, and in the cold weather, the food is more important.
That's right.
So. We're looking at George Jackson here, and there's going to be an interview coming up pretty soon for him, and a very nice hairdo.
Consider him to be one of the best hair looking.
How's your feeling coming back and sprinting again at the Langkawi?
Yeah, so here with a new team this year, so looking to hopefully try and get a result again. Obviously, have to learn how to sprint again here in the Asian bunches, but we're looking forward to it.
How were your first feelings yesterday in the bunch and in the sprint?
I was a little bit too far back, so I had to start sprinting quite early, so it was not a great result for me, but we've got a lot of other opportunities, a lot of sprints coming up, so it'll be good.
Possibly one today. A long straight line, like 5 kilometers, no corners. Do you like that?
Yeah. So that's where you can definitely leave it late and use the other lead-out trains. So we'll just have to find the fast lead-out train and get onto it.
Who looks to you the fastest lead-out train?
Going from yesterday, Astana and Tudor definitely were the two teams that are drag racing each other. So I'd say those two teams.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
That was George Jackson, a Kiwi, all right, a New Zealander. We call them as Kiwi. We don't call them New Zealander. Right.
Why is that?
To be honest, I have no idea. Because when I say New Zealander when I was in Australia, they sort of laughed at me. No, we don't call them New Zealander. We'll call them Kiwi.
I thought it's because of the bird, national bird.
That's probably. I was guessing that, but we don't call Aussies kangaroo. You know what I mean?
Or koala.
Or koala, right? I have no idea. I assume that's the case, like
What's the national animal for Malaysia?
Is it the common one's tiger.
Tiger? Okay.
I like tiger. If you see a lot of in the national emblems, there's always tiger.
The Malayan.
The Malayan tiger.
Malayan tiger.
The orange and black stripes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a Malayan tiger. For Australians back then was no, I wouldn't say back then. I was going to say back then when I was in Australia. So it's kangaroo and emu.
Emu?
Yeah.
What kind of animal is emu?
Emu is like it looks like a little bit like an ostrich.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So because apparently, correct me if I'm wrong, if you any Australian viewers, but from what I can understand, it was like these two animals in Australia, and I believe in the world as well, is these two animals, they can't walk reverse.
Oh.
Yeah. So
wow.
So they can only walk forward or move forward. So I guess that's like a symbolism to the Australians that we are pushing forward, right? We're not going to go backwards. Yeah.
Oh, excellent! I didn't know that. Learning something new every day.
That's right. That's right.
So back to the front of the race, and the breakaway now is down to 6 riders, and still well together with a 2 minute 20 gap. It looked like it's basically 4 Malaysians and 1 Hong Kong and 1 Philippine rider.
Yeah.
At the front of the race, and we're just passing some kids.
That's so amazing. Yeah, that's good. I always enjoy passing through, like when we're racing or anything, even the car. it's always exciting to see these kids, and especially when we have this sort of this type of racing in Malaysia, right? So it's an international exposure. It's an exposure to the kids of this level of racing, and also it's an opportunity. Sometimes you don't know, like, oh, there is an opportunity when I grow up. I can become like as you can see, we have Malaysian cyclists out here in the front. You know, that's a positive look, inspiring look for the kids, for the guys watching on the side of the road, or even like a aspiring young cyclist, just to actually see that, oh, we can actually compete at a world level, I suppose.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yes, definitely, it's an inspiration for the younger generation. I remember iconically Hari Saleh, the Terengganu sprinter. There was a photo of him with a bunch of school kids and getting an autograph from the former legend of Tour de Langkawi, Koji Fukushima.
That's awesome.
And when Koji Fukushima was won the stage and also taking the yellow jersey, there was a photo of Hari Saleh getting an autograph and a photo taken with Koji, and that inspired him. Really inspired him to become a stage winner, and professional riders, and also a stage winner. So that photo is absolutely. I mean, it's just shows you the inspiration for the youngsters, and I'm sure Tour de Langkawi having a premier race like this in Langkawi, in Malaysia, really that just elevates the cycling status.
That's right.
So a lot of people, I know, I ride a little bit around Malaysia, and you see a lot of people cheering and for the cyclists, and they ask you when is the Tour Langkawi coming, when it's going to start. So it's definitely a major event in the country. So I wish there more events like this in Asia, and that would certainly elevate the cycling in Southeast Asia.
Yeah. So I mean, like we've seen the inception. Before that, we're just seeing all these riders in the peloton. We rarely see riders in the peloton for yesterday's stage, probably like in slightly narrower roads, right?
Yeah.
So now it's a lot wider roads. So the camera for the live could actually go side by side to the peloton and get some footage. So yeah, we were talking about Tour of Langkawi just now, which made an inception in 1996. But we've seen some of us, like in other places, like some of the only so-called like world tour level of racing have actually gone. For example, back then we had this Tour of California, so now there's no more Tour of California. But it's good that the authority in Malaysia is actually keeping the race alive all these years. So nowadays it's under the wing of the Ministry of Sports and Youth, and so this year's Tour of Langkawi is organized by the National Sports Council, and they've done a good job so far. So they're all like we've been noted that all these riders have been paid for the travel expenses beforehand, and also the appearance fee as well have been paid off as soon as they've arrived at the airport. So that's a good look for the race.
Yeah, so this Malaysian government really, I think, see the importance of this race, and also it brings a good reputation, right? So it is, throughout the years there were some bad situations that created, bad event that created a bad situation, but also, to be on fairness, because I think part of the issue was there was no constant. Same organizer every year, every other year. Then there's sort of a tender process, and you have a different organizers, and so there was no lack of long-term commitment from a particular organizer, because you may able to do a great job this year, but next year you may not get the job. So we just so it is a little difficult to keep that consistency.
That's right.
I think now that issue has been resolved, and which is again thanks to the Malaysian government. There's a strong support from the federal government. They're able to resolve the financial issue.
So obviously, like for example, now there is this particular race that the grassroots level of cycling in Malaysia can look out for, because like obviously we have all those like the SUKMA which is like a national
Sports event.
Yeah, national sports event where you compete among states. I mean, that's all good and well, but then there is this higher level of racing that you really should put a bigger goal of. Like, this should be where you should be aiming for rather than just competing against state. Now you have a bigger goal, so let's like use that Sukma platform as like a means of to go higher and compete at this level of racing.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's I think the ultimate goal, I think for Malaysian athlete is going, to be able to compete in the world stages like Azizu Awang, winning the world championship, and that is the ultimate goal. And also obviously Olympic as well, and that has been fairly elusive. We talked a little bit about that, but Azizu has a double medal from the Olympic, a silver and a bronze, but we're still chasing the first gold medal. Though hopefully that it will come fairly soon in the next Olympic, which is going to be held in Los Angeles, California. Yep. So it'll be.
You're gonna go back hometown and see?
Yeah, possible. It's gonna be a pack full of people, and it's gonna be crazy. I remember I did watch the '96 Atlanta Olympics. I watched I just only watched the one event, the baseball. It was an exciting event, and I mean, it's for a major sporting event, it's always great to actually see it live. So I certainly encourage any cycling fan to be able to come out to either the start or the finishing of today's stage to actually watch these guys live and perform, because it's always it's good to see on TV.
Yep.
But only when you actually coming out live and you see how fast these guys are riding, and you get a really sense, the kind of weather, the heat that the riders athletes are dealing with. So to really be able to truly appreciate the sport. So certainly encourage you to come out and to watch watch the finish of today. So while we talk about finish, let's take a look at how today's finish. Right, it's a bunch sprint.
Yep.
It should be a bunch sprint finish at the Butterworth, but let's see, how do we? Here I think they're. We look like we're going to the second intermediate sprint.
Yep.
Coming up really soon.
Yeah, so there's a bit of a cat and mouse going on as well just now in the breakaway group.
Yeah, it should be a little bit too early, right? I think it should be with the 113 kilometers to go. That should be the second intermediate sprint. So
yeah, that's coming up soon.
Maybe the graphic isn't really correct. Yeah, but it'd be too early to attack. But you can see the time gap actually now shrink down under 2 minutes. So. Is it possible that the guys in the breakaway think that some guys are not pulling their weight and they decide to go on an attack early?
Oh, okay, just to get rid of this.
But you wouldn't want to ride 116K solo to the end.
No, unless you're Pogacar.
I think even he regret a little bit of what he did yesterday.
That's right. Oh my God! I mean, looking at the screen right now, like how bright the day is. I'm used to riding out here. Oh my God, that looks hot.
Yeah,
that looks hot.
But it's funny, right? It's when you're actually on the bike, you're moving. There's a bit of
moving's
air.
not so bad though, right? Unless you start stopping at the those convenience store, the gas station for fuel up. Oh my God, it's really hot.
Yeah.
So you can see in the screen right now. So these rider from Astana, Kazakhstan, just now was domestic duty.
Yep.
Right. We can talk about what domestic is. There's different roles in cycling as well. So so just that rider from Astana is just delivering some bottles to the other riders.
Yeah. So it's typically in a team in a race. The riders, they're about 6 to 7 up to. Well, in a Grand Tour, 8 riders. Used to be 9 riders in 4 teams, so I think it's down to 8 riders now.
That's
so
right. Yeah.
6 to 8 riders per each team. So every team has sort of designated GC. They call the general classification contender.
Yep.
that person typically is a climber, but not necessarily, depending on the course. We're coming up close to the intermediate sprint. I think we're only about
about kilometer to go to sprint number 2.
Yeah.
So we can see, so someone was like skipping turns just now. So yeah, that's really interesting about cycling. You're friends until you reach to certain sprint points, and then you start attacking each other. And then once that segment is done, you start to be friends again.
Yeah.
Like I don't know who to trust now.
We talk about it as a bit of a poker match.
That's right.
You know, in cycling, and a bit of a moving chess game. So, yeah, it is. That's what makes the cycling so interesting and dynamic, right? And look, they're going 500 meter, and Ameru is leading. Ameru is leading, sort of trying to lead out Ayman Rosli for the sprint. And here's a photo of the
Manara is Alosta Tower.
Yeah.
And there you go. The sprint goes. So the rider from Philippines actually attack. I believe it's a Philippine rider. And then followed by Amir Fakhruddin to close the gap. Obviously trying to get maximum points for Ayman Rosli for the points classification. And he goes, and let's see who gets to the finish line first. Amir Fakhruddin and Ayman Rosli goes, and then Yusri Shahri on the other side. And let's see who gets the point. Ayman, judging from the say, it looks like Ayman Rosli seems to get it, but wait for the official result to come out.
I think is the Malaysian rider come up really fast on the left, but I think the Hong Kong rider got second and Ayman Rosli third, but not sure.
Yeah,
we need to look at the photo finish on that. That was really close. It looked like the Hong Kong riders really want that the Asian classification. That's why Park Hang it's contesting every sprint. And Ayman Rosli just gave a thumb up to Ameru Arudin, and maybe he did take that sprint, and the job well done.
Well, we'll wait for the official results.
And he's talking to Ayman Rosli is talking to the team car right now to see if talk to his DS in the team car. I think that after a sprint like that. Here's the replay for the sprint. Let's take a closer look. Who will take the second intermediate sprint?
So that Hong Kong rider went pretty hard. Yusri Shahri on the far left of the road. Yep. Oh, it's hard to tell from the back.
And Ayman Rosli just
wait.
the line.
Okay, so here's a replay from the front. Amir Fakhruddin was leading out Ayman Rosli. Judging from the shadow, it looks like, it's pretty close. I can't tell.
Yeah, I think it's a Malaysian rider, but I could be wrong. There we go.
There you go. Yeah. Yusri Shahri gets the maximum point.
Ayman gets second.
And Park Hang, it's the Hong Kong rider.
Third, 1 point for the intermediate sprint. Okay, all right. So, the Malaysian guys, one thing, the Malaysian riders, most of them they all have a good punchy sprint on them. A lot of the when I come to Malaysia and you start asking riders, and I ask rider, are you a climber or a sprinter? And almost 90% of them tell me they are a sprinter. So it's interesting. I think the Malaysian has the genes for sprinting.
That's right. Yeah, I've actually talked to some coaches as well. Like it's for like Asian riders, like specifically because obviously they were talking. The context was Malaysian. It's we have the genetic capacity to be like a very good fast twitch rider, genetically speaking. But then obviously when you go to like European racing, we're talking about high altitudes and stuff. That's when it becomes a cost to these type of riders. And then it's always like even back then when I was I wouldn't say racing professionally, but I guess competitive in like a domestic racing scenes back then in Australia as well. Like we're just Asian or specifically Malaysian riders we're known to be short and compact. It's like short and compact. So we don't produce a lot of powers, but we just for our size we produce a lot of power. So it's always a thing to know with Malaysian riders is that we have a very good sprint with us.
Yep. Yeah, it's obviously the Malaysia produce some world-class sprinters. You have Zhou Sayang, Azizul Awang, and obviously then Harif Saleh Anomana, we mentioned yesterday.
That's right.
The Malaysian cycling legend. These are very competitive world-class sprinters. And obviously, it will be interesting to see if Malaysia are able to produce a good climber someday. So it's tomorrow we'll find out, and whether or not
we'll see. So who are you eyeing for tomorrow's stage, Cameron Highlands? Who's your bet on?
We talk about the GC contender, right? So yesterday we mentioned the one of the best joke, and I don't think a joke, but it was a good comment from Jeff Burnett. The British contention. You have the double carpool.
The double
right?
carpool.
Paul Double and Max Poole and Simon Carr.
That's right.
You have three very good climbers from British UK. And then obviously, I think Bogo's team has very good climbers. Mario Aparicio and Kamfama also has a good climber. Astana. I think every team has a GC contender, and for Paul T. Cometo, we just talked about Paul Double.
That's right, Paul Double. Yep.
So, I think every team comes, when they come to race like this, and you obviously want to win stages, but you also will want to make sure you bring your general classification climbers to contest for that HC category climb up to Cameron Highland. From Malaysia side, interesting. Earlier we saw an interview with Sang Runball.
Yep.
He's a Malaysian rider. He's only 22 years old.
Yep.
And he's actually the son of a Malaysian legendary cyclist, Siong Sang Hong.
Yep.
And actually, in fact, when his father, Siong Sang Hong, did his last Tour de Langkawi, that's when, retired, and that's when the year he saying that was Bao Runbao was born. So 22 years ago,
exactly 22
his father
years ago.
did his last Tour de Langkawi, and that's when the year Runbao was born. And now 22 years later, he is competing, taking the torch and competing in his first ever Tour de Langkawi.
That's probably the first Malaysian that actually have a father and son that have done Tour de Langkawi.
Yes, you're absolutely right. That's actually the only the father and the son combo for the Tour de Langkawi.
Yeah.
So that's really special for the family. And then also, I know that his younger brother Ran Han also races bicycle. They live in Brisbane actually in Australia. So he also races and competitively, and in fact this year I think he was in the development team of Bahrain, the Hannibal Merida team. So it's good to see that they are, it seems like the father has taught the two sons well, and passing on the torches and torches. I think Runball was second in the national championship in the time trial.
That's right.
So it's good to see that this younger generation coming up, and that's what the Malaysian, that's what the race Tour de Langkawi sort of inspired the next generation of Malaysian cyclists. And obviously, Malaysia had a rich history of cycling. They have always been very competitive, at least in this, not in the world level yet, but in the SEA Game level. In Southeast Asia, there has always been dominant performance, and I think it's we're just talking that we're just looking at the Malaysia, the beautiful coastline.
The coastline,
and then that's a Jerai. That's
they have the Gunung Jerai
right there.
Gunung Jerai, that's it.
Next to the ocean.
That's right. Yeah, it is by the ocean side. And then if you actually climb Mount Jerai, which is which is about 10 kilometers of climbing, and averaging about 9-10%. It's a brutal of a climb. Like I recently did the climb last April with a friend of mine, Irfan. It was like I was on chainring. The easiest goes was 39 and 34. I was trying to maintain a zone 2 power with 55 RPM average. It's a lot of pain in the knees.
You didn't do a Pokacha, the 320,
No,
340
thank you.
zone 2
Nah.
climb?
I probably won't last a kilometer into that climb. It's a brutal climb. It's a nice climb. It's quite shady unless you get towards the top. It gets a little bit more exposed. But there's a lot of stuff you can do up there.
Yep.
There's a resort. You can get up. You can do a bike riding up there actually. So a bike riding where you're riding on the strings.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's that elevated thing bicycle where you're riding on that string stuff.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
wow.
pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a cafe up there as well.
Okay.
But the thing is, you can't actually go up there on your own car. You can ride, you can run, but you have to park your car down at the car park that they've provided, and then they have a shuttle that actually takes you up there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a beautiful part of Kedah, and when you're up there, you can actually see like the rest of that area is pretty much a flat piece of land.
Right.
And then all of a sudden there's this
massive mountain.
it's massive mountain in the middle.
Yep. Sounds kind of like Bangtong. I mean, I've never been there. Mont Ventoux.
Mont Ventoux. Yeah, we have a good friend of us that actually always go to Mont Ventoux, and whenever he's about to go to Mont Ventoux, he would actually go and training up Mount Durai.
Okay.
Because it sort of have that similar.
Yeah, maybe they're all different elevation, but yeah, it's kind of flat land, and suddenly you see this massive mountain in front of you.
Yeah.
So we're just that's we're probably gonna pass that. Still kind of a bit of ways to go. So it's about 108, almost 108 kilometer left, and the time gap is maintained at about roughly 1 minute and 40 seconds to 2 minutes. So that's a good time gap. So Astana and Tudor, and now I do see the leading rider. Well, I think that's Hanshan, the Romanian rider, national champion. It should be for.
Yeah, someone said in the YouTube live comments, it's 0 to 950 meter elevation in 10 kilometer.
Okay.
That's Gunung Jerai.
That's Gunung Jerai for you, right? So that's a leading star. It's interesting to see leading star rider Christian Riano at the front of the peloton. Also, I'm not sure what's his plan for today. Or maybe the leading stars wants to contest in the sprint as well. So it's interesting, Izai. So it's common, like when the teams has an ambition for the finish. So it's common for them to send a rider to the front just to show that they are controlling, they're doing their work.
Yep.
But there are some teams that tend, not to do any work and then just wait until the end. And so it's interesting to see the different team tactic.
That's right.
Some team wants to be in control, wants to be visible, and some team wants to do minimum amount of work to get the maximum result. We're just seeing like the breakaway just down to 5 rider now.
So looks like we're missing some riders. So there's we'll still see that Yusri Shari is still there, Azim Alias is still there, Eng Pak Hang is still there. By the looks of it, there's no more Ayman Rosli.
Yeah, I think that's either he's getting the feed from the team cars.
Yep.
Or he is decided to job done for today. Enough points collected.
Yep.
He decided to go back. He's gonna slow down and wait for the peloton to come by.
Yeah, see in front here was the former KOM jersey holder for Tour Langkawi in 2023, Simon Pelot. Just controlling the pace in front of the main peloton.
It was interesting to see him on the front working for today, because tomorrow you have mountains, right?
That's right. That's why he would shine, I suppose.
If you want, I would think that if you want to contest for the mountain, you may want to save the legs, KOM. But obviously he's super professional, right? And today he's working for their climber having decline, but maybe tomorrow I think he'll be on the breakaway and trying to go for the KOM point. So that just shows you the level. The professional rider is just, they're capable of rebounding, recover, and next day go 100% again.
I guess that's what separates, right? That's what separates, like I guess like something like a continental level rider or amateur level cycling into something like a world tour cycling, right? Like obviously you can sort of put amount for example, you could actually potentially have the same amount of functional threshold power, right? But then, can you actually do that same power after 7-8 days of racing, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what separates the professional rider from the amateur rider. I mean, a professional rider, they're able to recover so quickly, and they're able to do it day in, day out. You know, after day. I mean, you talk about Tour de Langkawi is 8 days, but then if you're talking about Grand Tour, you're about 21 stages. As you see some of the World Tours domestic, and they're on the front literally every day.
That's right.
And that just shows their ability to recover. And then, but also, that has to do with their training as well. I mean, these guys, the top, the World Tour, the professional rider, pro team to World Tour riders. I mean, even a continental rider, they're training roughly between 500 kilometer, some to like 700 kilometer, 900 kilometer a week on an average. So they certainly have a lot of mileage in their legs. That's what we talk about, the base, right? So for professional riders, they train so much. I mean, it become a normal part of their life, and their ability to adapt, to recover, and then to go hard again the next day, and that really separate the top pros with the average, the weekend warrior, we call it. It is, but nevertheless, that's what the beauty of the sports. You can have, you can enjoy at a very top level, or you can just go out on the weekend with your friends, go for a bike coffee rides, and you still enjoy the freedom and the bike. And that's, you ride on the same road.
That's right.
On the professional. I mean, if you love football, you love tennis, you can't just go to the Roland Garros and then decide to go play a run of tennis, right? But on the cycling, you can. You can. They're doing the Cameron Highland tomorrow, and you can do the Cameron Highland on the weekend, right on the same road, and same in Alpe d'Huez. And there are tons of rider training and riding on the Alpe d'Huez, and you can do the same climb. And that's what makes the cycling so accessible to everyone. It's your ability to get close to the athlete and to be able to ride on the same road, and ride the same bike, literally. So it is. That's what makes the cycling so interesting. So we're down. We started with 7 rider in the breakaway, down to 6, and then down to 6 after the first intermediate sprint, and then after the second intermediate sprint, is down to 5 rider now. But it's smart. I think it's good to for Ayman and Rosalie to save their legs, and that's what we're talking about. And he done his job. He contest the first 2 intermediate sprint. Job is done. And he has the white, the Asian jersey, so he should be able to just recover and the rest for a day tomorrow. And it is possible that if he have a very good day, even though he's not a climber, but if he have a good day, the climb is not steep enough like Genting Highland, that he's likely that he can keep that jersey. So we're looking at the school kids again. They're on the roadside, under the sun, cheering for the waiting for the peloton to come by. And this is what I love about Malaysia. They are so friendly and so warm. And
are you talking about me?
Generally, in general.
If I was that kid, I was excited not about the bike racing. I could skip class. But it's good. There's some incentives. Like I was seeing some of the feed on the official Instagram, that they're actually giving all these stuff to these the kids on the side of the road to actually cheer. Like if I was racing and see people cheering on the side of the road, that's a mini booster.
Absolutely,
you get to become a celebrity for a little bit.
Absolutely, you see on TV like the major bike races, like the Tour de France. You see the fans just along the side of the climb. Yesterday in the World Championship, it was packed. From the entire sidewalk, and it was packed. It was literally for the last few kilometers, was packed with the spectators, and that's what makes cycling so exciting, right? It's you can get really up close and personal with the riders, and that's what and it's you come out and you get to. I mean, there's no any other sport. I mean, maybe marathon. You also do the same. You can stand on the roadside. You don't have to buy a ticket. You can just see the action, live action. And especially with the races, I'm a big fan of circuit race, right? So you really get the audience come out and you watch your favorite rider going pass by 5-6 times.
That's right.
I wish they do more of the circuit. I mean, potentially, maybe in the future. I know in watching Tour of California, watch it live, and then they would have maybe like a 100K stage or 90K. On the road from point A to point B, and then finish up in a circuit, Yeah. So and that gets the fans to come out and sit around the circuit, and then waiting for their cyclists and to just watch them passing by a couple times. We're getting an aerial shot of the Peloton. And,
Peloton, and as we can see, so they are. Yeah, they're riding by the coastline, by the coast now. So if the camera actually goes up a little bit further, as you can see, that's the other side of that. That's like a paddy field, I suppose.
Yeah, looks like rice paddy field.
Yeah, rice paddy field. So for those of you viewers that doesn't know, or for the international viewers, so a lot of our Malaysian local rice resources is actually from the state of Kedah.
Yep.
And for those of you that just joined us in the live today, so today is stage 2 from Arau to Butterworth. So we're about 100 kilometers to go. We just finished sprint 2 sprint points, and we are heading towards the third sprint point. So just now the race just passed the town of Alostar, or as my wife wants me to say, Alostar. And we have 5 riders in the break at the moment. So for all you Malaysian viewers, we have 2 riders from Malaysia. We have a rider named Yusri Sha'ari. We have Azim Alias, and then we have a rider from Hong Kong team, Park Hang Eun, another rider from Terengganu, Fakhruddin, and also a rider from the Philippine national team, Jun Navarra. And the gap between the breakaway to the peloton is about 1 minute and 47 seconds, as you guys can see on the screen today. Pan flat stage, and we expected it to be a bunch sprint finish at the finishing line at Butterworth.
Yep, and coming up just to 100K to go. Team Astana, Tudor, and 2 riders on the front just controlling the group, keeping the gap to about a minute and 45 seconds. Manageable and a relatively easy way to close it for the finishing sprint. So Izzat, we were just talking about the finishing sprints. Let's just look at it again. Let's look at the finishing map, the last 5 kilometers, and looks like it's just a arrow straight finish into into the finish line. So that's should be a pretty safe and fast sprint.
Yeah, I bet. And also judging, we were doing a little bit of a Google searching. Oh, there you guys can see. They're showing what gels they're eating just now from Tudor Pro Cycling. Yeah, but that looks like having a cruisy spin at the back here. All right. So anyway, so back to the sprint finish just now. So it is pan flat, really pan flat, fast finish in the last 5 kilometers. And we've did a little bit of a Googling earlier, so that's going to be a tailwind. So pretty much the whole day looks like it's going to be a tailwind. But if you talk to the guys that are actually, I have a pilot friend, they say that winds in Malaysia is actually very hard to predict because of the humidity. And also, it could be, I'm not sure if you experienced this, Danny, but you could be at one section of the same road, you're experiencing headwind, and then on the same road, suddenly you move a couple of kilometers ahead, and now it feels like a tailwind. I don't know if you felt that, but it's quite familiar for this to happen because of the level of humidity in the air and then the rapid changing of temperature at one section to another section, that for example you can actually feel there's actually a tailwind, but then you feel like it's a tailwind or a headwind, but then you look at the trees on the roadside, it's not moving, right? So it's just wind circulating among themselves, which can be quite tricky to judge. But judging from what we've Googled earlier, it's gonna be a tailwind.
Yeah,
so, yeah,
a bit of tailwind. So it should be there's no normally along the Terengganu coast. You know, when some in the other edition of the race where the guys riding through the east coast of Malaysia, that can get windy. Although in the very north part of Malaysia, like Kuala Perlis, in February time frame, it's extremely windy. I did some racing up there, and it was gusting at I would say close to 20 degree 20 kilometer wind. So I remember it was it was definitely a windy day. So, but generally in Europe, you know, in some part of Europe, it's like Netherlands, it's extremely windy.
It's very windy.
Yeah.
Like it's almost it's almost like a 6% climb on some days.
So if you're riding in the wind, it is interesting, right? So for the climbers, typically it's the power to weight ratio. So typically the lighter they are, they generate more power. Generally they should have gone faster. Now on the windy conditions, do you think is the bigger rider has advantage or the smaller rider has a better advantage in the wind?
Well, it's hard to say because like you're not going against gravity, where weight will play a major role. So on the flat stage, whether it's a headwind or not, it's absolute power. It's an absolute power. Watts is watts. If you're pushing 300 watts, it's 300 watts. Like if you're a smaller rider, number one, it's that you get blown away quite easily. That's number one. And number two is like if you're pushing 300, for example, you're 60 kilos, you have to push 300 watts to move at the same speed as the guy that is probably 80 kilos. So now you're actually, if you're a smaller rider, you're actually pushing more watts per kg compared to the heavier guys, right?
Right.
Yeah, and then but then it could be like as well if a headwind, and then the smaller riders have better aerodynamics and you know, so
a good example of that would be Remco Evenepoel,
exactly,
right?
like compared to Filippo Ganna, he's like, you know, he can't even fit in a 61 centimeter frame,
right?
And then you have Remco Evenepoel, who gets he has the most perfect position on the time trial bike, right?
So he's not a big guy, but he is extremely powerful. So he is able to be aero and generate the massive amount of power, and that's probably why he's one of the best in the world, right? So we talk about Tadej Pogačar, triple crown, but he's also technically a triple crown this year. Winning both the Olympic individual time trial and the road race, and he also won the world championship road race. So he has 3 massive wins this year, and also finishing 3rd on the podium for the Tour de France. So so obviously he's having a good year season. So it's interesting. So generally the windy condition in Malaysia is generally not extremely windy. But during some certain seasons, like typically during February, it can be very windy, and then but generally a lot of rains, thunderstorms. So it's like microclimate. So from one place to another place, you can have a thunderstorm, then you go 5 kilometers, and then it's dry, right? So it's a little different from Europe, from California where I lived. And when you have rain, you literally like your whole it will be like 2 days of rain non-stop. So it is different kind of different kind of temperature, different kind of environment for sure. But definitely the temperature is getting hotter. I mean, that's one thing we can't deny. I mean,
there's no cloud. I mean, it's pretty much exposed.
It's the global warming is real. Everywhere is getting hotter. The guys are racing in 40 degrees weather, and Malaysia is no exception. And even in the Tour de France, you see some, especially about the Tour of Spain. That's another.
The recent one.
The guys.
Hot.
The first week or so, the guys were racing in the 40 degrees weather. So I think that the cooling is going to be for cycling, there's got to be some better way of keeping the riders' core temperature cool. And so that's probably the next major innovation, in my opinion, come to cycling innovation. So we're talking about cycling innovation, yeah. So I mean, you are very in tune with technology.
That's my pet peeve.
So yeah, you have an awesome Instagram feed, and you talk about the different kind of technology that's affecting cycling, and So what's your major take, and what are the major innovations that in the recent years in cycling that really affect and change the cycling?
Well, obviously, one of the things that now we're seeing that the average speeds are getting faster and faster is that everyone is prioritizing aerodynamics over anything. Like even these so-called climbing bikes are now have a lot of aero features. Like for example, you see like the bikes that they are riding, for example, two-door pro cycling is like a team machine, BMC Team Machine SLR, which is basically like a climbing bike, but it has all the aero features, right? For example, the polygons that you guys are riding at Terengganu, right? So like even at sort of that price point, everything aero is such a big deal, and that obviously, and then because now the bicycle is so fast, the smallest chainring you can see in professional Pelotons is 54.2.
Yeah.
Right. They just have to upgrade the chainrings to keep up with how fast the equipments and the wheels and the frames are, and then you see a lot of brands outside, especially like apparel brands, like for example like Velotours that you guys are doing, Rule 28. No pins. They're paying a lot of attention, even to the point of now they're making all these like particular. It's not like a shoe cover, but it's sort of covering the boa so that it imitates the laces.
Yes.
In a sense, to make the air cleaner throughout the.
Yep.
Throughout
So
the shoes.
we talk about the aero benefits, right?
Yeah.
So there's so obviously a super aero, we call the super bikes, right? They compare to the traditional old bicycles. And I mean, I'm not just talking about the expensive bike, but even like a more affordable bikes. They are aero and light, but you compare to that bicycle maybe from 15 years ago, with all the wires, external. You talk about 20 watts of saving, but obviously 20 watts of saving does cost some money. So but if you were to do like the aero socks, we would find out the aero shoe cover. So.
How many watts are we talking about? Let's say they're traveling at this particular speed, they're going 40-45k an hour. How many watts is saving?
Amazing. You just test it out, and with an aero shoe cover, you're literally saving 4 watts to up to 4 to 5 watts of power saving. So, and you're literally talking about $20, $20 to $30, and maybe up to some of brands a little more expensive. But
that's like trying to put 2 oversized pulley wheels in your. I mean, if you can put 2, but that's like putting two oversized pulley wheels in your drivetrain.
So that's a $10 per watt saving, right?
That's right.
So and some items, like ceramic speed, obviously making very good bottom bracket, and I'm a big believer. These are all moving parts.
Yeah.
But that's gonna cost you hundreds of dollars in order to save a couple watts. So I mean. There's tons of resources on the internet, and the people can find out what are the 10 upgrades you can do. It doesn't cost you.
That's right.
Cost you a month's salary.
For sure. That, and then you see the some of the guys that rides in the breakaway just now. You see Abdul Azim, the Malaysian national cycling rider, is riding a Colnago. I'm not sure if that's a V3 RS or V4 RS, which is basically an all-rounder bike, and it has all the bells and whistles of what an aero bike should be, right? And then back then, I remember they had this study they did between Le Mans and Fignon's time trial, where the gap between them was 8 seconds. So they found out was that 8 second was caused by that one cable or that 2 cables that was sticking out of that of the hoods. So if you're not running all these integrated stuff, just make sure your cables all tidy up, hidden, and that could save you some pretty serious watts.
It's free watts, right? And and also I think another big factor of talk about guys going faster. The wheels are getting wider.
That's right.
And the tires are. I mean, in the old days, the guys are riding 19 inches now, 19 millimeter.
Yeah, 19 millimeter internals. Yeah, nowadays like the wheels that Pogacar is using, that's like 25 millimeter internals, right?
Yep. Yeah, so the pro guys are racing. They're using 30 millimeter.
That's right.
Millimeter tires now, and much lower pressure as well. And they surprisingly, lab testing done, they show that these the wider tires are faster.
Yeah. Although when you first get on it, it's like it doesn't feel fast because you're so used to the road vibrations.
Baik, inilah dia kemeriahan di hadapan Sekolah Kebangsaan SEA. Make some noise sikit. Okey, ini juga merupakan laluan yang akan dilalui para pelumba di peringkat kedua LTDL. So, jom kita tengok pelumba mana yang akan sampai di laluan ini terlebih dahulu.
Crowd on the roadsides. Yeah, it's good to get people hyped up, and it's also good to get introducing all these lay people of what cycling is all about. And then we were talking about tires just now.
Yeah, we're talking about tires.
Yeah.
Just wanna, before we jump back on the tires, I just want to mention today's finish is gonna be at Dataran Permuda Merdeka at Butterworth. So if you are a cycling fan that want to look at the finishing action, so make sure to come to Dataran Permuda Merdeka for the exciting finish. I'm sure it's going to be just as exciting as yesterday, or maybe more. So don't miss the action, live action at the finishing, which you expect to finish around. The expected time is probably around 2:30. It looks like 2:30, and that's when the guy's gonna come across the finish line. So if you have an opportunity to take a lunch break, a long lunch break, or do come out and support the race and support the riders there.
Yeah.
Yep.
So just a quick recap as well. Like a couple of people's actually, we are actually 1,100 people's actually watching on our live. That's pretty interesting. And weirdly, there's a lot of Philippines in here. Okay, thanks for coming, Filipinos. Mabuhay. Yeah, all right.
It's because there are guys in the breakaway.
That's right. That's right.
We have a rider in the breakaway, so it's good to see that.
Jun Navarra is still in the break. He's still in the breakaway. So for those of you that are watching, I know a couple of people are actually asking who's currently in the break. As you can see on screen, the gap is actually 1 minute and 30 seconds, about 90.8, 90.7 kilometer to go. And we have 5 riders still in the breakaway. We have 2 riders from Malaysian national cycling team, Yusri Shari and also Abdul Azim Alias. We have a Hong Kong cycling team, Pak Hang Eng, a rider from Terengganu, Fakrudin, and also a rider from Philippine national cycling team, which is Jun Navarra. All right, so tires. We were talking about tires.
We were talking about tires. Let's get back to the tires.
Yeah, right. So before we continue, that's a beautiful Mount Jirai. As you can see, it's a flat piece of land surrounding the island. So you can see all of these are actually paddy fields. So they're about to plant the new, paddy shoots onto these paddy fields. So they just finish off the green seasons, when the paddies are very green. That's when the most beautiful scenes that you would have, which was, I think, back in June or July earlier. And then obviously on the right side of the screen just now was the majestic Mount Jirai. Okay, so even you see at the moment you see riders here in front of here. Astana Kazakhstan is using a Metron 60 SL. Also have an internal width of 23 millimeters, I believe, and which requires it to run 28 millimeters minimum. And then even then, you can see that the rims are actually still quite wider than the tires, which is really important for number one is for aerodynamics, because when the rims are wider, than the tire. So it's basically now that when the air hits the tire, the winds are able to recapture the wind to make a cleaner air, and also it improves the crosswind stability as well. As you can see on screen right now, it's a crosswind almost. The flags are pretty flat, so it improves crosswind stability, where it reduces the amount of wake or dirty air behind the wheel, so that way you're not going to feel as twitchy of your steering when you're in this very windy condition while you're out riding.
How about there's another talk about tire pressure, right? So the wider tires, you're allowed to use lower pressure. So generally, contradictory to logic, right? You would think like high pressures tires are faster, right? So you are running on really. I mean, in the old days, I mean, I remember I was pumping up to 120 psi, and so that's like typical normal pressure. And nowadays it's nowhere near that. I mean, you're talking about 80, 90 psi.
Yeah, even less. So if you're looking at probably something like Proto Rider, like even something, obviously Tom Pidcock is a little bit lighter. So if you saw him in an interview, he's riding 28mm tires and pumping at 60 psi. That's half of that, right? And obviously it's a lot faster because the tire. So when you pump it to the correct pressure, I wouldn't say lower is better, but normally most people are having too much air pressure in the tire because I think they've associated that road vibration means faster. When the fact of the matter is, when it is smooth, it's faster. So the way to do about it, so nowadays you have available tire pressure calculator that's available online. So the best ones that I find is made by the brand called Silka Pro Tire Pressure Calculator.
Right.
So you can key in the total system weight, and then you can key in what's the speed you're looking at, and what's the terrain you're going to ride in, and from there you can get the ideal tire pressure. Which is good. Number one is for speed, number two is for comfort, and number three is also for the longevity of the tires. So now, when you're using tires that are pumped to the correct pressure, you're not going to get, sometimes when you wear out a tire, you have that segmented, straight, flat top. So that's a sign that you've pumped up too high. Okay.
Sounds like what I do.
Yeah. You're old school. I'll let you go.
Yeah, it's but I'm glad the riders here, they all have professional mechanics to look after their tire.
Yeah.
But it is a trend right now. So less, to up to a certain amount, less is faster. So I think also to do with the road vibration. One thing I do agree that especially the road is unless you're riding on the velodrome. Like Azizi Awan, I'm sure their tire pressure is more than 60 psi.
180, I suppose.
Because it's different surface. Velodrome super fast, so different surface generates different temperature, different tire pressure.
That's right.
So so for the typical roads in Malaysia, I think it's 80 psi. That's probably more than sufficient. And also depending on the weight. So all this technology adds in. Calculate. It's not an exact science, but end of the day, old school like me, typical go by the feel. I feel, but I do agree that sometimes when I pump up the tire and let it sit for a couple of days, and actually I feel the bike is super fast because it's smooth, right? So I don't feel the vibration. You don't get that fatigue. It's good to see the technology in cycling is constantly advancing. And the one big thing I'm always a fan of power meter, and I think that really changed the trainings and of the riders and all. You see the evolution, right?
That's right. It becomes so accessible nowadays to have access to a power meter.
Right. What was it initially when it started? It was SRM.
Yeah,
right?
SRM.
Did you ever use that?
No, I was not. I was not into cycling during the conception of SRM, the introduction of power meter. But I know it's a pain. It's a pain to deal with.
It was also very heavy.
Heavy, expensive.
Yeah.
Back then nowadays they made it rechargeable. They've come to the senses.
Okay.
They don't need those funny magnets anymore.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, but
Gee.
it was not till about last year. They're still using magnets.
Oh my God.
You're still required to send it over to the what do you call like an authorized center to swap the batteries out. You know.
Gee. Yeah.
But yeah, that's none of that anymore, right?
Yeah. Nowadays it's so accessible. So I would, highly recommend any amateur cyclists, and if you're really serious getting into training, get a power meter. I know there are different debates about the accuracy of power meter.
That's right.
You just saw the interview with Tadej Pogačar.
Yeah.
And obviously, he was saying that there's a lot of differences in calibration. Yeah, that's no question. That is true. I mean, I think you produce something. Produce thousands and 10,000 pieces of something. They're never going to be exactly the same. But however, if you have a power meter on your bike, it become a consistent tool. You can measure your ability, and you can actually compare your effort versus the other day. Let's say so you can generate. You can see the climb on a particular section that you generate how much power. So that's always consistent. So it's always consistent within your own
reliability. It's obviously the accuracy is important. But what's more important is the reliability and the consistency of the power that it shows you.
Exactly.
Right? So it's really hard to compare. For example, it's really hard to compare like 1-to-1 between what my power meter is showing compared to what your power meter is showing on the screen.
Exactly. But it's a very good tool. So I highly recommend. If you are serious about getting into some type of amateur racing, amateur cycling, planning to do a Grand Fondo or something, some events like that. So you want to see how well you're progressing, and it's get a power meter and really able to. I mean, you can pick up one, like say a single site power meter for a couple $100 US.
That's right,
I mean, it's really not. I mean, compared to a new bike, it is much less investment, and it really changes, improve your training significantly. So. Highly recommend that. And I think all these riders here, you can see I think modern days, they all riding with a power meter. It is such a big part of their training, racing. They can download the data, and it's very common now. They're using Strava. All these guys finish a race and they're riding, then they upload their data on the Strava. They're able to see their power output. And so they can engage their level of fitness and level of performance, and also they can use that to gauge, whether or not this race, it's how they're doing. Today they have done because the power also translates to training stress level, so TSS. So they're using that to calculate your TSS, and then you'll be able to figure today you really had a hard day. Today, and then tomorrow you maybe want to need a rest a bit. So it is absolutely an effective tool. Although I wish in the future, I think in the future it's good to talk about what potentially could be the future development. Where the technology is going to go from there. I personally, I wish there will be more. There will be more like monitoring on glucose level, on lactate level. Like just imagine
lactate level, that'd be awesome.
But nowadays you do a lactate testing. You gotta pinch your, you gotta poke your skin and get the blood sample in order to actually measure. Now I'm just wondering, when somebody is gonna come out with an active lactate measurement.
Oh wow! And you can see when you're about to cramp or something. I was like, why are you stopping? I'm about to cramp in 20 seconds. I'm gonna stop now.
So you'll be like driving the car, right? If you're on the race car, you don't see your fuel level. You can literally see your fuel level, and that would be amazing, right? So I think it's I'm a big fan of new technology, even though I'm old school, but I'm a big fan of new technology, and that's what really improve improve the cycling's performance and make the cycling interesting, exciting, and absolutely, it's exciting. We want to watch, continue to see what is the next innovation in cycling.
For sure. Back to the racing, we can see. I'm quite familiar with this stretch of road. It's windy. It's a hot wind on your face. this stretch of road.
Yeah.
It's hard to say to gauge. Obviously, if we've passed by a flight, we can see how what's the wind is like around here. And then here we still have the same 5 riders in the peloton. So these are rider from Philippines, Navarra. Yeah, seems like a lot of fans of Navarra here in our live. Yeah, a lot of Filipinos.
He looks like he's a little bit of looking for his team car, where he's definitely suffering a little bit in the heat.
Yeah,
he's on the back of the peloton, back of the breakaway group of 5 riders, just probably waiting for his team car to come out for. Yeah, he's raising his bottle, come out for feeding.
Right.
Yeah,
That's the car. Yep.
Here's here you go. Such a important part of hydration and doing such a. He's not only drinking water. So what what are these guys drinking? I mean, the bottles where you typically not just plain water, isotonic
and yeah. So nowadays, like obviously when the weather is hot, like drinking like plain water, especially if you're drinking like some of these like reverse osmosis water or whatever, all that's going to happen is just going to sweat a lot more, right? So, which defeats the purpose, right? Obviously, it keeps your body it keeps it cool, but it doesn't necessarily hydrate you. So most of these riders, I believe, like I'm sure you have the same experience as well. It's like most of the case, like when they receive like plain water, all they want to use it for is just to cool down their body. You know that you see a lot of these riders are actually, pressing the bottle and really just having a shower while they're riding, right? Just to cool themselves down.
Yeah.
But actually in the bottle, like some of the guys prefer electrolytes, and also some of the guys actually prefer some kind of a drink mix where they instead of consuming carbohydrates from like an energy bar or energy gels or some kind of food that the soigneurs or the masseurs have actually provided for them, they rather have the carbohydrates directly in the fluid form, where it's easier to digest as well. And yeah, so even like especially when they're in the breakaway, where they actually have to exert a little bit more intensity. Yeah, so it's a lot easier to consume your carbohydrates in the form of fluid rather than trying to eat. Because obviously, for example, like energy bars and stuff, right? When you're not riding, you can chew quite easily, but then when you're riding, your mouths are quite dry. Trying to chew and trying to swallow those foods is like trying to choke yourself to death.
That's why the sports gel. Sports gel was a great invention. I think it was initially started with power bar, then you have the gel. They come up with all the different kind of gel. Now it's definitely a lot easier to consume the carbohydrate. And it's like days like this, you lose I don't know how many liters of water or fluid, and
obviously you really have to really hydrate yourself in riding in this sort of climate.
Yeah. So this race we're sponsored by Bubble Waters.
Oh yeah.
So just to mention that's especially oxygenated water, and that's
I'm actually gonna have it now.
So it is so they're just it's just the importance of hydration. Not only drinking plain plant water, but they also have isotonic and minerals in order to because you lose so much of that minerals and potassium and in your sweat. So that's where you rider get cramped because the imbalance of chemical, right? So days like this, hydration is super critical, and as well as eating. It's like you mentioned yesterday, it was not just eating and hydrating for today, but it's also eating the hydration for tomorrow.
That's right.
So that's is big part of the riding. Even when you go on training, make sure you stay hydrated and keep your nutrition supplements up. Peloton is just getting to the 80 kilometer, or the breakaway guys getting to the 80 kilometers to go. So we are, let's just say we are more than we are more than halfway to the finish, and gap is just 1 minute 35, and they're keeping it fairly steady. So 70.
We're kilometer 74 at the moment. We're heading towards the third sprint point, which is at Sungai Petani.
Yep. 80k to go.
Yeah, 80 kilometer to go. Yeah, it's a very windy day today, and as you can see just now in the Peloton, they were not riding in the straight line, Danny. As you can see, they're sort of like in a slightly staggered manner. So why is that the case? And obviously we can see from the coconut tree just now, it's the leaves are pointing sideways, as you can see on screen. Yeah. So what's the whole idea of riding that sort of like staggered instead of in one single line? So even the breakaway is doing it at the moment, right?
Yeah. So that's the so-called the echelon. They're trying to get the draft benefit. So if it is a complete headwind or if there's no wind, so basically the air resistance is come from the front of the cyclist, then you would the ideal place that you want to be right behind another cyclist, so to minimize the exposure to the air, to reduce your resistance. So that way you can save more energy. But now, if the wind is sideways, let's say the wind comes from the right side of the bike, then you would be, if you want to draft, then you would want to be slightly on the left side of the cyclist in front of you. So because the side wind, so you still have wind come from the front. You have the side wind. So the ideal case is where you want to be probably a 45 degrees angle. Side of the cyclist in front of you, but you are on the left-hand side, so they're blocking off a bit of their back wheel is blocking off a bit of the side wind, and also they're also getting a bit of a blocking from the front air resistance. And that's where in a windy condition you see the guys just especially in the Peloton echelon, so you have leading riders, domestic is pulling on the front, then the cyclists sort of echelon themselves in races like the Middle East, in Saudi, Sharjah, where you're really exposed into the desert. There's no trees in in the 100 kilometer, right? So there's absolutely no any kind of resistance to airflow. So you're completely exposed to the environment. So the wind. So you see the guys literally line up the whole peloton. Oh, we just see see some riders having probably a puncture and some mechanical assistant. So. But yeah, just you will see basically the whole road is taken up by maybe 10, 15 riders. They literally on the 45 degrees angle to another rider. We just saw a spill, a little bit of crash, and look like that is the Malaysian rider. It looked like touch of wheels. But luckily nobody is seriously injured. That looked like Rambal, we just mentioned earlier, the Malaysian rider.
Hopefully nothing serious.
And it seems to be okay. They just got back on the bike, and could be just a touch of wheel. You know, I guess some days when you have a long stage like this, and it's not going, the Peloton is not going super fast, so they are just there's sometimes brief lack of concentration. Some rider touch the wheels. And then everybody, and then a couple rider goes down, but luckily no serious injury, and shouldn't be a hard chase to get back on to the Peloton.
Remember this section on the road? Oh, there you go.
Here you go.
Oh dear. Oh yeah. Let's see. Who's
that
rider
was,
that's involved?
Yeah.
That is rider 2. Yeah, I can't really exactly
that's
see, but looks like Rimbao. Hopefully he's okay. Hopefully he's okay. Not too serious.
You see the wind. It is coming from the right. So it is important. They're trying to get back to the group right now. It is super important. As a young rider, this is one thing about make the cyclist so special, right? You can't stop. You have a crash. Unlike, let's just say, a football match, you can literally stop and you can replace the athlete. You get a couple minutes. You have a minute to stay on the ground and get some kind of medical assistance. But in cycling, the number one thing you teach a young rider is to get back on the bike as soon as you can, and that's why you see the races where guys with a bloody nose and bloody face, and they continue riding, and until the doctor's car comes up. Then they get a medical assistant while they're riding, and that's what tough. The bicyclists are tough tough athlete. So
Tough athletes, tough sport.
Yeah, if you stop and basically you just DNF.
That's right. Yeah.
So you have to, that's the first advice to young cyclists. You have a crash, you have a incident, try to get back on your bike.
Yep.
Because if you can still pedal, I mean, obviously if it's a really serious crash, then you need to stay on the ground, not to move. But if you are able to move and try to get back on the bike as soon as you can, and then start riding, then you can really figure out what's wrong with you. And if it is really serious, you couldn't ride a bike, and then that you have no choice but to stop. But I see some of the amateur cyclists, they do it at a sporty event, they crash, maybe a small crash, and they sort of just stop and sort of just give up. But yeah, professional cyclists, it's the Peloton doesn't stop or wait for nobody, right?
It's a hard man's sport.
It keeps going. So hopefully Rumble can get back on the Peloton fairly quickly.
Yeah.
So yeah, rider just passing the paddy field. It would look like they just completed more than halfway. Or we're getting a.
This is what river is that? Let me just quickly browse.
Yeah, let's test out your geographic knowledge.
That's right. Like let's see, what river is that?
Let's look. You can see the map.
Yeah, you can see the map.
Leaders are traveling down.
Yeah, I think they can already see Gunung Jerai on their left. So they're actually traveling down now in this area or district called Yan, right? It's a very beautiful stretch of roads. Like you see, like the trees are sort of like very nicely arranged and organized, as though you're riding in Netherlands or something. But yeah, it's a beautiful place to ride out here. Like I made it a point, like whenever we're traveling north, is to bring our bikes and ride around this area. People here are actually very nice, like obviously when you're riding through, there you go, school kids, amazing. I actually love this experience, cheering for the riders, especially seeing the local riders riding through the school. Yeah, amazing. So yeah, we were talking about, as you can see right now, on screen, two-door pro cycling in front of the race. They just had their lunch musette just now. So there's like a feeding bag that these riders normally get throughout the race, like a specific section throughout the race where they can pick up basically their lunch, really, right? So a couple of bottles, maybe some foods, some gels in there, some stock for the rest of the races. So
that's the Ukyo. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. No, carry on.
There's a Ukyo rider who just involved in the crash, Yuma Koishi. You can see he's keep riding until the team doctor, the race doctor, gets on to him.
Yeah, there's no stopping, like you mentioned, right? It's not like like a football, basketball match where they could stop. You could get a stretcher, carry you out of the field. None of that, right?
So he needs to get back. He's a GC. I mean, he's a contender for we talk about the general classification. He actually grew up in the U.S.
All right.
And but speaking very good English. But I think his goal would be for the Asian classification. He's a decent climber, good climber, and finished really well in the Asian cycling championship as well. So definitely a rider with a certain level of caliber.
Yep.
And let's see if Rumball is able to get back to the end of the peloton. So we are still looking at 5 breakaway rider. 1 minute and 40 seconds ahead of the peloton. And here you see the national champion of Malaysia, Ameru Mazuki, talking to his team car and getting some supplement and water, and to be able to wash himself and keep himself cool. It's such a brutal hot day in here in Malaysia.
Someone asked in the comments section, Faiz Nasruddin, I hope you're still listening to live. Where is that Ruslan from? His English is so England, but his name is so Malaysia. I am Malaysian. Aku Malaysia, bro.
So let's introduce Izzat Ruslan. But you spent a lot of time in Australia.
Australia. So
Yeah.
if you got confused, that's an Australian accent. But it just sticks. It becomes natural when you live there for like 8 years. It becomes natural. It just comes out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway. There
yeah,
you go, Faiz Nasruddin. I am Malaysian.
But
I'm
you're
born
born,
Malaysia.
which part of
I was born in Malacca.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I was
okay.
born in Malacca, but I spent most of my time growing up in, I guess, like KL.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're familiar, in an area in KL called Batu Caves. You
Okay.
probably know, yeah. So
Yep.
yeah, most
Okay.
of my time I was growing up there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And then basically after I finished my university, that's when I started my university, that's when my stay in Australia started. That's why I actually first met Runbao and Siong.
Oh.
Yeah. So I remember there was this race. So we were talking about Sin Runbao just now, right? So this particular criterium race, he was still in school at that time. He was still at school at that time. So we turned up to this crit, right? Normal Saturday crit. I think because it was raining, right? It was winter and it was raining.
Okay.
Right. So no one showed up. So just me, him, and there's another guy. So it's 3 of us racing this sprint. So it's a confirmed podium, right? So it's a matter of which order.
Right. I love that.
So there's and then we started racing, and then one of the guys actually broke away from us, and just me and him. We were just swapping turns, right? Just me and him, and then obviously he was still at school. You know, he wasn't as fit as he is now. And then I think about 3 laps to go, he decided. So I was saying to him, "So you do 1 lap, I do 1 lap, and we do it that way until the end of the race." And then I think probably 2 laps to go, he gave up. And he got 3rd, I got 2nd, and he got 1st. That was the last time I raced him.
nice. So if he take the Asian jersey, you can tell everybody that you did actually beat him.
That's right.
And a couple years ago, right?
Yeah, I still got the photo. I could put it up on my story later on Instagram.
Excellent.
That's classic.
Nice story.
Yeah.
So good question. So please encourage all the viewers. Please send in your question on YouTube. We're trying to answer as many as possible. And it's just to keep it live and active.
Someone reminded me, a friend of mine, Hisham Sharif, he said, "Izzat, remember when we ride at this road and you bonked big time here?" Yeah, I remember that time. I bonked big time. Oh my God! It's probably because I sort of like a short holiday to Malaysia, and they're just not used to the heat up north, right?
Yeah.
So I think it was autumn, fall time in Australia where it's temperatures cooling down, and then you come back here, temperatures like 38, 40 degrees. And I bonked. Thanks for the reminder.
But it happens to anyone. I mean, you can be Tadej Pogacar, you bonk, and then you just suffer.
It's the worst feeling, isn't it?
It's literally like it happened to Matthew Van Der Poel. Literally like in a World Championship a couple years ago, where he was a favor, and then suddenly he just bunked with him. Literally, he was gonna win the race, and 15k to the finish.
Hits the wall.
He just hit the wall, and then it's suddenly like a car ran out of gas. That's just, there's nothing you can do. So that's why it's important to eat, and by the time you feel hungry, it's already too late, right? So it's important to eat and hydrate throughout the race and throughout your training, right? That's you can see the rider at the front. They have 2 bottles it looked like Tudor team has sent a different riders on the front to controlling. So that's to give us Simon Pinot at a bit of resting. So hopefully he can go on attack tomorrow.
Nils Brun, that guy. Nils Brun, the guy behind this Astana rider, number 25, which is Davide Toniati. Italian rider for Astana, Kazakhstan.
And followed by Christian Riano from Leading Star, and is that a Hong Kong team on the 4? That'll be interesting.
I think that is Hong Kong team. So that's there you go, the aerial shot.
And we have an interview coming up pretty soon.
Let's listen to that.
I mean, what do you make of yesterday's sprint that you would like to change for today?
Well, yesterday was not good. I made a mistake in the last 250 meters. I just had to go and I didn't go. And then it was hard to still win. But today we're gonna do it differently, and I will pick my moment and make sure the timing is right.
Have you evaluated the strength of the other lead-outs?
Again?
Have you evaluated the strengths of the other lead-outs, the other teams, how they move, and how you can take advantage of them?
I think we have the strongest lead-out if I see it here. Also, Astana has a good lead-out in DSM. But I think we have the strongest one, and we will show it today. I think we will take the lead and do it again.
Another very long sprint coming up?
Maybe, yeah. It's a big road, so everybody has a chance to be there. So it's going to be a long sprint, but yeah, we will see what happens. I think it's going to be super fast.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Arvid Decline. He had pretty much quite almost a perfect lead out yesterday, but sometimes it's really hard to predict what's going to happen in the sprint stage, and he realized what was a mistake, and then learned on, evaluate, and move on forward. So yeah, so that was Arvid Decline. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are still with us or just come over into the live today, we are doing stage 2 of the 28th edition of PETRONAS the Tour de Langkawi 2024 from Arau to Butterworth. So we have about 68 kilometers to go. Right now they are riding on the district of Yan, where we can see on the map they're actually the Mount of Jura is actually on the left side of the peloton. So heading towards the third sprint point, which is in Sungai Petani, all right? And the race will finish in the Dataran Merdeka, Butterworth.
And 5 riders still at the front leaders of the peloton, 2 minutes ahead of the peloton, and 3 Malaysians, 2 Malaysian national team rider, and the national champion from Terengganu Cycling, Ameru Mazuki, and a Philippine rider and a Hong Kong representative.
So the rider in the breakaway is we still have 5 riders, 2 riders from Malaysian national team, Yusri Sha'ari, Abdul Azim Alias. As you've seen on screen now, he just finished his pull riding a Colnago bicycle, a beautiful bike, same bicycle as the Tadej Pogacar, hopefully praying for the same amount of watts as well. All right, and then just pull off is Jun Navarra from Philippines, and about to finish his turn is number rider 33, Eung Park Hang from Hong Kong cycling team, and then Amirul Fakhruddin Marzuki, rider number 101 from Terengganu. All right, so these have been pretty much since the beginning of the race. So initially it was 7, and then down to 6, and also 5 riders remaining, which maintaining almost just over 2 minutes of gaps now from the main peloton.
The 5 riders, yeah, doing a really short term, right? So they just go to the front and then they pull over, let the next rider take over. So they're sharing the work. Why does rider do this? You know, instead of why don't they just go to the front and pull like 5 minutes and then let the next guy do 5 minutes?
Yeah, probably just to keep so that people are pulling shorter turns and rotating, so that obviously trying to manage their fatigues as well. So that if you're pulling a lot longer, like 5 minutes and stuff. So that way it really relies on so that way it could actually disturb the dynamic if one of the riders are not as fit as the other rider. So by doing like a what we call here in Australia is a chops, right? Chops is so basically or Malaysian, the famous word was just do a ring or something like that. So basically quick turns, you know, as you reach the front, you just straight away give way to the rider behind you to come in front and pull the turns. And the key to this is to maintain, is when you reach the front, you're not actually you're not surging, right? That's the key to make sure a fast pace line. You're not surging when you reach the front, so you're just basically trying to maintain the same speed that the group is going, and then when you pull off, you ease off on the power. As you can see, they did it pretty well in the Peloton, in the breakaway just now. So that's why I guess they're extending the gap, the time gap between them and the Peloton.
Yeah. The Peloton looked like just two riders working on the front. So in the Peloton, it's a little different. So you have your teams like Tudor and Astana who have their domestic.
Yeah.
Goes on the front, and they do a much longer pull. But if domestic, his job today is just to make sure to keep the gap, and then he will do this probably till the last for the next 40 kilometers.
That's right.
So, and it's, this is domestic. They train and then they are capable of just managing, keeping at a steady pace, and for many for long hours. And the purpose is to save the legs, so-called save the legs for their team leader.
That's right.
Either their GC contender or their sprinter. And also saving the legs of others, even their lead-out man, so they're not sending the whole team. Now, in some other races where you literally have, let's say, a big group, a really fast and big group guys go in the front, and you have a whole team of guys working. Yesterday was a fast pace. So yesterday, you see the Tudor and the DSM was working a lot more on the front.
That's right.
And today, talk about DSM. We have not seen DSM post NL on the front.
That's right.
At all. So they have been saving their riders, and just I think they're just gonna work 100% and for the bunch sprint. And I'm sure you will see them. Probably last 10 kilometers, they will be start showing up on the final 10 kilometer.
Yeah, so that's as you can see on the screen now, they're going through that bit of a roller before they reach Sungai Petani.
Yeah.
I forgot what they called it, but yeah, it's a bit of a sharp hills as well, like not long. It's a bit of a sharp, steep hills, not that long. A couple of rollers before they actually reach the town of Sungai Petani. Like from here, you can technically see, if you look over to the right, you can actually see the ocean, right? So
and then there look like some souvenirs on the
roadside.
roadside. So, that's just smart, right? They want to feed it's easier because when you go uphill, even though it's not a categorized climb, but it's definitely a slow drag uphill. It's easier to feed the rider because the speed is slower. Imagine trying to do that on a crit circuit, trying to feed the riders with grabbing a bottle at 50k an hour. I done that. It's
not fun.
Certain kind of skills involved, and also very daring. You need to be very brave standing on the middle of the road with like 100 cyclists charging at you at 45, 50 kilometers an hour.
You just gotta have a trust that they're not gonna hit you.
Well, these are professionals, so but it does happen sometimes.
That's right.
Feeding incident. You have seen guys getting their feedback. I've seen guys getting their feedback tangled onto the handlebar, and it's not a good way to crash out of the race. So it's part of these professional cyclists. They literally spent today they're spending 4 hours on the road. And so they had to do everything pretty much on the road. So they eat and drink, and it's a hard man's sport.
Yeah. Someone actually asked in the comment section, I really wonder what's their diet like. You have any idea, Daddy?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the European riders, their main source of carbohydrate is probably pasta.
Right.
It's some bread, pasta, but they are so scientific now, right? They really focus on calculating their protein intake. It's important for endurance athletes to build muscle mass, by calculating the proper amount of protein. So most of these professional cyclists, especially world tour level and pro level, they have team nutritionists, and to tell them. So they have basically a recovery drink. They have during the race they have a special drinks, and they need to take up a certain amount of carbohydrate and protein. But then after the race, there's typically they have a protein shake, something to replenish not just for the carbohydrate, but more importantly build muscle. And so their average their food. I mean, the European cyclists are generally heavily relied on pasta and proteins, lean chicken, fish. A lot of vegetables and fibers is also critical, important for their balanced diet. Now, generally, I look at the Asian riders; they are more rice-based, and I mean, rice is a major form. We're just passing tons of rice, paddy field. So it's a good time to mention about rice. So my advice to Asian cyclists, rice is important. It's good. It's part of things. It's part of the carbohydrate diet people grew up with, right? But it is considered a simple carbohydrate. What a simple carbohydrate is tends to be, it is kind of like a sugar.
Easily processed.
Right? So
and quick energy.
Typical rice that the Asian eat are white rice. And the white rice is processed rice. And if you were to eat brown rice, they are considered better. So obviously white rice tastes better, and that's just people think things kids people grew up with. But they actually take away a lot of nutrition. It is better if you have a choice. Pasta will be better because pasta are made I think from flour, from wheat. So it's more complex. So what happens is when you have complex carbohydrate, it breaks down slower. And so you are able to maintain that carbohydrate level at you don't have to take as much. And I remember in the U.S. when I grew up, and people always tell me, "Oh, I love Chinese food," but after 30 minutes, I eat the Chinese food and I become hungry again because it's a simple carbohydrate.
That's right.
So it is. I would have certainly encouraged pasta, like whole wheat, not white bread. And because pasta is also processed, but generally it is more complex carbohydrate. And I also recommend riders to take more proteins, to minimize, to reduce their rice intake. And because I believe, as an athlete, like you should treat your body like in a sports car, right? So you have a fuel tank. Your fuel tank, let's just say whatever it is, 10 liters. That's the size of your stomach. So if you fill up the 10 liter with cheap fuel, like petrol, let's say Rome 87, 80, right? So you only have that much room left for premium fuel.
That's right.
So
that's right.
My opinion is always So it is important to have high quality complex carbohydrate and protein and the vegetables to supplement your diet instead of rice. So that's always my advice. Whenever I see a Malaysian rider, I always tell them to eat less rice. But it's so hard. It's culturally, right?
It's a staple thing. They've been eating that since the beginning of life.
And not only to Malaysian riders. I said that to the Japanese team when I was working with them, and I said you should eat less rice, and all of them look at me like I'm like what am I saying? So it is but it is fact, right? So I wish there's more study done in specifically. Human, I believe people, there's genetic and there's, people going through years of evolution. So even you're in Asia, you're growing in different environment, and there's genetic mix up. So I wish there are more scientific sports study on Asian diet.
Kind of thing,
on Asian diet, and obviously this is something you grew up with. Now, no question, in the Western world, dairy's meat product is a much bigger part of their diet. So in Asia, it's a less. So I wish there's more study to be done on this.
Right. It's pretty extensive. So let's see what the racing is going. So still maintaining about a minute and 50 second gap between the breakaway and also the main peloton. Now we're seeing the rider from Astana is actually taking the turn. So it seems like Niels Brun, he just pull over and then gets behind the guy that is actually pulling. So yeah, I think you're probably right. His job is to pull for another 40 kilometers until the finishing line. So it's here on screen now. Rider number 201, Yusri Shari from Malaysian national team is taking some bottles for himself.
Yeah.
And returning the other bottles. I assume if you litter, you're going to get some fine from the UCI. Am I correct?
Discover Kedah, where every moment is an unforgettable experience.
Experience the tranquility of Kedah's breathtaking nature. Every design is a unique experience,
inspired by nature and traditions. The food here is a culinary adventure.
They will leave you craving for more. Experiencing Mek Mulung is like feeling the pulse of Kedah's vibrant culture and tradition.
Experience the ancient history of Kedah,
Where every visit is an adventure through time.
Let Kedah captivate you with unforgettable experiences.
Nature, art, gastronomy, culture, and history. Your remarkable adventure starts here. Experience Kedah.
At PETRONAS, earning and redeeming Mercer Rewards points is now cardless.
Really?
Just key in your phone number at the pump, at the Mercer store counter, or use the Settle app.
Legit?
Get up to 3 times more Mercer Rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel. Simpler, better, and more rewarding.
Yesterday's winner and the current orange jersey and the green PETRONAS overall leader jersey. He's at 2 points ahead of the Casper Van Wooden of Team DSM. And here are the 5 breakaway riders.
Yeah. So they're about to arrive. They just finished. The riders has someone's actually we're asking where we are now. So we just passed Yan, heading towards Sungai Petani. Right, heading towards Sungai Petani, and that's where the third intermediate sprints will be where it will happen.
Yeah, before we went on the break, you were asking about the bottles.
Yeah. Someone was asking about sticky bottle, right? So, like, at how long? Like, I know, yeah, some of the guys that we've seen that even actually captured during the live, like when they are taking the bottle, and then we see that the car actually holding on to the bottle at the same time as the rider's holding the bottle and sort of giving it a little bit of a
push.
Yeah, a bit of a power up.
Yeah,
things with a bit of a power up. Yeah. Is that allowed or is that not allowed?
Yeah, so it's
how does that work?
Yeah, technically the UCI obviously don't want you to hold on to the bottle for too long.
Yep.
And the idea was, the job is for the rider to pick up the bottle from the team car and just get back to the front. But obviously, especially these guys, right, domestic, they go and get the bottle, then they're not only getting for themselves. They got to go get the bottle for their 5 other teammates.
That's right.
So they're not just picking up one, so they're picking up like multiple bottles, up to 10. Putting it on the front of the jersey and the back of the jersey. It's really an art to look at how many bottles they can actually stuff on their jersey. But and then the idea is obviously when you pick up so much bottle, I mean you're adding 5 kg because of the 10 bottles. So so they typically the DS will give him a not necessarily it's almost like a sling. You just want to. We're not trying to get the obviously you don't want to give the rider an unfair pull. But the idea is just to get them back on the speed, right? Because when they come to fetch the bottle, they're gonna slow down, and there's gonna be a bit of interruption with the peloton in the front. So you just want to give them a bit of a momentum boost just to get back on the front. So you're not gonna affect the outcome of the race. But although some cases where you have seen, I mean, actually the World Championship under 23 race I was watching, that you did see like rider was getting dropped. So the commissars, the UCI commissars, they do look at a specific situation.
Right.
And if it's just a normal feeding, you can hang on up to the bottle for like 30 seconds.
Okay.
It's not an issue because they know you're just there. You're not there to affect the outcome of the race.
Yep.
You're just trying to give the rider an assistant to get back on the peloton. And since he's carrying 5 bottles, 10 bottles, but where some cases where it actually does, the rider is getting dropped. So they're using the sticky bottles option in order to rest up a little bit and also trying to give them a sling to get back to the front group because then that is typically not allowed, right? It's not a fair competition because you're actually already dropped and you're getting a bottle and just to hang on and to get back to the front. So you're actually affecting the outcome of the race based on the action of the sticky bottle.
I understand.
So that is, I mean, in my opinion, that's never should be allowed because it's not a fair competition.
Okay.
So, and also the UCI, talk about bottles, right? We saw just earlier the peloton passing through a bunch of school kids on the side, and the riders throwing bottles onto the roadside. So this is something that was also, it's new. Right? In the past, this is what's part of the cycling taking on the responsibility of sustainability.
Yeah.
In the old days, rider just throwing bottles, anywhere.
Yep.
And they're on TV, so you're showing like it's in a bottle, plastic bottle can be there for 50 years, 100 years. It's not really a biodegradable product. So the idea was to prevent, minimize the amount of wastage damage to the environment. So UCI come up with fairly strict rules of you should only throw throw the bottle when you are actually there are fans on the roadside. And if you so that way the fan can pick up the bottle and can use it, and then there are specific waste zone where you can empty like the gel pack and pack wrapping and so forth. So that's all. It's a much more sustainable way, I think, and it's good. And if you don't do it, if you still have the old habit of doing that, and the UCI will not only fine you for Swiss franc for hefty
Swiss
amount,
franc, that's a lot of money,
for some hefty fine, but also you get points, UCI point deduction from your individual ranking. So that way to prevent riders from still cannot who cannot break the old habit. It looked like some back to the racing.
Yeah.
It looked like some attacking is now happening right now in the front of the race.
Yeah. So judging from that, so the rider from Philippines is actually opening a gap between the two riders. I believe it was Amir Fakhruddin and the other guy, the other rider. So basically the rider behind the Philippine rider sort of bridge across to make sure that the breakaway sticks. So it looks like the Peloton is actually picking up some speed. So the gap is almost just 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Yeah, and it also looked like Astana had so there's a new rider from Astana that's pulling on the front. That's the Arau Martin Lopez. And so that's actually their GC contender. So he's asked to go to the front and help to pull the brake, control the brake, and trying to pull that back. So 57K to go. So it looked like there was a little bit of attacking between the peloton, between the breakaway riders. So maybe it's I think they're getting ready for the third and the last intermediate sprint, and that's why it's there you go. It's a 500. We're looking at a that's a waste zone.
Yeah, waste zone. Yeah,
we're talking about the waste zone, right?
So here, you can see like the rider from Hong Kong, like straight away just start throwing some stuff whatever they had in the pocket.
In the pocket, right? So it's good. It's a good practice, right? Because back in the old days, I know riders just throwing trashes everywhere along the road, and it's really not good for the environment and not good for the cycling as an image. So you see the Astana rider, Arau Martin Lopez.
Yep.
And he's a GC contender. He's a good climber.
Right.
I remember riding with him just on before the start of the race, on a training ride. He's a really nice, friendly chap. Had a little bit chatting with him, and he's from Ecuador. That's a country with a small country with a lot of good climber. Good cyclist, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Like Ecuador, we have another rider that's pretty famous now. You got the polka dot jersey in Tour de France. Richard Carapaz, also former Olympic champion as well.
Yeah.
So it's up and coming, right? Obviously, like Ecuador was not a strong team until Richard Carapaz actually showed up in the Olympics and won some prolific amount of Grand Tour races. He won Giro d'Italia when he was at Movistar.
Yeah.
Right, and then obviously we see here now. So it's obviously someone has to take the lead to make sure that the country is actually progressing in the sport of cycling. So we can see here, obviously, we are lucky here in Malaysia. We have races like Tour of Langkawi, where an opportunity for the grassroots, the local riders to actually show what they're capable of doing in the presence of World Tour riders.
Yep.
And so just quickly on the live stage, someone actually asked, is it only Malaysia national team joining? Is there any other national teams that are joining in
join this race? Okay.
Of course.
We have the Thailand national team.
Yep.
They are in the blue and yellow jersey.
Yep.
They're not in the breakaway. Which is actually surprising because they're normally racing pretty aggressively. I know their team manager Visu. He's an aggressive, attacking kind of rider. He likes his rider to sort of emulate that. Maybe they're saving their legs for tomorrow. They also sense a chance for the overall GC the best Asian classification. So then maybe that's why they're saving their legs for tomorrow. But also the Philippine national team, which is and their rider Navarra is presented in the breakaway. Yeah. So 3 national teams: Malaysian, Thailand, and Philippines. And then we have, it's also good. We can go through the other teams. So we also have a continental team. They're from Aisan, from Japan. Then Malaysia Pro Cycling. So that's the second. There's 2 Malaysian continental team. So Terengganu Cycling Team and also the Malaysia Pro Cycling Team. That formerly was Sapura.
Formerly Sapura.
And we have a Hanshan Cycling Team from China. So there's 2 Chinese teams, Leaning Star and Hanshan Cycling Team from China. 1 Indonesian team, Nusantara. And that's the representative from Indonesia. The Hong Kong Pro Cycling. So actually we have 4 technically national teams because Hong Kong Pro Cycling is composed of all Hong Kong riders. So, but it is a registered continental team. It's a Hong Kong Pro Cycling Team. And Australia is represented by ARA Skip Capital. Which actually is a development team. So all their riders, I think the oldest rider was 22 years old, but everybody are pretty much 20 years old, and including the King of Mountain jersey wearer right now, and Tompkinson. And he is only 19 years old, I think.
He's 19 years old.
It's he's wearing the polka dot jersey, the King of Mountain, representing ARA Skip Capital. And the Japanese team we mentioned, there was Aisan, so there's also 2 Japanese team, Team Ukyo and Team Aisan. And these are the 2 top Japanese continental team represented in this race. And then does that compose all the continental team? So is that you want to go through the pro teams?
So the pro teams. We have in today's this year's edition of 28th edition of PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi 2024. We have obviously on the screen now, just finishing his poll, is Tudor Pro Cycling Team. Obviously they are here today, bringing their sprinter, which is Arvid de Klein. Didn't turn out so well yesterday for the sprint. Judging from that interview just now with Jeff, they are actually planning to flip the table around and get the win at Butterworth. And then another team would be Equipo Confarma, a Spanish pro team. They're yet to be present in the breakaway or anything. They seems to be chilling at the back, assuming they are saving the legs for tomorrow, because judging from the stature of the rider that are present in this race, they are all pretty much a climber, and also some of them have actually won or been on the podium of the recent edition of La Vuelta. And then there's Burgos BH, another Spanish team as well. Italian pro team, Bardiani. One of the riders got 3rd place on yesterday's stage, Lorenzo Conforti. And then Team Polti Cometa, Paul Double, who are actually contending for the GC.
And that's a team of, I think, started by Alberto Canada.
Yeah, that's right. And they're actually riding the Orum bikes. That is actually the bike that is actually started by Alberto Cantador and Ivan Basso, actually. And then the 2 more is Yuskatel Yuskari, these orange team riding Orbea bicycles. The riders, Xavier Caneas, actually in the 2nd points classification, I believe. And also, last but not least, is the Coratec Vini Fantini from the Italian team. They do actually have a sprinter that they actually bring for this edition of Tour Langkawi is Jakub Mariško. This rider have actually scored a few wins in the previous editions of Tour Langkawi. All right, as we can see here on the screen, we have
4 riders in the breakaway.
Yeah, 4 under the breakaway.
So I think there was definitely some attacking going on.
Yep.
As the breakaway sense that it's time to go. If their intention is to win today's stage, they cannot wait any longer. They need to drop the rider who are not contributing to the breakaway and then just focus on working, trying to keep the fittest guys left, and then trying to work well and trying to get to the finish line. So the gap actually grew on a little bit to 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Yeah, it dropped down a little bit to 1 minute and 15. Yeah, that's probably why sometimes, obviously when the breakaway works together, it maintains the gap or maybe even increase the gap. So when you have someone that is sort of how do I say, sandbagging in the group, that's when it disturbs the dynamics of the breakaway, which then disrupts the flow, and which then would allow the peloton to come and catch the breakaway.
Yep. So, and then we just talk about just wrapping up the team. So, beside the national teams, the continental team, and pro teams, we also have 3 World Tour teams.
Yep.
EF Education, Easy Post, DSM, Post NL, and Astana team from Kazakhstan. So those are the 3 World Tour teams, and obviously the defending champion is EF Education, with the Simon Carr as the defending champion from 2023. And Team DSM, the most noticeable, probably the best climber for this race, Max Pohl.
Yep.
Although we're not going up Genting Highland this year, so we're going on to Camera Highland, even though it's the same elevation, similar elevation, but it's a much longer climb. So may not suit Max Pohl perfectly, but he's certainly a rider just coming out of Valda with 3 third finish and then 1 second finish on the stage. So he's certainly a rider in good form right now and good motivation. And then Team Astana, and we talked about earlier, so the guy, the rider that's actually pulling on the front of the peloton is Harold Martin Lopez, and then he has done well in Tour Langkawi and also done well this year, so it will be interesting to see how he do tomorrow.
Yeah, that's we can see some instructions or some orders or some feedbacks given by the DS of Malaysian national teams of what they should be doing. Sometimes you can go into the radio to send some information, but it's really hard to beat a face-to-face communication. Sometimes there's radio failures and that sort of stuff. Technical error and stuff. Yeah, so we've down to 4 riders. So looks like Jun Navarra from Philippine national team have dropped out from the breakaway. Definitely a job, definitely a good effort that have been done by Jun Navarra to be in the breakaway for this long. Now we can see up the road just 4 riders left. We're seeing 2 riders from Malaysian national team, which is Yusri Sha'ari and also Abdulazim Alias, and then we have Eng Pak Hang from Hong Kong national team, and also Fakhruddin Marzuki from Terengganu. So back in the peloton, we'll see again rider number 36, which is Niels Brun. Again, he's in front, pulling the peloton. So we have about 40 kilometers to go, 41.9 kilometers to go. So judging from the speed that they are doing, approximately an hour to go until we reach Butterworth.
Yep. And if you are trying to catch up trying to watch the finishing action, make sure in next 1 hour, trying to make out to the finishing line at the Dataran
Merdeka.
Yep, in Butterworth. So you can catch the live action there, just 1 hour to go, maybe less. So it will be a fast, just earlier during the interview with Albert Decline, the finishing is going to be a fast, furious tailwind and a 5 kilometer wide road, very wide road, and so it's going to be a drag race to the finish line.
That's right. Yeah.
And it'll be
interesting to see. It's going to be how do I say, lead-out train fighting against another lead-out train. So it's not going to be a surprise to see there be 3 lead-out trains on the front. So probably represented by Astana, Kazakhstan, and then also by Tudor Pro Cycling and also by Team DSM. Yeah,
it was talked about earlier. We have not seen Team DSM yet. They have been very clever hiding in the peloton, saving their powder for the final fight to the line. And we just saw in the breakaway, and I think the 4 has shrink down to 3. One of the Malaysian national team riders dropped from the breakaway, so it's only the Ameru Mazuki and the Hong Kong rider Patang in the breakaway, and one of the Malaysians still remain. And then now this is the Thailand national team, which is in yellow and blue. Yeah, so 133 Patang, and Ameru, and also
Abdulazim Elias. So 3 riders left in the breakaway. 40 kilometers to go until we reach Butterworth. And let's talk a little bit about the sprint. You are familiar with our favorite local Malaysian sprinter, Harif Saleh. Looking at how the course profile in the last 5 kilometers, how do you think if that actually suits the like of Harif Saleh, could potentially get a podium spot for today's bunch sprint?
Yeah, it's a challenging one. So yesterday he didn't do particularly well. I think I saw him too far to the back of the peloton, and I think yesterday's speed was quite high, so it must be difficult to move up. And I think in order for him to get a chance for the final sprint, he really needs the whole team to be able to help to move him up to the probably the wheels of either the DSM or the Tudor or the Astana team. So he needs to get in a good position, and especially the speed is going to the end. It's going to be super fast. So he needs a team of rider to help him to move up to the front of the peloton before it's too late. And I think that's typically what I see is some of the issues he's facing. So he has his work cut off, And I think the MPC, Malaysia Pro Cycling, Halim.
Izzat Abdul Halim.
Yeah. He's saying, I think Izzat the same name for you. And he will have a. He was in a good position, number 7 yesterday.
That's right. Yeah.
So I'm sure he will try to get online, trying to go for a sprint. I also see the other teams are. I'm sure Jakob Malashko, he would want to try that again, and also yesterday Confronti. He wasn't far off. I mean, he was 3rd, but it wasn't so far off from Casper Van Linden.
That's right.
And certainly, I think Ivan Decline. He's a fighter, so he's not giving up. He's not going to give me up today. So last year we also saw. I mean, he and Sarissa was trading places. They were pretty evenly matched out. So yesterday, he obviously mentioned there were some errors in the finishing. So I'm sure he has unfinished business, and he's gonna bounce back, and he's gonna try to win a stage today.
Judging from that stage 1, when you looked at the replay, he had almost like a perfect lead out, and then obviously, we can see like there was some problems as he was about to launch his sprint, and then a microseconds decision making at the ends of a sprint can really put on a very massive gap, and then once you've second guessed the sprint, and then Gleb Syriza had the upper hand, and then it's just pretty much downhill from there.
Yeah, and Syriza just he went on. Everybody was fighting on the right side of Peloton.
That's right.
And it was between DSM and Tudor, and they were fighting on the right side of Peloton, and then suddenly Syriza just launched the sprint from the left side.
Yeah.
And had plenty speed, and it was it was amazing, good finish. So today it was going to be a different situation, and like you mentioned, like these guys they're the difference is on winning the sprint. It's a split of a second.
That's right.
A
Split
moment
second position,
of hesitation. I mean, blink of eye, literally, that you lose a sprint. So. Yeah, I'm never cut off for that for sure. So that's we just saw. I think we're gonna be approaching the third sprint very soon.
That's right, very soon.
Third and the last sprint.
Yep.
So
I think about 3 kilometers to go until the third final sprint before they approach the finish line at Butterworth. Third sprint will be in the town of Sungai Petani.
Yeah, that's a pretty well-known town, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it is. Probably if the capital town, capital city for Kedah is Alor Star, then probably Sungai Petani is the second biggest city in the state of Kedah.
And it's I have a lot of friends from Sungai Petani.
Yeah,
that's a lot of them. It's fairly close to Penang Island.
Yeah,
so a lot of people from Sungai Petani then. They actually work and travel into Penang.
That's right. All right, 500 meters to go till the third sprint. So there's no particular favorites at this point with whichever riders.
I think that the Hong Kong rider, Park Hong, he has been contesting every intermediate sprint. So I think he is gonna try to. He's on the front position, but I think he is going to try to take the intermediate sprint.
All right, there he goes. There he goes, 100 meters to go.
And he has some fast speed on him.
All right.
There you go.
There he goes, yeah.
Uncontested almost. Yeah. So, a lot of the Hong Kong riders I know, I mean, one famous Hong Kong rider we got to mention is Wang Campo.
Right.
He's a legend in Hong Kong cycling, and he's also been a stage winner of Tour de Langkawi.
Oh wow!
He in Cameron Highland, he broke away and won the stage. He basically won yesterday's tomorrow's stage. He on a solo breakaway, and he won by himself and in a solo victory.
Yeah.
And so he participated in Tour de Langkawi several times, representing back then the Telecom Malaysia team, racing together with Xiang Sang Hong and Fendi, and I'm not sure if it was M. Kumransan or not. So he has been a big part of the Tour de Langkawi. And Wang Kampong, and then he turned become from a climber to a sprinter. Then he actually won the world championship in scratch race. On track. Yeah. So he was actually a world champion in scratch. So amazing, very versatile rider. Well known,
for sure.
Throughout the Asia cycling community. And so if you ever get a chance to in Hong Kong, here's the replay of the sprint. The Hong Kong rider.
So the Hong Kong rider probably is on the in contesting for the points classification. Probably they would have had a mutual discussion beforehand, like, okay, let me win this sprint. Let me win this sprint, guys.
He's pretty fast. I think he wanted either the Asian jersey. I think he wants to collect as much as the bonus second as possible.
That's right.
And the points, probably contesting for the points as well. Yeah. So it's just Hong Kong is amazing, right? It's a small island nation. Sorry. No, I would be in big trouble with that if I'm in China. So so they are part of China. I mean, it was it's independent state, part of China. And but they it's a fairly small island with a couple million population, 6 I believe. 6 million population. I may be wrong. Not a great in his geographic, but they have been producing some pretty good cyclists. It's amazing. You know, it's interesting. But I do know that there are a lot of the riders. They train at high altitude in Kunming in China. So that's where they do a lot of training. But they certainly have success in the track, especially in the track. They have they have won the scratch race world championship, if I'm not mistaken, twice.
Wow.
Yeah. So they definitely have some history on that type of track is a little different from Azizu. They're talking about endurance track racing. Scratch racing is an endurance track racing.
Yeah.
just to complicate the situation a little bit. No, the cycling part a little more.
Also, because it's mechanical.
Like
one of the riders.
Puncture.
From the Taiwan national team.
That's Hong Kong.
Sorry.
National team. Hong Kong national team. So, So it's we just saw the road is a bit wet, so it looked like rain. They must have had a shower earlier, so the road's a bit wet. So whenever the road is wet, it tends to get the flat a little bit easier because it's something to do with the rain and the flat. I think you get the the debris from the road and the glass, and sometimes it sort of stick to the tires, and then as you ride, and then slowly it makes its way into goes through the tire. So if you go out for a rainy ride, always bring if I go for a long rainy ride, I'll bring a double tube just in case.
Yeah, just in case. Yeah, because a lot of the time all these punctures happen, it's not because of that. It happens on that particular moment, so normally it's just some stuff that's already stuck on that rubber of the tires has worked its way in. So just now we see a attack from
the breakaway group.
From the breakaway group by Abdul Azim from Malaysia national cycling team.
The gap is down to 1 minute, just over 1 minute, 33k to go. So that's probably a good idea if he wants to win the stage. So typical, the rule, right, with the time gap is that there's going to be 10 kilometer. I mean, typically Peloton is going to close 1 minute gap for every 10 kilometer. So right now, I think the Peloton, obviously know they're very comfortable be able to reel these guys into the last 10k, 20k. So, but they don't want to catch them too soon, because once you catch them, there will be counterattack happening.
For sure.
Like yesterday, we saw a counterattack from Trigano cycling team, Andreas Bautidas, that he was, the moment he was caught, the moment the Peloton caught the breakaway guys, and then he went, and then so that made the chase a little bit harder. So Tudor obviously right now just wanted to keep the time gap to about 1 minute. And until the last 20, I'd say, literally until last 15k, and then they can bring these guys in. Then it will be really a straight run into the finish sprint. And so right now, if the breakaway still want to have a chance to win the sprint, win the stage, they really need to just keep the collaboration. And not to attack anyone, because in this heat. In this race, you're not gonna make it to the finish line solo with just a minute gap.
All right, so for the race now, it's just past Sungai Petani. Now they're heading towards an area called Tikam Batu, and then from there they'll head to Kepala Batas, and from Kepala Batas straight south to Butterworth. Now. The breakaway is 1 minute. So 3 riders in the breakaway now. So we have Amirul Fakhruddin. So Amirul Fakhruddin from Terengganu, current Malaysian national champion, and also we have Abdul Azim alias from Malaysia national cycling team, and also rider from Hong Kong cycling team, Pak Hang. So these breakaways have been riding for a very long time. These 3 guys have been out in the wind for a very long time.
I think since kilometer 20 they were
pretty much,
breakaway. So they've been riding for 130, almost 100k right now. So in a tropical heat in the middle of the day, it is what's the time? At 2 o'clock right now.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is 2 o'clock
So-
now.
So if you have a chance to watch the race, so this is we're getting to the pointy end of the race. So within the next 15K, I think the speed is really going to be ramping up as team going to be fighting for a position for the final sprint. And let's just maybe go through again who are the major contender for the bunch sprint.
Okay, so we can see how obviously all these the top sprinters seems wants it to come down into a bunch sprint at the finish line. So obviously, judging from yesterday's placing and also the few other top sprinters that are actually available on this race, we cannot rule out Gleb Syriza. He's holding on to 2 jerseys at the moment, which is the GC contender jersey and also points classification jersey. And then he won the first stage, and then obviously, there's something about sprinters, they just want to keep winning and they love winning, and that's what drives them into the sports. And once they stop winning, they just quit the race. Right? So that's Gleb Syriza, and Arvid de Klein would want to flip the table around of the mishap that have happened yesterday from Tudor Pro Cycling. He was the holder of the points classification jersey for 2023 Tour of Langkawi, last year's Tour of Langkawi, and then Casper van Uden, who got second in the previous stage, wants a redemption in today's stage at Butterworth. And the other riders that we are hoping for is our local sprinter from Terengganu cycling team, obviously Harif Saleh. That's he basically made his career. Tour Langkawi made up his career pretty much, and we cannot rule out Izzat Abdul Halil from Malaysia Pro Cycling. Last year he's been knocking on the doors, like we mentioned yesterday. He got 4th and 5th in last year's Tour of Langkawi, and this year, yesterday, he got 7th, the fastest Asian rider in yesterday's stage as well. And we got a few other riders, a sprinter like Jakub Mareshko from Corotec Vini Fantini, who is also have made his career at winning sprints in Tour of Langkawi. He won stage in 2016, 17, and also 2022. And yeah, so we've got these few names that are wanting to really get the stage win under their belt.
Yeah, and also Lorenzo Confronti, yesterday's third podium, third yesterday, and podium for stage 1 also. So yeah, so we got some fast sprinter coming up, ready to be to contest for another victory today. But in the meanwhile, back to the front of the race, the 3 breakaway, the remainder of the original 7-rider breakaway, down to 6, then to 5, then 4, and now to 3, are still working well, rotating instead of attacking each other right now. So I think they really need to work together. Look like the Hong Kong rider still be able to generate some longer pole, and so he's not giving up just yet. And this is where, cycling is so tough, right? You go, they know that the chances of them succeeding is getting slimmer and slimmer as kilometer tick by. But you can't just stop and on the side of the road and wait for Peloton to come.
That's right.
You gotta keep riding until the Peloton catches you. So as you see, I think to start looking back, you want to look back, see the time gap. It's inevitable, but now let's take a look at the finishing line.
Yeah.
And
just straight ahead. As you can see, it's a very fast, straight drag race to the finishing line. So we can see in the map here now, they've reached an area called Tikam Batu, and then from there they'll head down to Kepala Batas, crossing the Sungai Muda, which is a river crossing, sort of sets the barrier between Kedah and also Penang. And then after that, it's pretty much getting ready for a bunch sprint. So as we mentioned earlier, it will be a battle of a lead-out train from these 3 big teams that are bringing one of their prolific sprinters. So we have Team DSM, Tudor Pro Cycling, and also Astana, Kazakhstan, to be battling for the sprint finish.
Rider just trying to get as much water on, trying to keep himself cool by pouring water, drinking water, and getting the feed. Typically, the end of the feeding is 15K to go.
Yeah.
But I think many times for Langkawi they're making an exception just because of hot conditions. They let the feeding go to the last 10 kilometers. But I think today should be 15 kilometer will be the end of the feeding zone. Riders still on the back. They're calling out for their team car, and
that's Sebastian Cengizi from Tudor Pro Cycling that was just raising his hand, needing a service from the team car. And so it looks like judging from the time gap between the breakaway and also the main peloton, looks like the peloton isn't actually actively chasing the breakaway just yet. Judging is only 27.2 kilometers left to go. So what do you think they're having in mind? So they are purposely living in very, very late till the race, or what do you have in mind, Danny?
I think they're leaving all the 3 guys to
suffer
as long as they can before they reel them in. But again, it's easier to control when you have a time gap of 1 minute. If you're getting less than a minute, then some other rider maybe have idea of jumping across and start a counter attack. So it's these pro teams guys. World Tour guys know exactly. They just need to keep this at a 1 minute, and they can close that last 20 kilometer. Then you can see the time. I think you will see the time gap coming down fairly quickly, and then everybody's gonna start jumping to the front and trying to bring their sprinter. So if you have a sprinting ambition, I think a good time to slowly make your way up to the peloton.
Right.
And a lot of error mistake is that I see that with the amateur riders, the way they trying to wait for the last 5K to move up.
Yeah.
But that 5K, even in an amateur race, it's not traveling like a 50K an hour.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be so easy to move up.
Yeah.
And and not like professional riders teams that you have a team of 5 or 6 domestic to help you. But you really need to make an effort to move up. If you do it too late, you're going to be end up spending too much energy going too fast to move up. So it is a really smart rider, sprinter. They will slowly move up peloton, of trying to hide within different riders, different teams, and you don't see them throughout the whole race, and then only until the last 5 kilometers, then suddenly they pop their head off, and and then next thing you know, they're in the 10th wheels going to the last corner, and then they take the win. So this is how pro does it.
Yeah.
And I see right now is the peloton is still fairly easy. They're just cruising along, and not again look they're there on a Sunday coffee ride on the back. But that's because it's part of the drafting effect, right?
That's right.
This is literally like you're pacing yourself behind a big lorry. You're traveling at 40-45K an hour, but you hardly feel like you're spending any energy. It's amazing
the factor of riding in a massive peloton as well, right? And then especially like for example, like if you're like a smaller rider, man, that's a free ride right there.
Yeah, I know. I was. It's in the earlier days, and I was trying to find the biggest rider, and that I can find in the peloton. I want to hide behind that rider.
That's right.
And so that's some of the racing tactic. Typically, in the pro racing as well. I mean, you see, if you have a big guy, you have a small climber, and then I'm sure the taller rider will be cursing behind the small rider. I'm not getting
Why am I
enough
doing a
draft.
double turn? So yeah, so just let's just sort of trying to paint a little bit of a context as well, right? So yeah, so just we're seeing here at the moment spectators at the side of the road, seeing our professional riders going through. It's such a welcoming vibe that we want to give that these people that are residents of these small towns want to give that very welcoming vibe to these visitors of Kedah, I would say, yes.
Yeah.
And then yes, so obviously we wanted to put a little bit of a context of how hard it is to actually riding in the breakaway. Like obviously the riders at the back here is actually enjoying all this drafting from a few riders that are around them, right? But to be able to ride in the breakaway, you know, we've seen these breakaway riders, so props to the remaining riders. We have Amirul Fakhruddin Marzuki, we have Abdul Azim Alias, and also we have Park Hang in the breakaway from Hong Kong cycling team. It's just a constant effort, right? To continuously maintain a 1 minute and slightly over gap, that's a lot of watts you have to put out. You're burning a lot of calories, you're burning a lot of fluid, and it's not easy to be out there, you know. It's like, I think it's an achievement by itself, although you're not getting on the podium, but to be able to ride hard pretty much, you know, 20-30 kilometers into the race, and the race is about to end, you're still out there maintaining that 1 minute gap. It takes a lot of hard work to be out there in the breakaway.
Yeah, not only physically but mentally as well. I think it is like well, today is 155k, so it's not a super longest. It's not considered a longest stage in cycling by any means, because you have these 250, you know, to 290 kilometer race. So it is, but still under the current condition, it's considered long. So physically, it's massive amount of toll. I mean, you need it is constant speed. So basically, it's like somebody tell you, hey, today you're gonna go for a 150k team time trial.
Pretty much. and no, thank you, not for me.
And the weather is gonna be 35 degrees temperature and with the 90% humidity. But how do you feel like doing a team time trial for next 2 or 3?
That's right.
3 to 4 hours. So
yeah, even hearing that is already mentally tough as well.
Yeah. So just that's what it kind of feels like in a team in a breakaway, right? So you're riding at a constant speed, and you can't slow down, because when you start, if you don't do your turn, you're slowing down too much, and then you're gonna prompt the other teams, the riders, to start attacking. So that's gonna make the breakaway even harder. So you gotta ride that constant speed and constant effort, like a time trial. And you gotta have, you know, someday the breakaway is gonna succeed.
That's right. Yeah.
And then let's just say if the time gap right now is happen to be 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Right. So there will be a very good, you know, if it's 3 minutes, 22k to go, there's a very good chance of surviving. So you go from allies in the breakaway, teammate in a team time trial, to suddenly become enemies, right? Then you start thinking about how you're gonna win the race and how you're gonna rip the legs off your competitors.
Yeah.
And
you still got a long way to go as well.
And then it become much more tactic.
That's right.
So this is how cycling, you know, it's a moving chess game. So you go from allies and to enemies. So there you go. There's what happened. We're just talking about counterattack.
Leaning rider from Leaning Star. We can't see his number.
He's trying to counterattack and get into the breakaway.
Yep. And as you can see, the Peloton just passed this bridge of Kota Kuala Muda Bridge, basically a bridge that is crossing across the Kuala Muda River, which is a river that actually sets the border between Kedah and also Penang. So now, after they've crossed the bridge, they are now officially in Penang soil.
Yep. And that's the finishing, the stage where Butterworth is the finishing of today's stage is at. So the leading star rider is doing a pretty good pace, and Peloton seems like comfortable just letting him letting go. And he's coming right now, and 20k to go. He's flying.
He came to the breakaway and he attacked the breakaway.
Didn't want any passenger along.
right.
And very smart, right? He's trying to draft the team cars and trying to get a little bit of aero advantage. But look like Ameru Fagrudin Mazuki still has some legs left, and he's jumping straight away to the back of the leading star rider. And
yeah, it looks like this Hong Kong rider and also Abdulazim Alias is struggling to bridge across to the newly formed breakaway in front, which consists of the leaning star riders and also Amirul Fakhrudin. Abdulazim Alias looks like he still have the legs to go, but or maybe actually both of them, they already started flicking shoulders to one another.
Yeah,
I think that's a goodbye for the breakaway, and it's time to head back into the main peloton.
Yeah,
and,
when you have the riders start looking down, when they put their heads down, that's kind of like
that's the body language. That's it.
I don't know whether every rider sort of do this when they're on the limit and when they don't have any energy anymore. They look down onto their gears.
Yeah.
I think they're hoping maybe there's a battery pack there so they can turn it on.
That's
but,
right.
Talk about it. Nowadays the e-bike's so popular.
That's right.
I think it's just it's a common. When the moment they start dropping their shoulder or look down onto their gears
and started flicking shoulders.
Yeah,
like, come through.
They're on their limit, absolutely on their limit, and they're thinking like, how can they not able to cross the bridge across the gap, and that's when you know that they really just can't, they really just can't push any harder. So.
It's a mental game as well. Like it's like you probably have the fitness still. Now it's easy here for us both commentating and talking, but obviously while you're actually doing the race, it's not as easy as it looks. But sometimes when you're being in the race and you're sort of re-evaluating your own personal race, like sometimes it's not so much you don't have the fitness, but the fact that you see the gap getting bigger and bigger, and it just mentally shuts you down from actually putting any more effort into chasing the breakaway. And that's basically what the leaning star rider here, we still can't see what his race number is. But yeah, so that's exactly what he did.
122.
Rider number 122. Yeah. That says Luco Madre. Yeah.
He's a New Zealand rider.
That's right.
Yeah,
Kiwi.
on the Kiwi.
I'm
sorry. Yeah, the Kiwi rider on the leaning star.
Yeah. So he comes in. He comes in hot and then use a little bit of a draft from the existing breakaway and then just punch through, making that very extensive speed differentiation, and then just really cracks the rider that's already in the pre-existing breakaway. So just now, these two, Luke Majwe and also Amino Fakhrin Maruzuki in the breakaway, and then it looks like this rider from Hong Kong, Ng Pak Hang, and also Abdul Azim Elias, as he showed on the camera, doing that gesture on his neck, like that's it, that's the job done. Congratulations as well, like good job, job well done for these two riders for pretty much sticking themselves out in the win for the entirety of the race almost. So we have 17.4 kilometers to go. Breakaway is maintaining a 1 minute gap to the peloton. As you can see, there's a touch of wheels just now between Amirul Fakhrudin and also to the leaning star Luke Majwe's rider. They're so experienced, these guys, like a touch of wheels isn't going to cause such problems, unlike amateur racing.
It's Ameru is doing a great job, right? He's been in the breakaway and working for the white jersey, his teammate, Ayman Rosley, for 100K, and then now you have Luke shot across the gap, and he's the only one that left that's still able to jump onto the wheel right away, and he certainly is a deserving national champion of the Malaysia. That's showing that he's not giving up the fight just yet, and it's sometimes when you have a new rider jumping the breakaway, and he's certainly is going to help the speed, and Ameru is very intelligent. He's not going to help. He's not going to contribute to the chase, to the breakaway, and so he's just going to sit on. He say, I done my work. I did my 100K. now it's your job to do. You only need to do 20K.
That's
so,
right. Yeah.
so why are you looking at me?
Yeah.
You know, it's your job now. I'm just here to follow. So very smart.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a very intelligent rider, and he's certainly. I mean, Ameru Barudin has been one of the best rider that I ever had a chance to work with. You know, he's a capable all-rounder. He has able to win the general classification and can punch in a sprint, and he's also a selfless teammate as well. So
right.
he done domestic duty, team leader, just an amazing rider, and well-deserved national champion for sure.
That's right. Yeah. And then he's also has a ton of experience as well. You know? He's been in the, I guess, the professional cycling scenes for over how many years? 10 years, I suppose.
Yeah, I remember when he started, he was only 19 years old, and
wow.
I didn't know much about him because he wasn't in the national program. And not many people give him too much credit because he had a very funny way of pedaling. His knees are bulging and sort of like outward. So typically you look at a professional rider, their legs are very straight in pedaling. So he had, I think one of his legs is longer than the other.
Okay.
So he has a really awkward pedaling. So a lot of people didn't give. Even the national program didn't pay as much attention to him. And I remember he was only 19 years old. We sent him to one of the races in Sri Lanka and the UCI race. Yeah. And he, if I'm not mistaken, he was definitely placed top 5, if not podium. So I was absolutely surprised. You know, some kid, and to me, he had no experience in UCI race, and immediately he was able to make a decent result for himself. So definitely he's a rider with good ability, and he participated not in numerous Tour de Langkawi and as well as SEA Game, and pivotal in helping the Malaysian team winning the SEA Game gold medal.
Right, yeah.
So. But it looked like the time gap is getting close to 25 seconds. So like we mentioned earlier, the Peloton is going to ramp up the pace into the last 20K and shut down the 1 minute gap. I think it was going to be an easy shutdown until Luke decided to spoil it. So again, we got somebody to spoil the party. So Luke decided to make it a little harder, a little more harder.
And like you said, like it's a moving chessboard. Like you never knew what these other 21 teams is about to do, right? All of a sudden, another guy decides to bridge to the 1 minute gap breakaway, and then like punch the pace a little bit harder. So he's Luke was is a Kiwi, and he raced in he did race in the Black Spoke. The pro continental team, pro team last year. So he's certainly a rider who have done some racing in Europe as well, and certainly a rider with a certain amount of pedigree. So it's good that he has fresh leg. He's been rested all day. Now he's able to. I mean, it's like a TT now. He shouldn't look. He doesn't need to look back. He just need to go as hard as he can. He definitely look very fresh on the bike, and is very nice position, like a pursuiter. I know a lot of Kiwi and Aussie riders grew up on the track, so they are naturally, got some natural ability to ride fast. So that's right.
So he just got to do that for the next 13 kilometer. If he can keep that gap, and Ameru would be able to be in a really great position just to follow him all the way to the finish.
That's right, and also having the other rider as well with him, because like they're about the same size, so that actually having another rider also helps from the aerodynamic standpoint, because when the air hits the rider in front, and if you have another rider at the back, so it cleans up the air, so it reduces the amount of it elongates where the vacuum is towards the air, towards further back of the two riders.
Okay. I see Leading Star also doing a really smart job. So they have their team literally placing themselves just third position on the Peloton.
Yeah, I saw that as well.
So they are. So Christian, he's also another experienced rider, the Romanian national champion. So he's trying to. What is the purpose of that? Is that it's just he's sitting just behind the two. One Tudor rider and one Astana rider, and he's leading his team, sitting right behind the two leading guys in the breakaway, leading guys in the Peloton. Are they trying to is he trying to disturb the chase, or?
That's generally the case. Like for example, like we have these two teams in front, Tudor and also Astana Kazakhstan team that wants to push the pace forward, right? So and obviously it's not a one-man show as we're approaching towards the end of the race, but having these riders just behind them, so the whole idea is to shut down the pace so that the peloton is not moving as fast as possible, considering now that they have Luke Majue up in the breakaway. So obviously it's about 11.7 kilometers to go, not far, judging from the speed that they're going. They could probably get away with like within 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes of racing left. So that's the whole idea, is to control the breakaway. But obviously we can see that that's not what these bigger teams wants to happen, right? So they want it to come down to a bunch sprint. So by hook or by crook, they will want to get it down to a bunch sprint. So now we are seeing on screen, EF Education has finally come up in front. I'm assuming to push the pace as well, now that the gap is reducing to 25 seconds. What do you think, Danny?
It's possible that the EF, obviously they're contending for the GC. So they may sense that they wouldn't want Luke to go and take, let's say, take the 30-second gap and take the leader's jersey, and then tomorrow would be then you have they will be on a different position, trying to take the winner jersey. So they don't want to lose any time. So they want to keep everybody on the same time, general time. Although Saresa has the bonus time, but that's just a few seconds, and then he won't be the contender for the climb. So they just want to make sure everybody, nobody loses time, everybody finish together. So it's good that since Tudor and Astana did the bulk of the work today, controlling the stages, and then saying EF trying to, I think it's time for them to show everybody, hey, we're here. We're serious about keeping everybody together.
That's right.
We wanted everybody together for tomorrow's stage, where they're really going to shine and show that why they're here with Simon Carr to defend their victory from last year.
Yeah, so sometimes maybe we need to make it clear that they're not necessarily wants to contend for the sprints. It's more about to make sure that the time gap doesn't get any bigger than what it is, right? So obviously tomorrow's stage is where they wanna put the hammer down. You'll probably see more EF riders in the front tomorrow's race around the Cameron stage. But just today, it's about controlling the damage from becoming any bigger. And obviously, I'm pretty sure Tudor and all these other teams are appreciating the pull as well. And I think sometimes when you look at World Tour racing, sometimes they do have this a little bit of mutual understanding that, okay, you want to get some GC, I want to get the sprint, so let's work together to make sure that we, you get your GC timing, and I get the ability to go for a bunch sprint. The professional teams, even though they are rivalries, but they in a way they compete in the same race day in, day out. I mean, throughout the years and multiple years. So they are rivalries, but they also it is kind of like if you do something so-called unprofessional in this particular race, and obviously you're gonna make some enemies. And next race, maybe you do need alliances, and you may not get that. So it is funny way to you gotta balance that between competition and also alliances. So but these professional guys really know what to do. I mean, and also you have riders, right? They go from one team to another team. So it is very common that today that we may be arch rivalry, but then next year, well, we'll be on the same team. We'll become teammates. That's right.
So it is funny way. That's what makes the cycling so interesting, and and it's exciting to watch.
Yeah.
So, yeah, back to the race. 2 riders still on the front.
Yeah, so we were thinking, like, why actually, like, Amir Fakhri doesn't want to help and pull alongside Luke Mudway? Is he sort of like trying to make sure that Luke doesn't get away so that Harif Saleh actually gets a chance to go for a sprint? Or what could be the possibility here? Because obviously ever since Mudway gets to the front, he's doing all the workload to the finishing line, and by the looks of it, he's not backing off.
Yeah, I think, well, I think there's 2 reasons. Yeah, so for Ameru, that he done majority of the breakaway. He was a big part of the breakaway, and he may not have legs left to really go on the front and pull. And also, he is smart, right? He looks at the bridge across, so you are fresher of the rider. So you obviously have intention to try to win the stage. Otherwise, you wouldn't be coming so late in the breakaway. So. Then it is your job to do the pull if you want to win the stage, and obviously, so Ameru is experiencing that, and Ameru also is he is actually pretty good at sprint. So if he can manage to hang on, and if Luke does manage to drag both of them to the finish line, I wouldn't pass the chance for Ameru to take the victory, and that would be phenomenal if he ever get a chance to win. But I think, judging from the time gap, looking from the peloton, they are not far away, right? So the gap saying is 15 seconds, but once you have someone in your sight, and like with the peloton, they're able to see the rider in front, and it's we saw the finishing map. It's a dead straight run in.
Yeah.
So they literally see the target right in front of them. So it's very hard. It's going to be very hard for Luke and Ameru to stay away. So that's why Ameru is also not contributing. So because the chance of surviving is it's almost not a 0% chance.
0%.
So.
Yeah, it's like if, I'm just trying to say, like, if if you're in this breakaway rider, and you see, it's like. You see behind you, and it's very fast. It's like almost like a wave trying to suck you in. Right. So, and obviously it's 7 kilometers to go. Judging the breakaway, Mudway is increasing the pace, and Amir Fakhri decided that it's time to get back to the peloton, probably get some rest earlier before the stage finishes, and we can see in the peloton. Hopefully, we can have some footage. But it's about 6.7 kilometers to go, heading into the bunch sprint, and that's what every big sprinter wants to come down to. One rider left in the breakaway. Luke Mudway, is he gonna be able to stand it? By the looks of things, he's about to get swallowed by these fast-moving peloton.
Yeah, he's certainly gotta try. So leading star. I think this is their. No, I wouldn't want to say this is their first time coming to Langkawi. They have been here. Now here he give up. He knows it's done. He is not able to break away. He did give his last effort, and the job is done. And it's time for him to get absorbed by the peloton, and the 8K to go, and the sprint train is gonna start to move up right now.
And as you can see on the screen, we have Two-Door Pro Cycling on the right side of the road, getting organized, ready for the bunch sprint. And then we see EF Education first on the right side of the road, Polti Kometa as well, having the lead-out train organized. I'm assuming they are trying to get their sprinters Manuel Peñalve ready for a bunch sprint.
Bogos, I see Bogos also getting on the front, and the Confarmer. So we have 4 different trains going on right now in the front of the
just
peloton.
like we expected, Denny. We're going to have massive trains in front of the peloton, trying to bring everything with their own sprinters. I'm assuming Burgos is trying to bring George Jackson into the sprint, because George Jackson is well known to be quite a fast finisher in Tour of Langkawi, because he did hold on to the contenders jersey for last year's Tour of Langkawi for multiple stages. Yeah,
he had a stage win last year, so he's definitely a contender for the sprint. Although I'm not sure for the bunch sprint it would be really suited for him. But you know, he ought to. This is his opportunity. He's for second try. You know, it's sometimes first day there was a lot of nerves and a lot of fighting in the Peloton. So now second day is a different day, right? So you go through each day is different. So this is part of bike racing, and even though every day there's a general classification contention, but then every day is a different race.
That's right.
On its own. So you have your stage glory, then you have your general classification glory. So now they're going for the individual stage, and Tudor is on the left side, making a really good pace on the left side of the stage, left side of Peloton. Then you have the red color of it looks like EF Education on the right side of Peloton.
Yeah, on the right side of the Peloton. But weirdly, we are not seeing any train from Astana, Kazakhstan, or even from Team DSM about with 5 kilometers to go. Yes, and then Tudor Pro Cycling is coming in hot from the right side of the screen, left side of the road, and we are about to come into a very fast finish. We are assuming upwards of 55 kilometers per hour. The bunch is going through the finishing line across the town of Butterworth. So we have the rider from in the frontmost, in front of the camera, we have a rider from, I believe it's a Philippine rider with white jersey and white helmets, because that seems to be the uniform for this Tour of Langkawi. As the road have narrowed down, so have swallowed a few sprint trains. Burgos in front with an organized train for the sprinters. 4 kilometers to go. 4 kilometers to go.
And this is where the riders, the sprinters, got to be really positioning yourself into the moving into the front, but not too front, where you're gonna expose yourself to a lot of.
No, definitely not. Yeah, especially at this higher speed. The higher the speed is, the more you need to hide yourself, because the higher the speed, the more resistance you do have. So 4 kilometers to go. And as calm as you can see on the front, it is actually chaos. Some riders have actually decided, no, that's it, I'm going to call it off. And as calm as you can see in the camera from the footage, it's actually a lot of chaos, battling for position, battling for wheels to find the best position to sprint on. You know, sometimes people said that sprinters are actually being brought by red carpet by these teammates. Actually, it's not. They have to sustain a high amount of watts in order to be able to stay in the wheel of their own teammates. And the teammates also needs to play a role to ensure that the sprinters are actually in within their lead out. So we see now nowhere to be seen Astana Kazakhstan rider. Danny, we are yet to see even rider from DSM.
Yeah, it's interesting. You see Uzcatel rider on the front doing the train, but I think it's 3K to go. It's still too early, and I think the Astana team is lining up on the left-hand side of the peloton. So I think they want to be able to slingshot themselves into the last kilometer, because you know 3K to go. Even you have the best train in the world, that's just too early. So a lot of the team are still holding back. I think DSM is gonna start moving now. Now you see them. Yeah, you see them onto the left side.
Right, yeah,
now
DSM.
They're leading up right now with Tudor, DSM, and Uzcatel rider still on the front, and followed by Koratek. And this is getting to the 2K to go.
2K to go. Yeah, that's right. As we can see, the leader man for the lead-out train for Team DSM is an all-out pull to make sure that they have the best lines here. And then coming next to him is a Tudor Pro Cycling team trying to deliver. Arvid declined to the finishing line. And also, just by we can see Casper Van Uden in the points classification jersey, orange color points classification jersey. We are yet to see. There you go. Astana Kazakhstan team just right behind, right next to Team DSM lead-out train. And there you go, Astana Kazakhstan, you know, just like they did in the first stage, 2 kilometers to go, they've showed themselves coming from the left side of the road, setting up for Gleb Syriza for the sprint. Oh, there's a slight movement of Team DSM rider, nearly take out the Tudor Pro Cycling front wheel, finishing off the turns. So you can see they are gritting their teeth toward their last kilometer to go, Danny. It's an all-out pull here.
I'm getting nervous just watching this, just because there's so much speed and so much fighting within, for the front of the peloton. It is getting absolutely thrilling, finishing to the Butterworth
yes,
right now.
Of course, my hands are sweating, just trying to see the energy, the thrill that these riders are coming to this, the Dataran Merdeka for the finishing sprint. You can see the Tudor Pro Cycling is going all in, just under 500 meters to go. We can see Tudor Pro Cycling going in the middle of the road. Team DSM, we can see Over the Climb is jumping in the sin.
Poti Cometa.
Syriza, oh, there's a crash, and behind there, grab Syriza, riders from Poti Cometa, and then, looks like the rider from Poti Cometa actually got the sprint. Really unprecedented. We were thinking of maybe Gleb Syriza or even Alvin Decline.
Yeah.
But yeah, Danny, that took us by surprise.
He started really early. He just kept that, be able to keep that speed for 200, almost 200 meters.
That's
really
right.
a long sprint and just fantastic. This is the first time participation for Poti Cometa.
Right.
And,
Actually, you're right.
They
You're right.
come up with a stage win. So kudos to the team. So we're trying to find out who is the actual winner from the Poti Cometa team.
Right. So as we are waiting for the results, as we saw, it involves
massive pile up.
Yeah, massive pile up. As you can see, it's always dangerous. It's always it's always scary. It's thrilling while you're in until you start crashing. Right, so it involves a few, looks like a Malaysian rider. Involves Malaysian rider on the ground and also a Philippine national team. So as we are waiting,
should be the Poti Cometa sprinter should be
Manuel Peñalve. That's right.
Yeah. Should be.
So a Malaysian rider on the ground. Looks like Elmi Jumari. Hopefully not. That's a dear friend. That's a dear friend right there. And obviously a Philippine rider is on the ground as well. Quite an intense finish. Anyway, Danny, it was quite an intense sprint finish. We couldn't really point out who was going to get the sprint finish. We saw Arvid Decline launch a sprint. Gleb Syriza was trying to come in off the Arvid Decline's wheels, and all of a sudden, from the right side of the road, Manuel Peñalve came out and got the W.
Yeah, exciting. So it's always good to see a sprint finish with different sprinter winning it.
That's right.
It just shows the level of competition. But right now we're looking at some pretty. Here are the replay of the sprint finish.
It's very you can see it's very fast, and I don't know whether
the Tudor team is leading perfectly.
There you go. So that Poti Cometa rider on the right side, on the right side of the road, he had a good run in and then just carried the momentum and straight away finish it off. It's almost. Yeah.
With Confronti trailing behind him.
Lorenzo Confronti.
Yeah. And Alvin Decline. Yeah,
looks like he got
fourth.
fourth.
Rider came up.
Yeah, on the right side, and then Alvin Decline probably got a
second. Yeah, Alvin Decline. Oh, third.
Third, maybe.
Third.
Yeah. Gleb Syriza probably looks like he got fifth in this sprint. It was, we can say it was an intense battle for position as they were coming in, and they go, Elmi Jumari. Oh, unfortunately, that was Elmi Jumari who got thrown off the barrier. Harif Saleh was there as well. Let's see what position he did get. He was battling as well with the riders from Bardiani. As we can see, he was budging his head to the Bardiani rider as well. So that's again another replay of that sprint.
Yeah, so the Poti Cometa rider Harif Saleh is just right behind the Poti Cometa, but there's no way for him to go. He's got boxed in, and that's the finish. That's another thrilling finish for today's
stage two. Ending in Butterworth. So if you are here in Butterworth, or if you are trying to figure out what is Butterworth. So normally this is where, if you are backpackers, so if you don't have a car, so this is normally where you take the ferry. So
Okay.
at Butterworth, so this is where normally you take the ferry to the main Penang Island.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's normally where the main tourist spot is. But it's you know, so normally the mainland Penang is often forgotten because a lot of the spotlights are in the Penang Island. But yeah, there's a lot more things to see in the mainland Penang. It's a little bit more chill, a little bit more laid back as well. And yeah,
and
we
great
can-
food, right? Penang
Great
is
food
famous
as
for
well.
their char kway teow.
Yes, that's
and,
right.
Famous for the food and just it's a major tourist attraction. So you got there's a lot of Chinese influence. So it's a mix of culture. So in Malaysia, it's just really nice mix of Malay, Chinese, and Indian culture.
It's a very
and
mixed
it's,
race nation.
It's a nation. So and everybody, it's very it really adds diversity, and both culture and so food-wise. So yeah, if you ever get an opportunity to visit this part of Malaysia, Penang Island is certainly a place where you won't go hungry.
Yeah, that's right. yeah. So most people, a lot of people that actually talks about going on vacation or going on a holiday at Penang Island, especially if they're cyclists, they're going to complain about their weight. So yeah, just here we go, another replay of the sprint. I just cannot unsee that crash by from Elmi Jumari. But while we were speedy recovered him, but it's really impressive to see how Manuel Peñalver actually had that massive boost of momentum. See, he just probably in a very good wheel, a very good run in, and then just carried that momentum and sprint for the line, because we are trying to see if where Syriza is. Obviously he's coming off the wheel of Arvid declined, and Harif Saleh is right in the middle. Obviously he got boxed in by that rider from Badiani, Lorenzo Conforti, and yes, he just had nowhere to go, just behind Manuel Peñalver, and there you go, Manuel Peñalver got the win for stage 2.
But we're still trying to get the final, waiting for the final
official results.
Official result. Yeah.
While we're waiting for that, after all that commentating, we need some drink from Bubbles O2. Thank you for sponsoring Tour of Langkawi. All right, so wishing for a speedy recovery. It's a tour racing, and we do wish that the riders that were involved in the crash could start the day tomorrow. Wishing for a not so serious injury.
Yeah, and the crash looked horrific. The rider hit the barrier full speed. He just got bounced off. Basically, must bounce off another rider, and then just went straight into the barrier. It's a not good sight to see. It's always you want to see an exciting finish, but you always don't want to see a crash like that, especially near the finishing line.
Yeah.
It's
well, obviously we can see that sort of have put some of the riders on hold because of that crash, but obviously it's within that 3-kilometer time range where it's not going to affect the timing, especially if any of these guys that are hunting for GC. So they are actually their time is actually saved from this. Yeah, so you can see a great sprint, a very tight sprint, I'd say. You know, if we're going to talk about what if, right? If the sprint line was further by 5 meters or so, I'm pretty sure Arvid Decline would have gotten the sprint. But yeah, he had a good run in. You know,
yeah.
I would like to see a further up replay from aerial shot to see how and when that Manuel Peñalver actually had that run in, a boost of riding the momentum. You know, obviously as he approaching towards the sprint, we could almost see that his speed is dying off, because he did actually start his sprint very early. Yeah, but he seems to manage to pull it off, and he even got a chance to put his hand up to celebrate.
Yep, and yeah, it looked like the Evan Decline got third, and looks like the Ukyo rider. It should be the Ukyo rider getting second. And Hari Saleh should be fourth, or should be fourth, or top 5 finish.
Yeah. Sometimes he loves to, I'm not sure if heavy cameras on, but normally he puts up a stage bunch sprint. Be interesting to see how much chaos actually is happening. Yes.
Yeah, last 500 meters is really, but it was a wide road, and it was it's Ukyo rider getting number. Yeah, number 115,
number
getting
115.
second.
So it's Matteo Malucelli.
Yep.
Matteo.
Italian rider.
Yeah, Italian rider from
the
Ukyo team. Yes.
Yep.
We're still waiting for the official results. It does look a very tight sprint, you know, as the sprinters approach the finishing line.
Yeah, it's good to see. It is good to see. Like typically in the past, you have one dominant sprinter that's just winning 4 or 5 stages. But this time, we're seeing multiple rider, including Poti Komeda. The first time coming into Tour Langkawi and walk away with a win on stage 2. How nice is that? I'm sure Alberto is very happy right
That's right. Yeah, for sure. For sure. You know, they're riding the Oran bikes, which is from Alberto and also even Basu.
Yeah.
And that was very close to that spectators on the left side of the screen. You know, they have the phone out, and then these riders are riding at 65, 70k an hour. Oh, that's you can see that. Spectators, I mean, we're all excited as spectators, but just pay a little bit of a caution when you're sticking your phone down. It could cost you your phone, your arms, and also the lives of the sprinters that are going for the finishing line.
Yeah, Hari Saleh did a really good job putting himself in a good position. Just there's no room to go. I mean, it wasn't. If it wasn't his speed, it just couldn't get a clear shot. So meanwhile, the Poti Komeda riders just had a clear shot, and he was able to maintain that speed all the way to the finish.
Yeah, so they're doing a little bit of a replay here, as you can see in the screen. Rewinding and forwarding. We did see how that Malaysian rider Elmi Jumari crashes. As you can see, he bumped into another rider, and then he bounces off the barrier and then goes straight in the middle of the road, and causing a huge pile-up. As you can see here
it looked like the finish line was just narrow. The barrier just got to narrow in a little bit, and that's what caused the massive pile-up on the back. So it's part of the racing.
Unfortunately, it is part and parcel of bicycle racing, part and parcel being of a sprinter, I suppose, you know.
It's occupational hazard.
Occupational hazard, but it is what it is. We wish a speedy recovery. As you can see, the bike was still bouncing around, and it was intense.
Sarissa, just didn't have the speed as yesterday. So Alvin Decline, he was
he
let out perfectly again,
like yesterday.
Again, he was let out perfectly, and just couldn't get the win. So he has to. Looking forward tomorrow that the sprinter gets the rest tomorrow. And then
I don't know if it really is a rest though, but less stress. Just got to make sure they finish.
They still gotta climb. You still gotta do a 1,600 meter climb.
That's right.
So no, it's not technically a rest, but at least they don't have the contest for the sprint.
So less of that, mental stress of trying to battle for positions. Oh, there you go. We have.
Oh wait.
The results. So as you can see, Matteo Malucelli actually won the sprint.
This is interesting.
Manuel Peñalve is second place. That seems to be the official results. Maybe it was an early celebration for Manuel Peñalve, and Matteo Malucelli might have just did a bike throw towards the end of the race. And as we talked about,
I think there may be some contesting. Maybe it's disqualified. It's kind of Well, we waiting for the official information. We're not getting any information. Apologize for the for the delay. So they've been reviewing that multiple times. So maybe in the lead out into the finish, there were some protests. Sometimes it's you know it's the rider will protest to the UCI Komisa at the finishing line, and maybe they review the videos. And it happens. Maybe the rider will get maybe the official will view the complaint is valid. Then the winners will get disqualified from the win. So he's not out of the race, but then gets put back to the remove the win and put back to the end of the peloton. Interview coming up right now.
Matteo, stage winner of the Tour de Langkawi. It looks hard to believe because it was tight.
Yes, this year I lost some race in the photo finish, so for the moment the commissary said me that I am the winner. So I am taking one moment to understand the situation, but if I won the stage, I am very happy. It's my first 2-point pro race win victory. So it's a good moment. It's not I am not a big happy because now for the moment I don't understand, but I am a time to realize my work.
What did you understand in the last 100 meters when you were fighting with the others?
Yeah, really in the last 200 meters I was behind Peñalver. I was close, but in one moment the road opened on the right. I take a hole and I push until the line, he upped the hands, and I did my best, and for the moment I am the winner.
You are a sprinter, but you came here with a GC victory at the Tour of Bulgaria. Did it say a lot about your current condition?
Yes, I have a good condition. We stopped 3 months during in summer because our rider was in Japan, and we take a good period of rest. And we arrived in the end of the season with a good condition, physical, but mental. The head is really good because we have voglia, grinta to do the race.
A strong desire. You race for a Japanese team. You have raced a lot in Asia already. What does mean a win at the Tour de Langkawi?
Yes, Tour de Langkawi is the most important race of our season because it's a 2-point pro. And for me, it's another victory in Asia, but the first in category point pro. So it's a very big result for me and also for the team.
Complimenti.
Thank you.
We can see a good sportsmanship just now, you know, although Matteo Malucelli was like a bit confused because you see Manuel Peñalver raise his hands to win, but it was actually a very, very tight finish. As you can see here, you can't really tell, can you?
Wow, it's a throw in the line, so you can see. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Throw in the line. There was three rider literally on the line.
Yeah. So the official results out.
And Peñalver and but yeah, it was a good sportsmanship shot by Manuel Peñalver. Like he didn't like he didn't show tantrum or anything over the official results that says Matteo Malucelli.
Manuel, you raised your hands up in the air, but it looks like you are second. You had the feeling on the line that you were the winner?
Sí, bueno, el feeling era muy bueno y nada, al final ha ganado Malu, ha sido el más fuerte. Pensaba que había ganado yo en meta por la misma sensación, pero al final eso engaña. Pero bueno, ha ganado el más fuerte, que ha sido Malu. Dar las felicitaciones a Malucelli y para mí pues contento, motivado, que lo ves tan lejos pero la ves tan cerca. Y nada, agradecer al equipo el gran trabajo y quedan 5 oportunidades por delante.
So you said Malucelli was the strongest, but do you still hope to win a stage at the Tour de Langkawi?
Sí, Malucelli y yo llevamos una guerra desde Taiwán, ¿no? El segundo y el tercero siempre. Pero bueno, ha sido el más fuerte. Me alegro por él, pero como te he dicho, quedan más oportunidades y creo que podemos ganar.
Gracias.
so it was confirmed the victory. So they confirmed the victory goes to Ukyo sprinter.
What a day!
And
for Ukyo.
yeah, and in
never
the
expected
photo
that.
finish, it was confirmed. The Ukyo rider,
Yeah,
sprinter,
Matteo Malucelli
take the victory.
Take the victory and
on a bike throw.
On a bike throw, you know.
In I think it was a millimeter.
For
maybe
sure.
maybe a millimeter in order to early celebration.
That's right.
Unfortunately, was just a little bit too early.
That's right. Yeah.
But it's amazing. 155-kilometer racing, comes down to millimeters.
That's right. Yeah.
That's bike racing for you.
It is, yeah. And I like that interview just now that Jeff did with Peñalve. It was like he admits, Malucelli was a stronger rider.
Yeah.
And also he was being a good sport, not throwing any tantrum or not shouting. As you can see, the image there. It's very tight finish between Manuel Peñalve and also Matteo Malucelli. But yes, that's the end of pretty much the race. So now we're heading towards the prize-giving ceremony, and we'd like to know who's in what jersey after this. Obviously, nothing's going to change with King of the Mountains jersey. We barely see him out and about. Tyler Tompkinson, probably just chilling in the peloton. Hopefully he didn't get caught by the crash. And then obviously we wanted to know who's in the Petronas green jersey, who will be in KBS orange points classification jersey, and who will be in the Best Asian Rider white jersey. As you can see, another replay.
Should be, I think Sarissa should still be in the leader's jersey, although we have to wait and see the final result, because with the time bonuses and the points classification, that may change. So Hari Saleh taking number 7, the best finisher. Definitely a good rebound from yesterday. He got himself in the right position and just right wheel, and just couldn't. Well, there was no space for him to move around.
Yeah,
but
that's right.
There's number 3.
Yeah, prize-giving ceremony after decline.
Second place for the second Langkawi 2024. Please welcome this
I'm pretty sure he's bumped not getting the top step, but obviously his position has improved from yesterday. Yes, he got 5th, and he's back on the podium for today's stage. That's second place. Manuel Peñalve from Polti Cometa, a Spaniard. Good sport. Admit that he was Matteo Malucelli was a stronger sprinter, but live another day for another sprint.
Baiklah, juara peringkat yang kedua, Arau Butterworth, jatuh kepada
pelumba dari JCL Team Okyo. Please welcome this rider now, Matteo Malucelli.
There you go. The winner of today's stage 2, Matteo Malucelli. During the interview he was surprised that he actually won, but there you go. Hard work pays off. Sometimes a victory comes to those who least expect it. Congratulations, Matteo Malucelli, and also Team Ukyo.
He said in the interview he saw a space, and then he just threw his bike, and it worked. It worked great.
No expectations, just throw his bike, see what happens.
And the one by literally a tire width.
That's right. Yeah.
It's
what size tire would that be? 30, I suppose. Yeah.
This is probably why you need a 30.
That's why you need to run a bigger tire. If you run 25s, you're probably not going to get that sprint, that win.
It's a exciting finish again. Different guys on the podium, you know, so that's really makes the race interesting to watch. Every day, different guys on the podium. So tomorrow, for sure, it's almost certain there's going to be a different guys on the podium.
Now we really have to be on our feet. It's like, you know, whatever the favorites that we sort of pointed out when we commentating on this stage. Now we're just gonna expect the least expected rider to actually come up. So whoever has the potential will actually have a potential here in the Tour of Langkawi, as we have seen in stage 2 today.
We're waiting for the final, for the general classification. So
they're giving an award for the most combative rider.
Okay.
I wonder who it's going to be.
Should be, well,
yeah, Amirul Fakhruddin, right?
Yeah, typically it's the guys who, here's Amirul.
Yeah, Amirul Fakhruddin Marzuki, yeah.
He's spent the most time in the breakaway.
I spent the whole freaking day out in the wind. I better get a most combative rider.
Excellent.
Nice
So
work out there.
2 days and 2 podiums. So for the Terengganu cycling team.
Yeah, that's good. That's good for the local cycling scene, for the local riders.
Malaysian national champion.
Yeah.
Amirul Marzuki. Do you get a year supply of bubbles? O2?
I don't know. That'd be awesome, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I need my supply of oxygen.
Great job for him.
Yeah, good job. It was good to see, you know. He's fighting all the way till the end. Managed to jump across when Luke Lujue from Linning Star attacked the breakaway. This one and though, white jersey.
For the second stage, Petronas, the Tour Langkawi 2024, the 28th edition. Make some noise from Muhammad Nur Ahmad Rosli.
Ahmad Rosli again.
Ahmad Rosli, TSG.
Job done today.
Yeah.
Did he involve in the crash? I assume he did.
No, I don't think he involved in
This time he got the jersey right way around.
Yeah. Yeah, there was yesterday was a rehearsal. It was a rehearsal today. He got it. He got it. He's not gonna mess up. So he was in a breakaway earlier today.
That's right.
So he contested for the first 2 intermediate sprint, but he's very intelligently that he back off because he had enough time gap.
Yep.
That well done by the Terengganu cycling team DS that not to waste any extra energy.
That's right.
So if he has good legs, obviously I think he's gonna try to fight to keep this jersey tomorrow. It will be interesting to see. So excellent job by Ayman Rosli. 2 days in a row on the podium, and really good job by the team, and well done by the team DS. Saiful, who used to be a rider on the team, and now he is retired from racing, and now he's a DS. And so he's been with the team for many years, and very experienced bike rider. Obviously shows that he is. This is why I don't need to be in the team car. You have Saiful Azzi in the team car, managing the racing strategy. So excellent job, well done.
So now is the award for the
polka dot jersey.
That's right, polka dot jersey. Tourism Malaysia, King of the Mountain, polka dot jersey.
Who basically had an off day today.
Pretty much, yeah.
Rest day. He didn't have to do anything.
There you go.
There
Young chap here, 19 years old, Tyler Tompkinson from ARA's capital. He is actually from Brisbane. Yeah, all mate. All mate, you know. I can't remember if I've crossed paths with him. He's probably still a junior back then when I was still in Australia. Yeah, it's good to see him. Young rider actually wearing a polka dot jersey. Obviously, it'd be very hard to retain this jersey for tomorrow's stage for Cameron Highland, but being able to wear it for the first two stages, that's something that can be added to his own palm. It looks like they're having a bit of an issue trying to zip up his, his jersey.
Yeah. Yeah, but he's still in the fight. I mean, there's possibility he goes on a breakaway, trying to take some of the minor climbs, KOM points, to see if he can last all the way to the first. Because tomorrow there's three category climbs, so it's possible that he can. He doesn't have to win the final one. He can get alongside on a breakaway and take away some of the earlier KOM points. But he had a rest day, so tomorrow he should be on the aggression.
Yeah, he should be on the gas. So yeah, so there's three KOM points for tomorrow stage.
Let's see who is I think Sarissa is still leading the points, the orange.
Yep, the KBS orange points classification jersey.
Yep, here goes Sarissa.
There you go. Yeah, we can see him down there, just beside the stage, ready to come up. Gleb Siritsa. I've got a comment in the live session. He looks like Channing Tatum. He does look like. He looks like Gambit. It's like, it's Gambit racing to Langkawi. No, it's Gleb Siritsa. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Gleb Siritsa, a rider from Astana, Kazakhstan.
Dan Siritsa memang dah agak sinonim dengan LCDL sekarang, Ustaz. Mungkin dia nak samakan dengan Andrea Guardini. Andrea Guardini. Tapi dia suka senyum lah. Congratulations to Glenn Siritsa.
He's a big man.
He's a big man. Big man with a lot of watts. But you'd be surprised, like, for example, he could probably be in the top 50% of tomorrow's stage. You never know.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I don't doubt that. Now, you know, there's just a lot of times they choose to go easy to save their legs for the sprint day. So, my opinion is, I think if he knows, as long as he knows, if he's not contesting for tomorrow's win, that he knows there is enough time gap to the finish line, then they would just ride tempo and to save the legs for the day tomorrow. Because we're jumping a little bit ahead, but stage 4 you have an early start, a start climb, so it's really going to be really hard for the climber, for the sprinter to get over, because the climber will be attacking from day 1, from the kilometer 0, so it will be important to get over that.
It's a climb that's familiar to both of us, I suppose. Yeah, Bukit Ampang, the Ampang Hills, and also the they call it Bukit Hantu.
So the Sarissa is retaining the Petronas green overall leader jersey. That's right. So he didn't get the victory, but he managed to keep the jersey in his possession. So that's always good.
So sometimes, like, maybe it's a good time to sort of explain a little bit, like, how does that work, right? He didn't win a stage today, although he did win a stage yesterday. He didn't compete for any points classification as well during today's stage. So how does that work, and how does he actually still maintain to hold on to the overall jersey?
Well, he had a 10-second time bonus from yesterday, and he won the stage, and so compared to I think today you have the UQ rider taking the stage win, so he's taking a 10-second. But from yesterday's, then you compare yesterday's result, and I think they will compare the UQ rider result to Sarissa. Today's result, he still finished number 5. So you know, you first got to compare the overall time. So if they're on the same time, then you compare the stage result. So Sarissa still did both days. He finished number 1 and number 5. So overall, so his result's still better. He had a overall better result in the stage finish.
That's right.
So that's why he still gets to retain the overall leader jersey. and as well as the points. But points jersey, I think he definitely all right. He's still the leading that because he has the maximum point from yesterday on the sprint, and he finished number 5 today. But still, there's a lot of points contributed to today's finish. So overall, he still leads by the points jersey.
Tyler Tomkinson from Arau, our best climber.
So there you go, all the jersey holder. So we have Gleb Syriza holding 2 jerseys, points classification also GC. And then we have Tyler Tomkinson under KOM jersey, and then Ayman Rosli in the best Asian rider jersey.
Now let's see tomorrow if the 3 jersey, we're gonna have 3 new jersey holder, or if one of them can manage to keep the jersey for tomorrow. That would be exciting. So tomorrow is the Queen stage of the Tour de Langkawi. Explain to us a little bit what the Queen stage, what do we call this Queen stage?
So
is that?
Queen stage, normally if you've watched many other bicycle racings, especially tour type racing like Tour de France, Tour of Langkawi, so Queen stage normally consists of a big climb, where it can separate the GC contenders, where GC contenders normally uses this particular Queen stage to get the most maximum time gap or time difference between their other competitors.
And here's a quick final result for today's stage. Matteo Marcelli taking the stage win ahead of Penang from the Poti Cometa team, and Avante Klein 3rd podium for today. Jakob Manashko 4th, and with Sarissa number 5. So this overall general classification, so Sarissa still leading by 2 seconds actually. Yeah. Wow, that's
Ayman Rosli is 3rd in general classification.
He gathered some more intermediate time sprints.
Yes.
Time bonus.
Yeah, so it's not bad for Ayman Rosli, despite obviously he's a current Asian white jersey holder, but also 3rd in the GC. It's not bad job, pretty much a good effort out there, Ayman Rosli. Sprint classification, Gleb Syriza, 23 points, only 1 point difference to Matteo Marcelli, today's stage winner, and 3rd is Manuel Peñalve. Avante Klein in 4th, and obviously he'd be desperate to get his points up as the defending orange points classification jersey of Tour of Langkawi.
And the polka dot, no changes on polka dot?
No changes. Tyler Tomkinson, and not bad for Ayman Rosli as well, because he got a few top 3s standings in these jerseys.
Yeah. Yeah, excellent job done by the team. Yeah, here comes his name on top.
Yep.
Leading the overall Asian classification white jersey with today's breakaway compatriot, Park Hang-eung from Hong Kong, 1 second behind. So we preview tomorrow's stage. So Queen stage, it is actually the hardest stage, right? So typically the Queen stage are the hardest stage of this year's race, is of every race. So the Queen stage is not only not typically the longest, but the reason it's hardest because it's 170 kilometer long, but also you gotta climb up to the Cameron Highland, which is 1,610 meter above sea level, from pretty much sea level to 1,610 meters above sea level. So a lot of climbing, a lot of distance. So it's even longer than today, 170K, and the 3 categorized climb. And start with a smaller climb in the beginning, Kuala Kangsa, and then going up to Kampong Raja at 1,400, and that's gonna be tomorrow. So if you are excited about today. Then tomorrow is going to be a more exciting day. So make sure stay tuned and with us. So tomorrow, see you tomorrow, and bye for now from Izzat.
Yeah, for myself, Izzat, and yeah, yourself, Danny.
Danny Fang, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Right, terima kasih Syafiq. Kita telah menyaksikan perlumbaan yang sengit penamat. Itu kita jangkakan bunch sprint sekali lagi berlaku untuk laluan dan juga stage peringkat yang kedua kerana penamat yang landai. Jadi perkara hari ini pada saya keseluruhan perlumbaan kita boleh nampak dan jangkakan perkara ini berlaku. Terutama saya menyuruh dari penghujung tu insiden, dan ini kebiasaannya bunch sprint.
Ya,
sebagaimana kerap anda katakan bahawa setiap pelumba di mana kedudukan mereka nak tempatkan di penghujung, itu yang menyebabkan situasi yang tidak jangka akan berlaku perkara sebegini.
Ya, seperti apa yang kita jangkakan hari ini, will be a bunch sprint. Memang kita expect daripada awal pun sebab hari ini flat road. Accident yang berlaku tadi memang sprint ni selalulah memang boleh dijangkakan akan berlakunya, even di kejohanan besar pun, even di Tour de France, even di Tour di Giro d'Italia apa pun, selalunya sprint ni memang akan berlaku kemalangan di mana split second dia boleh buat satu kesilapan menyebabkan satu accident. Bila dia jatuh, bila ramai-ramai datang tu semua tak boleh nak elak, itu yang menyebabkan ramai orang yang jatuh tadi.
Baik, pemenang hari ini yang mana Matteo Maluselli terpaksa ditentukan menerusi photo finish, persaingan yang sengit. Tetapi ini yang menariknya, kita lihat bagaimana lead out mereka buat kerja di penghujung, hanya memisahkan. Photo finish adalah sesuatu yang kemungkinan berlaku, dan ia berlaku di stage yang kedua sekali.
Selalunya pentingnya itulah photo finish, very important, sebab dia frame by frame akan boleh lihat siapa yang nampak. Tapi kalau lihat daripada mata kasar memang nampak dia menang sebab dia angkat tangan kan. Tapi bila nampak daripada photo finish, siapa sampai di garisan penamat, boleh nampak 1 inci ataupun 1 ni je perbezaan dia.
Ini yang kita menyaksikan kemenangan kepada Matteo Maluselli, yang mana persaingan itu sengit, yang mana babitkan juga Manuel Penieva. Manuel Penieva, yang mana kita lihat di penghujung. Ini sebelum itu kita lihat, saya rasa itu Mohsin, salah seorang pelumba pasukan negara. Kedudukan itu berlaku mungkin disebabkan dia cuba untuk mengelak. Saya sempat melihat di hadapannya itu pelumba dari Astana. Tetapi ini penamat
terhempit sedikit. Itulah perkara dia terlambat sikit nak break. Saya nampak dia macam terlambat nak break nak ini dia macam pergi langgar barricade. Bila lambat barricade, dia datang balik masuk ke Peloton balik.
Dia setengah tayar, bukan setengah rim, setengah tayar mungkin.
Ya, betul. Ni kadang-kadang bukan hanya setengah tayar, kurang daripada itu pun ada juga. Jadi ini pentingnya photo finish.
Itu ialah pengesahan. Tapi yang menarik juga hari ini, kita perlu merasakan bangga kerana ada juga wakil pelumba negara di TSG hari ini, Harif Saleh, jika semalam Izzat Helmi. Jadi Harif dalam good position juga di hujung. Kita nampak berjaya menempatkan dalam
hari Saleh. Saya nampak juga tadi masa nak sampai ke finish lain tu, dia menolak menggunakan kepala, mungkin terhimpit sedikit. Itu pun perkara biasa juga, selalunya berlaku, menolak tu di garisan penamat. Dan juga kita harus bangga juga yang mana 3 pelumba kita Malaysia hari ini breakaway agak lama di hadapan, memberi kayuhan yang begitu bagus sekali.
Disebabkan perlumbaan penamat yang cukup mendebarkan. Jadi seketika kita nak mendapatkan reaksi bersama dengan Lily di venue. Mungkin ada satu menarik untuk dikongsikan.
Baik, terima kasih Azlan. Saya ketika ini bersama dengan Cik Aina Aziza yang merupakan Managing Director bagi jenama Bubbles O2. Apa khabar, sihat?
Alhamdulillah sihat, panas dan sihat.
Alright, Cik Ain, difahamkan ini merupakan penglibatan kali kedua jenama ini bersama dengan saingan Tour de Langkawi. Mungkin boleh kongsikan bagaimanakah pengalamannya so far?
So pengalaman kami dengan Tour de Langkawi adalah sangat hektik tapi sangat best. Because kenapa kami boleh untuk berlajah seluruh Malaysia, not only saya tapi dengan tim-tim kami 30 orang datang follow Tour de Langkawi selama 8 hari, can follow lah rider-rider.
Okey, mungkin ada yang tak tahu sebenarnya apa keunikan air Bubbles O2 ni sendiri, apa perbezaannya dengan air-air yang lain sebenarnya?
So kalau kita nampak air bubble O2 ni mungkin nampak seperti air mineral biasa, tapi actually kelebihan air bubble O2 ialah air mineral yang mengandungi oksigen terlarut yang tinggi. Jadi dengan oksigen terlarut yang tinggi tu actually banyak dapat benefit dia lah. And salah satunya especially orang yang aktif, orang yang sport, cyclist, dia dapat untuk meningkatkan kita punya tahap tenaga kita.
Okey, macam yang Cik Ain bagi tahu tadi, sebenarnya ini merupakan pelibatan kali kedua jenama ini bersama dengan saingan Petronas Tour di Langkawi 2024 ni merupakan kali kedua. Mungkin kita akan saksikan lagi penglibatan you guys untuk masa-masa akan datang untuk tahun depan khasnya.
InsyaAllah kita akan join LTDL pada tahun depan, dan also untuk tim Bubble Soto sendiri kita akan jumpalah ramai kepada semua penggemar Bubble Soto sepanjang 8 hari daripada sini, which is di Butterworth sehingga ke Bintulu, insyaAllah.
Okay, mungkin ada shout out juga dekat orang-orang yang menyaksikan Cik Ain mempromosikan jenama ini sendiri. Mungkin apa harapan anda kepada mereka yang menonton sekarang ini?
So sesiapa yang penggemar dan juga penyokong Bubble Soto, kami mengucapkan banyak ribuan terima kasih kerana menyokong kami selama ini, dan insyaAllah siapa yang datang ke booth kami insyaAllah boleh dapatkan Bubble Soto sepanjang LTDL, insyaAllah.
Alright, jom Lily nak pergi booth Bubble Soto sekarang. Thank you Cik Ain.
Baik, terima kasih Lily. Itu antara kemeriahan di venue bersama dengan rakan-rakan penaja. Jadi kita berbalik tadi update mengenai siapa yang terjatuh. Saya sempat berkomunikasi dengan jurulatih pasukan negara itu Amir Mustafa. Coach Amir kongsikan bahawa bukan Musin, tapi yang lebih tepat Elmi Jumari yang terjatuh ketika 500 meter yang terakhir. Baik, kita nak bincangkan juga yang mana persaingan hari ini masih lagi tertumpu kepada pelumba negara Aiman, terutama pasukan TSG, Aiman Rosli, terutama dalam 3 zon pecutan. Hari ini dia berjaya mendapatkan 2 mata penting ketika 2 di sprint, terutamanya breakaway membabitkan Empak Hang, Aiman serta Sungai Tau, pelumba dari Leading Star. Mungkin ini antara perancangan Aiman. Dia tahu jarak yang jauh, sprint, high pace, tapi dia ambil peluang 2 sprint yang pertama terlebih dahulu.
Ya, saya rasa rancangan dia pun mungkin dia buat 2 kali sprint tu, lepas tu dia pulang balik ke Peloton. Itulah rancangan dia. Saya rasa mungkin apa yang dibuat hari ini, dia cuba sedaya upaya untuk dapatkan seberapa banyak masa yang dia boleh untuk dapatkan timing. Tapi agak kecewa juga lah mungkin kerana sebab first sprint tu dia tak dapat tempat yang pertama. Dia tempat kedua. Saya rasa kaki dia terkeluar dan ataupun terlanggar dengan pelumba daripada Hong Kong. Mungkin dia itu yang dia macam menunjukkan dengan ni. Saya rasa juga mungkin dia simpan tenaga untuk esok, untuk bersama-sama dengan Peloton sampai ke itu. Sebab tu dia lepas 2 sprint dia kembali ke Peloton.
Kita mengetahui dalam perlumbaan jelajah sebegini, setiap pelumba, terutamanya pasukan juga, mereka ada perancangan mengikut strategi kemampuan pelumba, kemampuan pencabar, dan juga setiap stage peringkat mengikut juga bagaimana kedudukan dan juga penamat. Itu juga yang mungkin boleh tekankan juga setiap perancangan bagi setiap pasukan.
Pastinya setiap pasukan tu different dia punya strategi kan. Yang macam hari ini kita tahu strategi yang untuk pasukan yang ada sprinter, dia akan tarik sprinter tu sampai ke finishing. Macam EF kita boleh nampak dia target tu untuk esok, untuk dapatkan overall untuk green jersey. So dia akan, macam saya lihat dia punya kerja, dia hari ni tak pergi depan apa pun, dia hanya duduk di belakang rehat dan simpan tenaga tu untuk gunakan untuk esok.
Baik.
So kita mungkin akan lihat EF punya tim tu besok yang dia akan menyela ataupun akan nampak lebih menunjukkan kebolehan mereka.
Ya, sebagaimana musim lalu, itu yang antara tarikan untuk kita melihat EF Education yang akan beraksi esok. Namun kita seketika sekali lagi kita nak bersama dengan Lily, kerana Lily di venue banyak intipati sampingan yang menarik. Jadi sekarang ni apa Lily nak kongsikan? Jom kita saksikan.
Alright, sekarang ni Lily bersama dengan individu penting sebenarnya dalam penganjuran Petronas Tour di Langkawi 2024, iaitu Michael Tong, also known as Uncle Mike. Nama famous kan? Okay, Uncle Mike, selaku HOD of Cavalcade, mungkin ramai yang nak tahu sebenarnya apa peranan Cavalcade dalam penganjuran di LTDL ni.
Okay, Cavalcade peranan dia adalah membawa nama penaja yang telah memberikan penajaan yang begitu besar untuk menjayakan Tour di Langkawi, seperti Petronas itu sebab dia sebagai penaja utama. Lepas tu kita ada Tourism Malaysia, kita ada Bubbles, kita ada Kementerian Belia dan Sukan sendiri, kita ada Tourism Malaysia, Tourism Kedah dan Milo dan macam-macam lagi, sebab saya pun tak tahu nak sebut semua kan.
Alright Uncle Mike, kita nak tanya jugalah pendapat Uncle Mike. Apa perbezaan LTDL kali ini dengan tahun-tahun sebelum ini, musim-musim sebelum ini?
Perbezaan dia bila penganjur dia adalah Majlis Sukan Negara yang lebih menitik beratkan peranan dia sebagai satu badan sukan. badan sukan yang kita bukan sahaja kepada ahli-ahli berbasikal, pelumba-pelumba berbasikal, tapi menitik beratkan juga peranan masyarakat setempat, komuniti setempat untuk bersama-sama kita menjayakan letua di Langkawi ini. Seperti contohnya bila kita Majlis Sukan Negara mengadakan sorakan kampung dan juga sorakan sekolah, di mana di situ kita adakan pertandingan supaya kita dapat menarik dan merasa bersama kepunyaan letua di Langkawi, di mana MSN ini menyediakan hadiah-hadiah berupa wang tunai dan CJ untuk mereka menangi. Selain daripada sorakan kampung dan sorakan sekolah, kita juga mengadakan CSR. Kita namakan Prihatin Letua di Langkawi, di mana selepas race je, kumpulan cover kit ni akan menziarahilah sebanyak 5 keluarga setiap finishing untuk kita membantu mereka, family mereka yang memerlukan. Seperti kita akan memberi sumbangan seperti wang tunai dan barang-barang keperluan. Itu.
Uncle Mike, also kita nak tanya jugalah, so far yang dah berlangsung ketika ini dah 2 peringkat berlangsung, mungkin atmosfer ataupun sambutan daripada orang kampung, adik-adik sekolah, macam mana Uncle Mike rasakan?
Okey, setakat peringkat kedua ni daripada Arau ke Butterworth sangat-sangat memberangsangkan, di mana rasa lebih daripada ratusan ribu penduduk keluar sepanjang jalan, termasuklah yang daripada sekolah-sekolah, adik-adik tanpa menghiraukan panas dan hujan, mereka berdiri untuk memberi sorakan padu kepada pelumba-pelumba dan juga kita semua cover kit dalam perjalanan tu. So kita harap besok onwards lah, typing ke Cameron dan sekiranya, kita harapkan penduduk yang berada sepanjang laluan tu keluarlah ramai-ramai dan saksikanlah PETRONAS letua di Langkawi ini sepanjang perjalanan kita lalu tu.
Alright, thank you Uncle Mike. Bye-bye in camera. Bye.
Baik, terima kasih Lily sekali lagi. Itu dia antara tarikan-tarikan menarik sepanjang perlombaan setiap peringkat sehinggalah ke peringkat terakhir, peringkat ke-8 nanti. Dan kepada anda seperti biasa juga, jangan lupa teruskan hashtag jika nak semua posting berkaitan dengan LTDL. Hashtagnya Beat the Heat dan juga hashtag kita semua Tim Mas. Baik, seketika kita nak bincangkan lagi antara kemenangan bagaimana memihak kepada Matteo Maluselli. Hari ini dari awal, tadi sempat juga saya bincang dengan M bahawa kita nampak pelumba-pelumba dari Astana Tudo yang buat kerja daripada awal, tapi bijaknya mereka mengambil peluang, terutama pelumba Matteo dan juga pelumba dari JCL serta Polki Kometa yang berada di penamat. Jadi M, kita nak katakan bahawa ya, berbalik kepada perancangan setiap pasukan, tapi dari awal bagaimana Astana, bagaimana Tudo mengawal Peloton, tetapi di penghujung pakar-pakar Percina mengambil alih untuk menang. Itu antara taktik yang menarik untuk melihat di sebalik kemenangan perlumbaan hari ini.
Ya, sebenarnya memang betul. Kita akui yang pasukan-pasukan yang ada sprinter tu dia akan bawa. Dia dikatakan train tu akan bawa bersama-sama dan sampai ke finishing line. Tapi selalunya jalan raya tu memang luas sedikit kan. Maksud saya dalam 50 meter dan sebagainya. Jadi bila ada ruang tu, pasukan rider lainnya dia tahu juga, dia boleh target, dia boleh ikut, dia ikut sprinter yang kuat ni. Dia bila ada ruang ni dia akan ikut sama-sama. Dia akan tahu Caleb mesti boleh sampai, sprinter ni boleh sampai. So dia akan duduk sama-sama. So masa dekat last 20-30 meter ni, bila dia ada satu ruang yang bagus ataupun tempat yang bagus, dia boleh keluar juga. Walaupun dia tak ada pacer, walaupun dia tak ada orang yang bawa daripada awal, tapi bila time macam ni, bila ada ruang untuk dia masuk, dia boleh keluar. Jadi sprinter ni selalu memang boleh berlaku.
Jadi yang menariknya, sprinter ni kira yang macam M katakan 20-30 meter, tapi saya rasa dalam 2 km terakhir mereka perlu dalam kelompok di hadapan.
Ya, betul.
Untuk mencuri ruang untuk keluar di penghujung tu.
Bukan hanya 3-4 km. Kamu dah kena cari position tu ke depan tu dalam 15-20 km dah kena ke depan, tak boleh nak ke belakang. Jadi memang masa itulah yang kita katakan selalu masalah tu bila train yang dah bersedia berada dekat depan tu. Tapi mereka ni pun you masih boleh duduk dalam tempat position ke 10 ke 15 ataupun 20. Bila masa dekat dengan sampai tu, mungkin kadang-kadang tu ada ruang yang terbuka. You boleh masuk, boleh pace. Jadi ini, tapi you still have to be strong lah. You bukan dengan, you kena ada keberanian, you kena ada skill, you kena ada you punya strength, semua kena ada. So itu, and then one thing yang paling penting, another thing is nasib. Bila you buka ruang tu, you boleh masuk.
Bila cakap mengenai nasib, itu yang berlaku kepada Emil Jumari. Kalau ikutkan, Emil Jumari pun antara pelumba yang berpengalaman juga. Pelumba tempatan yang kembali semula ke dalam LTDL. Jadi kita dah selesai perlumbaan peringkat kedua, tetapi esok lebih menarik. Peringkat ketiga yang lebih jauh, 170.3 km. Yang akan bermula esok dari Taiping, berakhir di Cameron Highlands. Dan sebagaimana M kongsikan awal tadi, bahawa esok kita akan lebih beralih ataupun bertukar. Tidak akan melihat pakar-pakar pecut buat kerja. Esok pastinya mereka ini akan duduk diam-diam dalam kumpulan besar, hanya mau menamatkan perlumbaan. Tetapi esok pastinya ialah bagaimana pelumba-pelumba, pakar-pakar pendaki akan buat kerja esok. Itu antara yang menariknya kita lihat esok.
So pastinya besok dia akan katakan inilah Queen Stage, di mana akan deciding factor untuk jadi overall punya untuk green jersey itu akan menentukan di situ. Jersey hijau dan juga Pagoda jersey. Jadi sesiapa yang dapat, mungkin jarak masa tu kalau jauh, mungkin dalam 2 minit ataupun 1 minit lebih, itu akan menentukan kemenangan dia yang akan datangnya. Tapi kalau jarak jauh tu tidak begitu jauh, mungkin dalam beberapa second ataupun ini mungkin itu boleh sampai few more stages lah untuk dia punya fight tu. Jadi besok tu kita lihat. Kita tahu Cameron tidak begitu tinggi, namun dia adalah horse kategori juga. Not easy punya course. Memang akan ramai, confirm sudah pastinya sprinters akan ketinggalan jauh lah, dalam 10-15 minit ke belakang. Jadi sprinters saya say lah, duduk diam-diam besok.
Janji selamat, cuba collect untuk tim.
Sebelum dia kena sampai sebelum time limit, dia ada time limit. Dia tak boleh lebih daripada time lepas habis tu. Dia ada 20 ke 30% from the time you kena sampai sebelum tu.
Untuk meneruskan ke pusingan berikutnya, terutamanya pusingan ataupun peringkat yang keempat. Jika hari ini pemegang jersey tidak berubah, jadi esok hampir pasti pemilik jersey akan berubah, terutamanya jersey hijau, dan juga kemungkinan jersey polka dot juga akan berubah. Selain Simon Carr, saya rasa juga Simon Peloton juga perlu diberikan perhatian esok, antara pelumba yang akan menunjukkan kemampuan esok bagi pelumba dari pasukan Tudung. Jadi M, untuk seketika terima kasih esok masih lagi bersama dengan kita.
Besok saya ada lagi.
Untuk perlumbaan yang lebih mendebarkan. Jadi kepada anda terima kasih kerana ikuti perkembangan dari awal sehinggalah tamat perlumbaan peringkat kedua. Jadi untuk waktu ini terima kasih, dan jangan lupa teruskan hashtag #BeatTheHeat dan juga hashtag kita semua tim Mas untuk menghangatkan lagi saingan Petronas Letup di Langkawi 2024. Sekian dari saya Zamubin. Salam hormat. Kita jumpa lagi.
At PETRONAS, earning and redeeming Mercer Rewards points is now cardless.
Really?
Just key in your phone number at the pump, at the Mercer store counter, or use the Settle app.
Legit?
Get up to 3 times more Mercer Rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel. Simpler, better and more rewarding.
Guten Morgen. Selamat pagi.
Are you always exhausted, tired? All of that can change with Bubbles O2.
Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. With a high dissolved oxygen content, Bubbles O2 is no ordinary mineral water. Stop, sip, and smile. Fuel your passion for a powerful performance. Find us at PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi, Malaysia 2024.
The tide of digital intelligence has given new vitality to our generation. The interaction between data and intelligence constantly breaks the limitations of time and space. What you never thought of before is now becoming a reality. Dahua technology constantly adheres to innovative development and open cooperation, establishing the Dahua Think Sharp strategy to create more possibilities for urban digital innovation and digital intelligence transformation of enterprises. We empower cities with digital intelligence to make urban governance more efficient, make urban traffic smoother, travel more convenient, transportation safer, and operation more efficient by using sensing and scenario intelligence, effectively assisting every departure and arrival. Witness the beauty of nature and the growth of life with digital intelligence. Share a colorful world with everyone, and let people live in harmony with nature. Use connectivity and intelligence to detect hidden threats. Provide security at all times, and improve prevention capabilities for disasters. Build a bridge between knowledge and classrooms to make educational environments, resources, management, and services more intelligent, and assist in creating an integrated, open, flexible, and intelligent education system. Build connection between people and buildings in order to make the environment more comfortable, work more efficient, and management more intelligent. Shift from traditional to smart manufacturing with visualized production capabilities, reducing cost, increasing efficiency, and stimulating vitality. Enable smart and digital production, help enterprises operate efficiently, and accelerate the upgrading of digital intelligence. With innovation as the core, we have introduced digital intelligence to ensure biological safety, protect the healthy growth of crops, and revitalize traditional agriculture. Dahua Yunrai helps upgrade the digital intelligence of small and medium-sized enterprises, continuously reducing the limitations of digital intelligence and enabling thousands of industries to enjoy the benefits of science and technology. We always adhere to the comprehensive opening of technology, business, and resources, and jointly build a co-construction, win-win, and symbiotic ecosystem with our partners. We believe that innovation has no boundaries. The burgeoning fire of development has been lit, and the new AIoT world is now flourishing. As a world-leading video-centric AIoT solution and service provider, from video surveillance to the field of AIoT, we are firmly committed to our core technology strategies, AIoT and IoT digital intelligence platforms. Constantly utilizing our video-centric 5-fold capabilities that include full sensing, full intelligence, full connection, full computing, and full ecosystem, and leading the development of the industry. We constantly explore fundamental technology research and pursue high product quality. We are both creators and explorers. We have built an advanced smart digital factory of the future with a complete quality system, achieving lean and intelligent manufacturing. We have established a global supply and delivery service network to continuously improve customer experience. We are committed to delivering our corporate social responsibility, leading sustainable development, and making continuous efforts in building a greener and safer digital world.
Kita melangkah di Kedah, penuh senyuman di sini, bersama keluarga kita, meraih kebahagiaan bersama. Rasailah budaya Kedah terasli, warisannya pemandangan indah untuk dinikmati, mempesonakan. Cuti-cuti Kedah, kita bersama menikmati keindahan alam Kedah, destinasi terbaik untuk semua. Bersamalah cuti-cuti Kedah. Cuti-cuti Kedah, kita bersama. Sawahnya hijau, gunung sangat indah, destinasi terbaik untuk semua. Bersamalah cuti-cuti Kedah. Bersamalah cuti-cuti Kedah. Bersamalah cuti-cuti Kedah. Budaya dan keindahan di setiap sudut Kedah, menyapa kita dengan hangat, nikmati waktu bersama. Rasailah budaya Kedah terasli, warisannya pemandangan indah untuk dinikmati, mempesonakan. Cuti-cuti Kedah, kita bersama menikmati keindahan